Hello guys, don't forget to like and subscribe the channel. Zhang Hao coldly stared at the corpse lying on the ground. Even if Cai Wen Tao came now, he would only be able to recognize his brother by his clothes. Or perhaps it's the demon-slaying guards who come, and only through special means can they be identified. Zhang Hao had previously prevented him from speaking, specifically to prevent him from revealing his identity, intending to beat him to death. How dare they try to steal his level 7 blood-activating pill? They must be tired of living. When Zhang Hao first met Cai Wen, he noticed the greedy look in his eyes. Although he concealed it well, Zhang Hao was very sensitive to that kind of look. I never expected to run into him in the hospital ward. He had imagined many scenarios of encountering Cai Wen, but he never expected her to come in alone and only start snatching things away at the last moment. It seems he wants to keep it all for himself. He was also afraid that if the news of Zhang Hao possessing a level 7 blood-activating pill spread too quickly, it would attract too many people's covetousness. This is why Zhang Hao arrived at the hospital so quickly. He was afraid that members of a cult would team up to kill him. This blood-activating pill cost 50,000 enhancement points to upgrade, losing it would be a real pain. Looking at Cai Wen's corpse, it was inappropriate to exchange him, since it happened in public and the existence of the system could not be exposed. Zhang Hao turned to look at the window, where shattered glass lay scattered on the floor, but no one was peering out. Zhang Hao turned and walked out of the ward, intending to find Dr. Chen to change his uncle's ward so that he could continue his treatment. But as soon as he entered Dr. Chen's office, he saw Dr. Chen lying on the ground. Zhang Hao was shocked and immediately checked on Dr. Chen's condition, only to find that he had just been knocked unconscious and was otherwise unharmed. This relieved Zhang Hao, but when he checked the office, his heart immediately jumped again. The level 7 blood-activating pill is missing, it's been stolen. Damn it! Cai Wen, you idiot, you didn't even realize you were ambushed. Zhang Hao cursed loudly, clearly indicating that Cai Wen was being followed as well, like a mantis stalking a cicada unaware of the aureole behind. This infuriated Zhang Hao, who was astonished that so many people coveted his level 7 blood activation pill. Zhang Hao helped Dr. Chen up, trying to wake him up and ask if there were any clues. His elixirs aren't so easy to get. He drugged the box, so it can be tracked directly. Furthermore, Zhang Hao also added tracking drugs to the pills, so that they would be tracked down as long as they had not been taken. Just as I helped Dr. Chen up, I saw a note on the ground. Dr. Chen had covered it up earlier and I hadn't seen it. If you want to find the level 7 blood revitalizing pill, come to Zaijiao alone. Zhang Hao read the note aloud. This made Zhang Hao's gaze sharpen. This person was here for him, not for the level 7 blood activation pill. Why didn't you take advantage of his fight with Cai Wen to launch a sneak attack? Why go through all that trouble? Zhang Hao couldn't quite understand it. Didn't he want to kill me? Or did they set their sights on other parts of me? Zhang Hao pondered, but couldn't think of any other place where he could be noticed by someone. It couldn't possibly be that she likes him as a person, could it? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, and then his eyes turned icy cold. No matter who you are, since you dared to steal my elixir, then I'll go and meet you. The hospital was in a state of panic because of his fight with Cai Wen, and the hospital's security personnel came to handle the situation. Upon seeing Cai Wen's miserable state, he immediately grimaced, his face filled with shock. What kind of deep hatred must there be to shatter every bone in the enemy's body? This made them tense as well, and when they saw Zhang Hao approaching, their fierce expressions softened. Mr. Zhang, are these the villains who came to steal your medicine? Security Captain Zhao Beilong asked. Yes, Dr. Chen can testify. He was knocked unconscious in his office, and my pills were stolen. I'm going to go and get them back. Zhang Hao nodded and said. Huh? It was stolen again. Zhao Beilong was really angry this time, and at the same time, he was also a little ashamed. The hospital where he was in charge was robbed twice by its patients, and a doctor was even knocked unconscious in his office. That's incredibly arrogant and shows absolutely no respect for him. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find clues. Zhao Beilong said menacingly. Okay, thank you. Oh, by the way, Dr. Chen is awake. Ask him to change my uncle's room. I'm going to chase after the thief now. Zhang Hao pointed at Yu Dahai and said. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. This is all our fault, we're sorry. Zhao Beilong said apologetically. It's alright, those thieves are just too cunning. No one can keep an eye on them all the time. I'm leaving now. Zhang Hao comforted Zhao Beilong. Just listen to these words and don't take them too seriously. Even if Zhao Beilong really feels guilty, what can he do? Xiao Zhongcheng was responsible for helping him pay his medical expenses. Can you help him find another level 7 blood activating pill? If Zhao Beilong had that kind of ability, he wouldn't be working here as a security guard. As for compensation, forget about it. It was an accident, and it's not their responsibility. There will always be plenty of excuses, and Zhang Hao is too lazy to bother with them. Let's find the level 7 blood activating pill first. Looking at the panel, Zhang Hao opened the lottery module while hurrying on his way. Convert all enhancement points into lottery draw chances. Continuous lottery draws. Wah! The lottery wheel started spinning. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 level 3 blood activation pills. Congratulations, host, you're just one step away from winning the prize. Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of purified water. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of heavenly silkworm stockings. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one divine firmament thunder talisman. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a piece of Xian iron. Zhang Hao was so angry when he saw the prize he won in the lottery that he almost died of anger. Damn, lotteries are the worst kind of scams. 16 times, and I only won 3 times. The rest were either nothing, fried rice, or bottled water. What the hell do I need fried rice for? And there's purified water. Do I look like someone who's dehydrated? Aren't these mundane things incompatible with your system? Why would they extract all this junk? Fortunately, these 3 times made Zhang Hao feel that his efforts were worthwhile. 10 level 3 blood activating pills, 1 divine firmament thunder talisman, and 1 piece of Xian iron. The level 3 blood activating pill is still somewhat useful, it can be exchanged for enhancement points or sold. Mysterious iron can be used to forge weapons, and it is said that once you go to university, you will start forging your own weapons. This piece of black iron is still somewhat useful. The divine firmament heavenly thunder, however, greatly surprised Zhang Hao, as it could summon 9 divine firmament heavenly thunders in an instant, blasting the target to smithereens. It is said that even a martial artist at the innate realm cannot withstand the power of this divine firmament heavenly thunder. I wonder what level the person who stole my pills is. 9 bolts of heavenly lightning still wouldn't kill you? Zhang Hao immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight for Zijiao. His panel is now completely empty, and he desperately needs upgrade points to fill the void in his heart. Just then, someone delivered it to our door. I wonder if there will be any corpse left after being struck by lightning? Meanwhile, in Zijiao, Jin Yunhee waited alone for Zhang Hao's arrival. He even brought his child along so that he could fight Zhang Hao as well. Let's see who's stronger. It would be even better if we could kill Zhang Hao. He also contacted the moon god cult to come and collect the body. This time, Zhang Hao is definitely not coming back alive. On a small hillside in Zijiao, Jin Yunhee stood alone with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought at the bright moon. Nobody knows what he's thinking. Under the bright moonlight, behind him was his son, the chubby Jin Minjiu. The person looked like a sphere, with only slits left for their eyes. In front of Jin Minjiu was a pot of wine, and in front of him were roast chicken, roast pork, and dongpo pork, the signature dish of Gihwala restaurant. Jin Minjiu ate heartily under the bright moon, thoroughly enjoying his meal. Dad, have some food? We still have to deal with Zhang Hao later, it'll take a lot of energy. Jin Minjiu called out to Jin Yunhee, his words muffled as he ate his meat. Still eating? Look at you, you're as fat as a ball. How can you even fight? Jin Yunhee scolded irritably. Ha ha ha. Dad, you don't understand. My strength just gets stronger the more I eat. All the fat on my body is my armor. Tell me, if they hit me now, can it hurt me? Jin Minjiu said arrogantly with a look that said, you don't understand. Even when fighting against people from the Moon God cult, I don't need to lift a finger, I can just crash into them. Jin Minjiu said with a disdainful smile. Jin Yunhee was speechless at his son's absurd reasoning. I feel like something's not right, but I don't know how to refute it. If you keep eating like this and get so fat, how will you find a wife in the future? Jin Yunhee tried to educate his son from a different perspective. Ha ha ha. You mean those little bean sprout girls? I don't like them. They almost died when I pressed them down. What I'm looking for is a woman who can withstand my body. Jin Minjiu laughed loudly. They have a great disdain for women who pursue a slim figure. Only when a person gains muscle will they have strength, be able to fight, and be able to withstand beatings. It's all bone, one punch and the whole person is blown to pieces. Besides, the priest said that with my current cultivation method, I need to remain a virgin for a period of time to ensure my body has sufficient yang energy. Once I reach the next stage, I won't have so many concerns. Jin Minjiu picked up a roast suckling pig, opened his mouth wide, and bit off the pig's head in one bite. Click, click. The sound of Jin Minjiu chewing filled the air, as if he were chewing steel. His teeth were snow white and incredibly sharp. The bones of the roast suckling pig were chewed to pieces in his mouth like fruit, and then he swallowed them. He finished a roast suckling pig in 5 bites, then stuffed its tail into his mouth, crunching and chewing, while sucking his fingers. He looked completely absorbed, as if he wanted more. He picked up the wine jug on the ground and gulped it down, the golden wine dripping down his chin. Ha, so refreshing, so delicious. Gihuala truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 restaurant in Zhejiangchenj. This dish is indeed delicious. Jin Minjiu put down the wine pot and praised Minjiu. This left Jin Yunhee feeling quite helpless. He was such a slender person, yet he had given birth to a glutton. Just then, footsteps sounded from down the mountain, and the two of them turned to look down at the foot of the mountain. A figure was slowly climbing the mountain. They could all see clearly that it was Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao is here. Hehe, this Zhang Hao has some guts, he actually dared to come alone. Jin Minjiu picked up a beggar's chicken and started eating. He does have some guts. Jin Yunhee looked at Zhang Hao's figure with a complicated expression. Zhang Hao looked at the two people above, slowed his pace, and leisurely walked up the hillside. Teacher Jin, it's you. Zhang Hao asked in surprise as he looked at the figure with his hands behind his back, gazing at the bright moon. Hehe, it's me, Zhang Hao. You're really brave to come all by yourself. Jin Yunhee looked at Zhang Hao with admiration. Didn't Teacher Jin say that I improved my level by using pills? That pill is my reliance. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Since you knew it was your reliance, why did you lose it? Jin Minjiu asked sarcastically. Since you've already lost it, you shouldn't have come looking for it. The person who could steal your pills must be stronger than you, or someone who isn't afraid of you taking them back. Did you come here to die? Zhang Hao turned to look at the person sitting on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. He is my son. He came here because he heard you are very strong and wanted to spar with you. Jin Yunhee said with a smile. I brought you here this time to fulfill your wish and let you two spar. Jin Yunhee said, taking out a box containing a level 7 blood activating pill and throwing it at Zhang Hao. Here are your pills, I'll return them to you now. Zhang Hao caught the box and saw that the pill inside was indeed untouched, and the smell was the same, it was definitely the one he had snatched from him. Sure, I'd be happy to oblige. Zhang Hao put the box into his storage space. He absolutely did not believe that Jin Yunhee's purpose was to lure him here so that he could spar with his son. Jin Yunhee's expression changed slightly as he looked at the vanished level 7 blood activating pill. This Zhang Hao seems to be more than he appears, he's hiding some big secrets. There might be more than one level 7 blood activating pill, and perhaps even other great secrets. Ha ha ha. Good, I like straightforward people like you, so decisive. Jin Minjiu stood up and laughed heartily. The sound carried far through the darkness, making Zhang Hao's ears ring. Zhang Hao turned his gaze over, he hadn't noticed while sitting down. However, after Jin Yunhe's son stood up, he was like a wall, exuding a fierce aura. My name is Jin Minjiu. I've heard you're very strong, so let's have a match today to determine who's better and who's worse. Jin Minjiu said with a smile as he stood opposite Zhang Hao. Tonight, only one person can leave here alive. Okay. Zhang Hao smiled brightly. Then come on. Zhang Hao stretched out his hand. Ha ha ha. That's straightforward. I love straightforward people like you. I almost can't bear to kill you. Jin Minjiu laughed heartily. Kill. Jin Minjiu suddenly shouted, his body shooting towards Zhang Hao like a cannonball. Rumble. Jin Minjiu's body soared into the air and crashed down towards Zhang Hao, creating a sharp whistling sound as the air was scraped together. Zhang Hao felt a sudden darkness descend upon him as Jin Minjiu's body crashed down on him like a mountain. Jin Yunhe turned his back to the side, unable to bear watching Zhang Hao being killed. Don't blame me, you can only blame yourself. Jin Yunhe said quietly. Zhang Hao moved lightly, using the swift wind step, his body moving like a gentle breeze, instantly stepping out of Jin Minjiu's range of influence. Boom! Jin Minjiu's body crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater and causing the entire ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Jin Minjiu's body bounced up like a ball and landed next to Zhang Hao with a thud. "Heh, you've got some skills, managing to escape," Jin Minjiu said with a sinister grin as he looked at Zhang Hao. He twisted his non-existent neck and slowly approached Zhang Hao. "Zhang Hao, as long as you can beat my son, no one at school will dare to talk about you anymore, and I will also clear your name," Jin Yunhe said, turning his head. Surprisingly, Zhang Hao managed to escape his son's deadly attack. Many people had previously been unable to escape the devastating blow from his son. "Thank you for your help, teacher. I really like my current situation," Zhang Hao said with a smile. "Zhang Hao, don't blame me. Your death today only proves that you are not strong enough." Jin Yunhe looked at Zhang Hao and said after a moment of silence. After saying that, he turned his head away and stopped looking at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao sneered, then looked at Jin Minjiu. "Shall we continue?" "Fine, actually what I despise most are you bean sprouts, you're too weak." Jin Minjiu slowly approached Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao watched as Jin Minjiu approached unhurriedly and immediately knew his intentions. Is he trying to fight him at close range? So confident. Zhang Hao looked at Jin Minjiu with a cold gaze. Judging from his strength, Jin Minjiu was only a 6-star martial artist, but he had a scent that Zhang Hao found very familiar. That was the scent of a deity, the scent of the idol that Zhang Hao had once redeemed. He is very familiar with it. It seems that Jin Minjiu is a member of a cult. This Jin Yunhe is really good at hiding his identity. The head teacher of the elite class at a human martial arts high school has a son who is a member of a cult. During the day, they would sit in the classroom, solemnly educating students, telling them never to become members of a cult. Anyone found in a cult should be killed. At night, he would take his son and hunt down human hunters, offering them as sacrifices to the gods to increase his strength. Even Principal Mei Tianhang failed to notice Jin Yunhe's unusual behavior. That's quite a skill. Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Jin Yunhe, who had turned his back to him. How many people like Jin Yunhe are there among the human race? Though physically human, their hearts belong to a cult, worshipping gods. Knock knock knock. Slowly approaching Zhang Hao, Jin Minjiu began to run, crashing into Zhang Hao like a tank. The ground began to shake and tremble as Jin Minjiu ran. "Give me your life!" Jin Minjiu roared, charging forward with a ferocious expression. Zhang Hao dodged Jin Minjiu's impact with a quick step, but he found that although Jin Minjiu was fat, he was very agile. After rushing out, it was able to immediately turn around and charge towards Zhang Hao again. They also attempted to encircle Zhang Hao, thus shrinking his area of activity. The distance he charged forward was getting shorter and shorter. A series of phantom images surrounded Zhang Hao. It stirred up gusts of wind, tearing through space. Dust billowed from the center, and grass, leaves, and stones flew everywhere. Zhang Hao remained silent, using swift step to watch Jin Minjiao charge forward. "Let's see how long you can hide." Jin Minjiao roared furiously. He had never seen anyone so fast before, and he had managed to dodge such a close attack. Jin Minjiao punched Zhang Hao in the face, tearing through the air. A golden glint flashed across Zhang Hao's face as he looked calmly at Jin Minjiao. He stood there motionless and took a punch from Jin Minjiao. Thump! Jin Minjiao felt as if his punch had struck a huge bronze bell, producing a loud bang. Click! Jin Minjiao's arm snapped with a crack as it was broken by the immense force of the rebound. Ah! Jin Minjiao clutched his severed hand and staggered back a few steps, staring at Zhang Hao in shock, letting out a scream of horrified fury. Zhang Hao stood still, calmly watching him, completely unharmed. He's very strong, but he didn't hit the mark. Zhang Hao commented with a smile. Hehe, now you should return it to me, right? Zhang Hao slowly pulled his feet off the ground and walked towards Jin Minjiao. A hint of violence flashed in Jin Minjiao's eyes as he pulled out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Despite the excruciating pain, he reattached his severed hand, and with the help of the elixir, it healed instantly. He can't fight with full force yet, but at least he won't be a burden to him anymore. A savage glint flashed across Jin Minjiao's face as he approached Zhang Hao. Golden Bell Shield, Zhang Hao, I never expected you to have cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to this level, it truly surprises me. Jin Yunhe's voice rang out from the side. Jin Minjiao was taken aback. It's actually the Golden Bell Shield. Hehe, teacher, there are still many things I can surprise you with. Take your time to see. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Hehe, Minjiao, find his trick. Before you master the Golden Bell Shield, there's a trick to it. Hit this trick and you'll break his Golden Bell Shield. The key to mastering the Golden Bell Shield technique is usually to place it under the armpits, on the buttocks, or on the top of the head, basically, in an easily protected location. Jin Yunhe sneered. Alright, Zhang Hao, let me see where your trick is. Jin Minjiao's face immediately turned ferocious after receiving his father's prompting. Zhang Hao glanced at Jin Yunhe and a bright smile appeared on his face. Okay, come on, take a look. Jin Yunhe looked at Zhang Hao, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I never expected Zhang Hao to become so troublesome. He must have already cultivated to this level and had been hiding it before. Or was it achieved through cultivation recently? Jin Yunhe stared at Zhang Hao, deep in thought. This person absolutely cannot be allowed to stay tonight, otherwise he will never have a peaceful day again. Even the entire Jin family will die at Zhang Hao's hands. Minjiao, don't hold back, kill him. Jin Yunhe shouted coldly. Hehe, okay. Kill. Jin Minjiao roared and threw a punch. You have an invincible shield, and I have fat on my body, so let's see whose defense is stronger? Jin Minjiao grinned maliciously. Zhang Hao saw Jin Minjiao's figure and sneered, he's really asking for death. They raised their fists and charged forward, their bodies colliding with a loud bang. Both sides were throwing things at each other without any regard for the consequences. Boom! Jin Minjiao's fist landed on Zhang Hao, creating a loud explosion. He didn't care, he just wanted to see how strong the Golden Bell Shield was, and also to find out Zhang Hao's trick. Just as he was about to raise his fist to strike again, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw that Zhang Hao had dug out a piece of fat from his chest, revealing the white bone underneath, and blood immediately began to flow out. While he was still in a daze, Zhang Hao's hand arrived again, like an excavator, and with a whoosh, it dug out another piece of flesh from his body. Ah! Jin Minjiao screamed in agony from the intense pain. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. 2 pieces of flesh had been ripped from his chest, leaving a wound the size of a plate on his entire chest, from which blood gushed. You're asking for it. Jin Minjiao glared furiously at Zhang Hao. He tried to reach out and hug Zhang Hao, but ended up hugging him to death. But as soon as he reached out, he felt a sharp pain in his fingers. Zhang Hao had actually ripped one of his fingers off. The pain was excruciating, Jin Minjiu screamed and immediately pulled his hand back, clutching his wound and groaning. Jin Yunhe's eyes widened when he saw this. Minjiu, watch out! Zhang Hao, you dare! Jin Yunhe felt a chill of fear. This Zhang Hao was hiding his true strength so well that Minjiu was no match for him at all. But it was too late for him to shout. Zhang Hao reached out and ripped out Jin Minjiu's heart. Ah, my heart! Jin Minjiu looked at the heart in Zhang Hao's hand in horror, then looked down at the huge hole in his chest. It was empty, the heart was no longer there. Hehe, breaking through the defenses of your fat body is quite simple, isn't it? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. It's like digging a grave, you just have to dig it down little by little. As she spoke, she placed her heart in front of Jin Minjiu and, under Jin Minjiu's expectant and terrified gaze, crushed it. Splat! His heart was crushed and turned into a lump of minced meat. Ah! Jin Minjiu let out a scream, his eyes gradually lost their luster, and his body collapsed like a wall. Boom! The small hillside in Zijiao trembled. Minjiu, Minjiu! Jin Yunhe rushed to Jin Minjiu's side and called out to him loudly. Unfortunately, Jin Minjiu could no longer answer him. You actually killed my son! Jin Yunhe roared furiously at Zhang Hao. Didn't you say it would determine both superiority and inferiority, and life and death? Zhang Hao asked in astonishment. This isn't my fault, you set the rules. Zhang Hao shrugged. Upon hearing this, Jin Yunhe felt a sharp pain in his chest and was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. You, he pointed at Zhang Hao, trembling, unable to speak. Looking at Jin Minjiu, who was already lifeless, Jin Yunhe felt his vision go black. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, all his years of hard work had been killed by Zhang Hao. He joined the Moon God cult for Jin Minjiu, and hunted down so many students from the elite class for him, and then he died. The rage burning within him was so intense it threatened to consume him entirely. He, Jin Yunhe looked at Zhang Hao and laughed bitterly. Do you know how much effort I put into him? How could you just kill him like that? Jin Yunhe roared in anger. I want you to be buried with my son. Jin Yunhe roared furiously as he lunged at Zhang Hao. Teacher, I told you, this isn't my fault. Didn't you teach me this? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Ah! Traitor, prepare to die. Jin Yunhe slammed his palm down at Zhang Hao. Rumble! His palms were as black as metal, as if they could shatter the air. Boom! Zhang Hao punched Jin Yunhe in the palm, and the force sent Zhang Hao flying backward. You dare to fight me head-on? You're asking for death. Jin Yunhe didn't give Zhang Hao time to react and pounced on him. Zhang Hao rolled away to evade Jin Yunhe's pursuit. He wasn't injured, he was just knocked away. However, Jin Yunhe's strength is indeed formidable, he is probably at least a 7-star martial artist. Otherwise, Zhang Hao would be confident that he could beat a 6-star martial artist like Jin Minjiu to death. Jin Yunhe struck Zhang Hao in the chest with a palm strike, causing Zhang Hao's chest to feel numb. Teacher, I'm actually very strong. I'll show you today. Zhang Hao said, circulating the Henjiu Sutra, his muscles bulging. It was completely different from before, as if a ferocious beast had been unleashed. This fierce aura took Jin Yunhe by surprise. Zhang Hao stared cruelly at Jin Yunhe, then unleashed a powerful punch that struck Jin Yunhe's chest before he could react. Click! Jin Yunhe's chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Zhang Hao in disbelief. You, Jin Yunhe pointed at Zhang Hao, his face full of horror. He was punched so hard by Zhang Hao that his chest was blown apart. Hehe, teacher, I told you I'm very strong. With that, she punched him in the chest again. Boom! Jin Yunhe was struck by Zhang Hao like a wooden stake. Boom boom boom! Jin Yunhe's body was forced backward, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to escape. He watched helplessly as the fist landed on him, his body trembling violently. Teacher, I know your pain. You won't have any pain if you die. Zhang Hao said sarcastically as he punched Jin Yunhe. Hehe. Jin Yunhe looked at Zhang Hao with resentment in his eyes, his face full of fear. He watched as Zhang Hao pierced his chest, blew out his heart, and even pierced his back. However, the martial artist's powerful vitality prevented him from dying immediately. "Don't worry, teacher, I will explain your situation to Principal Mei. You won't have died in vain," Zhang Hao said to Jin Yunhe with a smile. "Principal Mei has the right to know. I will let him know how you died." Jin Yunhe glared angrily at Zhang Hao, but couldn't utter a single word. He spat out a mouthful of blood, pointed at Zhang Hao, his face full of resentment. "If Mei Tianhang finds out about his affairs, the entire Jin family will be implicated." When he arrived, he really didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so strong. It was so powerful that even a 7-star martial artist like him couldn't withstand it. Jin Yunhe's eyes widened as he tried to say something, but Zhang Hao didn't give him the chance, punching him through the throat. Boom! Jin Yunhe's body shuddered, and he fell completely lifeless. Clap clap clap! Well, well! The students in the elite class are turning against each other, what a wonderful show! If I expose this, your reputation will be ruined, and you'll never be able to take the college entrance exam again. A man in a blue robe stood at a distance, watching Zhang Hao applaud, a mocking smile on his face. Zhang Hao wiped the blood off his hands and looked at the man in blue robes with a leisurely air. "No, you won't expose it," Zhang Hao said with a smile, as he approached the man in blue. "You want to kill me so I won't tell anyone, right?" the blue-robed man asked with a smile. "Yes." Zhang Hao nodded. "If I kill you, no one will have seen it. Or you can testify that he joined a cult before I killed him." "I am the cult member you're talking about," the man in blue robes said with a grin. "I can see that, which is why I have to kill you." Zhang Hao nodded, his killing intent intensifying. "But I'm already a 9-star martial artist. Even if you can fight beyond your level, you can't kill me." The blue-robed man smiled, took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with a laugh. As he spoke, he produced a smoke ring. "Why don't you join my cult, kill one, and give me one in return, and I'll pretend nothing happened," the blue-robed man asked Zhang Hao. "How? I'm afraid you can't contain me." Zhang Hao sneered. "Ha ha ha! This joke isn't funny, you'll die." The man in blue robes laughed. The cold, sharp aura emanating from him made Zhang Hao feel suffocated, as if the surrounding air was about to freeze. The person opposite him seemed like a ferocious beast ready to pounce on him at any moment, making Zhang Hao's blood freeze and his scalp tingle. "This person is indeed beyond our ability to defeat." A talisman appeared in his hand, it was none other than the Divine Thunder talisman he had drawn earlier. "What? Still not giving up? Want to test the power of a 9-star martial artist?" the blue-robed man asked with a smile. In his eyes, Zhang Hao was no more powerful than a child. 9-star martial artist is the highest level of martial artist. Breaking through to 9-star martial artist will lead to the next level. The power of this realm is greater than the combined increase in strength from all the previous realms combined. He was about to speak when he heard a cracking sound above his head, and he looked up abruptly. His face was filled with disbelief. He saw that a dark cloud had gathered in the sky, and a bolt of purple lightning struck down. It terrified him, and he wanted to dodge immediately. But he found himself unable to move, watching helplessly as lightning struck. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the blue-robed man on the head, and his raised hands, which he was using to defend himself, exploded into a pile of minced meat. The thunder continued to bombard, causing the blue-robed man to tremble violently and his body to emit smoke. A meaty aroma wafted from the man in the blue robe. He shouldn't be called the man in blue robes anymore, his clothes are all torn. Zhang Hao put away the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. This talisman could still be used 8 times, so he couldn't let it go to waste. This can be considered one of his trump cards. He slowly approached the man in blue robes and found that the man was trembling and his arms had been shattered. Her long hair was also singed, and her face looked as if it had been burned. Steaming hot, Zhang Hao poked the meat with the wooden stick, and it was cooked through. But this 9-star martial artist was still alive and breathing. "Are you a member of the Moon God cult?" Zhang Hao asked. "Hee." The man in blue robes could only make hee sounds, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Before he could ask another question, the man in the blue robe breathed his last. Damn it! Why did you die so quickly? I still have questions to ask. Zhang Hao angrily slapped the blue-robed man's head until it was smashed. I've spent so much money dealing with you guys, how the hell am I supposed to recover my losses if I don't find out where your church is? Zhang Hao growled in frustration. Forget it, let's exchange all their corpses first. As for the blue-robed man's corpse, he couldn't be bothered to touch it. The corpse, struck by lightning, was sticky and disgusting. The meat was cooked through, the clothes were stuck to the flesh, and the blue-robed man had lost control of his bladder, his whole body reeking of stench. Zhang Hao directly chose to redeem. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 enhancement points. Ha, a 9-star martial artist who was killed only gets 100 enhancement points. What good are they? Zhang Hao then exchanged the corpses of Jin Yunhe and Jin Minjiu for 100 enhancement points. Something is better than nothing. He now has 210 enhancement points. Zhang Hao looked at the small hillside and, apart from the mud overturned during the fight, couldn't find a trace of evidence that he had killed someone. There's no need to destroy the evidence, the system will handle it for you, and you'll even earn some enhancement points in the process. It's so convenient and saves so much trouble, and you can even get some benefits. Where in the world can you find such a good system? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard shouts coming from down the mountain. Shenmei, Shenmei, I know you came here to help that good-for-nothing Jin Minjiu, right? A man called out affectionately from the foot of the mountain. And it was rushing up the mountain at high speed, leaving Zhang Hao nowhere to hide. But when Zhang Hao saw that the other person was wearing blue clothes, he suddenly didn't want to hide anymore. He was worried about not being able to find the Church of the Moon God, and someone just delivered himself to his door. What a good thing! That's wonderful! Zhang Hao shot directly towards the man. Shenmei, Sheng! Oh my god, who are you? Stop! The man was startled when he saw Zhang Hao shooting towards him, and even more surprised when he saw Zhang Hao make a move. Rumble! Zhang Hao threw a punch, striking first. The heaven-shaking black tiger fist aimed straight for the man's chest, intending to pierce through it. How dare you lay a hand on me, Lu Chao? You're asking for death. After taking a few punches, Lu Chao immediately raised his hand to block Zhang Hao's attack. After throwing a few punches, Zhang Hao realized that even with the sudden attack, he hadn't been able to kill his opponent, only inflicting minor injuries on Lu Chao. This made Zhang Hao feel a little uneasy. He knew his own strength, ordinary martial artists simply couldn't withstand it. But Lu Chao actually withstood his punch. When Lu Chao tried to give chase, Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to take out the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. A mere martial artist dares to ambush me? Who gave you the guts? Lu Chao coldly stared at Zhang Hao and strode after him. He wanted to skin the warrior who dared to ambush him alive and then use him as a sacrifice. Moreover, he glanced at the scene, it was a mess, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place. He also just heard a clap of thunder. There's only this kid here right now, there's nothing else. There wasn't even a corpse in sight. Lu Chao thought the person he was looking for had left, and that Jin Yunhe and his son had also left. He would never have imagined that all three of them would be killed by Zhang Hao. After all, he could see Zhang Hao's strength, he couldn't even beat Sheng Mei's finger. How could he possibly have killed Shen Mei? He was about to yell to subdue Zhang Hao when he suddenly heard a loud bang above his head. Rumble! Lu Chao looked up and was shocked to see a bolt of purple lightning crash down and explode above his head. His innate protective energy was shattered, and lightning struck his head. No! Lu Chao roared. But it was to no avail. Lu Chao was struck by lightning and collapsed like a piece of wood. Hee, luckily I had the Thunder Talisman, otherwise this trip would have been a disaster. Zhang Hao said with a look of lingering fear. He was worried about this person, after all, this person was much more powerful than the previous blue-robed man. After waiting for a while and finding that the man still did not move, Zhang Hao did not want to waste the Thunder Talisman again. He ran to the side, picked up a rock, and threw it at the man. Bang! Click! The large rock broke both of Lu Chao's legs, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Lu Chao, who had been knocked unconscious, was jolted awake by the pain and let out a miserable scream. It's always better to be careful, he's still alive, he said, then picked up another boulder. Lu Chao was stunned with anger as he watched Zhang Hao pick up another stone. Hey! Hey! Young man, don't be impulsive, let's talk this out. Lu Chao shouted anxiously at Zhang Hao. If that rock were thrown down, he might actually be crushed to death. He was a martial artist with innate talent, and he was beaten to death with stones. It's so frustrating to even think about it. He has worked so hard to achieve his current strength and status, and he is truly unwilling to die like this. Lu Chao roared, his forehead covered in sweat. Let's talk this out. You've broken my leg, so I can't pose a threat to you anymore. Tell me your requirements first, and we can talk about it. Lu Chao roared with wide eyes, fearing that Zhang Hao might really disregard everything and smash his head with a rock. Can we talk? Zhang Hao asked, looking at Lu Chao. We can talk, you can say whatever you want, but you won't get anything by killing me. Lu Chao wiped away a cold sweat and hurriedly shouted. Hehe, alright then, teach me all the martial arts you've practiced. Zhang Hao said with a smile. What is most important in this world? Strength. Martial arts skills are the most basic strength of a martial artist. Okay. Put the stone down first, and we'll talk slowly. Lu Chao said, his voice trembling as he looked at the stone in Zhang Hao's hand. He was really scared. If he wasn't careful, the lightning would strike and all his strength would be gone. I don't know when it will be back to normal. Now even a small child could kill him. The martial arts I practice are not suitable for you. Lu Chao hesitated for a moment and said nervously. After all, the martial arts he practiced were bestowed by the divine sect, and his martial arts level was achieved through sacrifices. It wasn't achieved through normal cultivation methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so powerful at such a young age, already a Xiantian martial artist before the age of 30. He crushed a large group of students from the elite class. Many college graduates had not reached the innate realm even decades after graduation. My martial arts skills were all bestowed by the divine sect, and they can only be cultivated under specific conditions. You simply cannot cultivate them unless you join my divine sect. Lu Chao said sincerely. Being dishonest won't work, this villain is truly capable of killing. He really didn't want to die such a tragic death, at least for now, he still felt there was a chance to save him. Cult of Gods? Which cult are you a member of? Zhang Hao asked casually. You should have heard of the Moon God cult, it's one of the 10 great cults within the human realm. Lu Chao said. Oh. Zhang Hao nodded in realization. A smile appeared on Lu Chao's face. He believed that the people in front of him had heard of the Moon God sect and would not dare to act recklessly. I've never heard of it before, this is the first time I've heard you mention it. Lu Chao's smile suddenly froze, and he stared at Zhang Hao in astonishment. Impossible. My Moon God cult is so famous, you couldn't possibly not have heard of it. Besides, if you haven't heard of it, why are you nodding? Lu Chao roared inwardly, feeling extremely indignant. Don't worry about whether I can cultivate it or not. Just teach me your sex martial arts first, and I'll see what happens. Zhang Hao said to Lu Chao. He has a god-level enhancement system. Once you get the basics down, it doesn't matter whether you need to cultivate in a specific setting or not. He can simply use enhancement points to stack them up. He simply couldn't believe that just because a skill name appeared, it couldn't be enhanced with enhancement points. No, I said. Ah. Before Lu Chao could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Suddenly, Zhang Hao was seen holding a sharp stone and circling it over the wound on his leg. Now I'm in charge, whatever I say goes. Zhang Hao sneered at Lu Chao. Do you understand? Zhang Hao asked with a smile as he stirred Lu Chao's wound with a pebble. Lu Chao screamed and nodded frantically, his eyes almost bursting out of their sockets. He was gasping for breath, his body convulsing, and he was covered in sweat. I understand. I understand. I understand. Please stop. Lu Chao pleaded in anguish. The pain of having a stone drilled into a wound is something that those who haven't experienced it can never truly understand. It was a pain that touched the very soul, and Lu Chao gasped for breath. Don't try anything clever, and make sure you know where you are. Zhang Hao pulled his hand out and said with a smile. Lu Chao nodded frantically, his lips trembling, tears and snot streaming down his face. It looked extremely tragic. That's right, tell me all the martial arts you've learned. Don't hide anything, I'm a martial artist too, I can tell. Zhang Hao said with a smile. I have learned the moonlight marrow cleansing technique. It can use moonlight to cleanse one's body and make it stronger. This is a body refining technique of the Moon God sect. It is said that when one reaches the highest level, one can withstand heavenly lightning attacks without getting injured. Lu Chao began to recite the technique he had practiced. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. As Zhang Hao listened, he pondered to himself, no wonder the heavenly lightning attack earlier hadn't killed him outright. So that's what they were practicing. After practicing, one will possess immense strength, said to be able to lift mountains and chase the moon. This set of skills has 12 levels, but no one has yet reached the highest level. Lu Chao said. Not bad, tell me about this technique. Zhang Hao was very interested in the body refining technique. The Golden Bell Shield technique he's currently practicing is a defensive skill. According to the game, this Golden Bell Shield technique is for defending against physical attacks. The Moonlight Cleansing Marrow technique before us is clearly a technique for defending against magic attacks. If he succeeds in cultivating this skill, he will no longer need to fear magical attacks. He had heard that ferocious beasts were not only strong, but many of them also possessed magic, such as ice spells, fireball spells, and lightning spells. The ferocious beasts can be physical or magical. To prepare for the future, learning more defensive techniques increases one's chances of survival. Only by surviving can you go further. Lu Chao glanced at Zhang Hao and, seeing that he wasn't joking, silently began to teach Zhang Hao the Moonlight Marrow cleansing technique. As Zhang Hao listened, he added the cultivation technique to his system. Sure enough, when Lu Chao recited it for the second time, the name of the technique appeared in the system. A slight smile appeared on Zhang Hao's lips. Ha ha ha! It really worked! Zhang Hao was overjoyed. Lu Chao sneered inwardly, knowing that this technique required the blessing of the moon goddess to be practiced. If you can cultivate, I'll eat shit while standing on my head. He had to perform devout worship and offer a large number of sacrifices before he could successfully cultivate. Lu Chao absolutely did not believe that an outsider could cultivate this set of techniques. He was considered a minor genius within the Moon God cult and was given special attention and training by the cult. Although he was a member of the cult, he still had his own pride. Zhang Hao opened the system and directly selected the Moon Cleansing Marrow technique to begin strengthening it. He still has some enhancement points left. He saw that enhancing the first level of this technique only requires 200 points. He's just right. Strengthen. Lu Chao sneered inwardly at Zhang Hao, intending to see him make a fool of himself. No one outside the sect has ever been able to successfully cultivate this technique. Otherwise, the Moon God cult wouldn't have been so unguarded against this technique. One is that it is difficult to practice, and the other is that one must be blessed by the moon goddess in order to cultivate. Suddenly, Lu Chao's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the moonlight emanating from Zhang Hao, his mouth agape in disbelief. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Lu Chao roared in a fit of rage. Zhang Hao was like a black hole, drawing in all the moonlight. In the pitch-black night, Zhang Hao was like a giant light bulb. The moonlight, like seawater pouring in, flooded into Zhang Hao's body. Zhang Hao's body lit up with each of his blood vessels, which were filled with moonlight. Lu Chao stared in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. How is this possible? A foreign teacher actually succeeded in cultivating the moonlight marrow cleansing technique. Lu Chao stared at Zhang Hao, trembling, his face filled with horror. How so? Could he be a member of the moon god cult? Has he received the blessing of the moon goddess? Lu Chao wondered to himself. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why Zhang Hao was able to cultivate this technique. He had seen foreign teachers practice this technique before, and when they practiced it, they didn't experience any reaction at all. If people from other sects practice this, their bodies will collapse directly, as their divine powers will clash. He looked at the glowing blood orifices on Zhang Hao's body, his face filled with terror and despair. As Lu Chao watched Zhang Hao practice the moonlight marrow cleansing technique, his mind was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. He secretly speculated about Zhang Hao's origins. He had heard Shenmei mention that the person Jin Yunhe was going to kill tonight was a student from the elite class. Could this Zhang Hao be an undercover agent sent by the Moon God cult? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Chao looked at Zhang Hao again, but his eyes were no longer as sinister as they had been at the beginning. They were even pleased that the Moon God had produced such a genius. It took 2 months to release him into the sect, but Zhang Hao mastered it in just a moment. He is even more terrifying than the legendary geniuses within the sect. He is simply an unparalleled prodigy. He is destined to become the leader of a cult in the future. After Zhang Hao's enhancement, he only had 10 enhancement points left, which wasn't enough for anything. He opened his eyes and saw that Lu Chao was actually smiling at him. And it was a very friendly smile. This surprised Zhang Hao greatly. How could he still laugh after being beaten to such a terrible state? Was I not hitting hard enough? Or were we beaten too badly? Did it drive him insane? What are you laughing at? Zhang Hao asked calmly. Young man, are you one of our sect members? Lu Chao asked with a smile. Within the sect? The Moon God sect? Do you think I am? Zhang Hao asked with a sneer. Were you sent to go undercover? Lu Chao asked again. No. Zhang Hao shook his head. Hey! Young man, I know the rules for being an undercover agent only one person can know. But I'm the strongest member of the Moon God cult in Xiaozhang City. I'm here from headquarters to protect the Moon God cult. It won't matter much if you let me know. Lu Chao said with a smile, trying to be as amiable as possible. Zhang Hao looked at the man with the broken leg in surprise. He was indeed very strong. He had taken a divine heavenly thunder strike and was still alive. It's understandable that they came to protect the Moon God cult. But what does this have to do with him? My name is Lu Chao. We're all on the same side. This is a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. You should heal me first. You beat me too badly just now. Lu Chao reached out his hand to Zhang Hao. I told you, I'm not a member of the Moon God cult. Zhang Hao looked at him coldly. Still won't admit it? You can already cultivate the moonlight marrow cleansing technique, and you still won't admit it. Lu Chao looked at Zhang Hao with a sidelong glance, as if he had seen right through him. This set of techniques requires the blessing of the moon goddess and can only be practiced by those who have been nurtured in a church. You have already mastered the basics, and you still say you are not a member of the moon goddess cult. I already told you, I'm a member of the moon god cult, and I won't reveal your information. Lu Chao said to Zhang Hao with a smile. We're all on the same side, and it's just the two of us here, so there's no need to be so formal. Lu Chao extended his hand again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao finally realized what was happening. This man named Lu Chao, seeing that he could cultivate this moonlight marrow cleansing technique, regarded him as a member of the moon god cult. According to him, this technique requires the blessing of the moon goddess to be practiced, and one must be nurtured in a church to be qualified to practice it. But he really isn't a member of the moon god cult. He forced his way into training using enhancement points. Seeing Lu Chao's smiling face and his outstretched hand for treatment, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Haha, you figured that out. Zhang Hao laughed as he squatted down and helped him move the stone away. Hehe, others may not know, but do you think I, who cultivate this technique, don't know? Lu Chao said, hissing as he gasped. The sect explained these rules to me back then. Outsiders simply cannot cultivate this technique. Ouch! Ah! You hit me too hard. You've smashed both my legs like this. Lu Chao said angrily when he saw that his legs were smashed to pieces in the middle. Hey, I didn't know you were a member of the moon god cult. I've always treated enemies this way. Zhang Hao shrugged, looking embarrassed. You should be glad that when I threw the stone, I didn't aim it at your head, otherwise you wouldn't have had the chance to recognize me. Lu Chao was stunned when he heard this, then felt a chill run down his spine and a sense of relief. Holy crap, are all these younger guys this ruthless these days? They'd kill someone in a single encounter, they're far more ruthless than these old folks. That's true. Help me get out the medicine and apply it. This injury won't heal in less than 10 days to half a month. Lu Chao said with great frustration. Haha, it's okay, I'll carry you back to the church later. Is there anyone guarding the church now? Zhang Hao asked. Of course there are people. You don't know, some unscrupulous BD stole the statues of the sun god cult a while ago, as well as the statues of the black serpent cult and the night goddess cult. Now the churches of all the major religions are in a state of panic, fearing that someone will come to steal the statues at night. Lu Chao cursed loudly as he mentioned this. Didn't you catch anyone? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. He never imagined that stealing the statues of the three major religions would lead them to send people to keep watch at night. It seems that it will be difficult to exchange for these cult idols again in the future. However, there is a way, as Lu Chao has come to us for help. Since we're out of upgrade points right now, we have to make a trip to the Church of the Moon God. No, the heads of the three churches were all afraid of being held accountable by headquarters, so they all ran away. They haven't been found yet. I don't know who was so heartless as to steal the idols. Lu Chao said with deep disgust. That's inhuman. It's like we're enemies, but the enemy actually digs up your ancestral graves. Who can stand that? Lu Chao shook his head and said speechlessly. Zhang Hao smiled awkwardly. I was the one who stole the idol. Now all the major religions have started to arrange for people to keep watch at night. After all, it's a joke that someone stole a statue from a church. Now even the sun god cult has become a laughingstock in the religious community. Ha ha ha, this person is too wicked. Zhang Hao said with an awkward laugh. This isn't just bad, it's utterly immoral. How can anyone do such a thing? Lu Chao cried out in anguish. Haha, then I'll carry you inside the church, where someone should be there to meet you, right? Zhang Hao didn't want to continue the conversation and decisively changed the subject. Hearing others insult him, even though the other person didn't know it was directed at him, still made him very unhappy. He made up his mind, tonight, he had to destroy the Moon God Church's church, otherwise all the scolding he'd endured would have been for nothing. Yes, I know your difficulties. Just leave me outside the church, and I'll call someone to come and meet me. Lu Chao nodded and said. No, I have to personally escort you into the church. Just tell them I'm a secret follower you recruited outside. And tell them not to tell anyone. Zhang Hao shook his head firmly. I feel really guilty for beating you up like this. I have to make sure you get home safely. Lu Chao was deeply moved by these words. Only those within the church can treat each other with the warmth of spring. Brother, thank you. Don't feel guilty. If it were me, I might have done even worse. You were right. Lu Chao began to comfort Zhang Hao. What a wonderful person. Why did I have to make a move against him in the first place? If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have encountered such a ruthless attack from the other party. Brother, please don't say that. It makes me feel even more guilty. Zhang Hao argued with him. After all, he came looking for Shenmei, so Shenmei must be the woman he killed before. If we don't divert his attention, he might not get to the Moon God Church, and they'll turn against him. Anyone who goes out to find women late at night must have deep feelings for that Shenmei. Or perhaps it's just that he has a one-sided crush on Shenmei. If Lu Chao finds out that he killed Shenmei, Lu Chao might turn on him. Zhang Hao wanted to prevent this accident from happening. Hee, brother, there's no need to feel guilty. We were both wrong and acted too impulsively. But we became friends after our fight. I feel like we've known each other forever. I'm determined to be your friend. Lu Chao said, deeply moved. Big brother. Second brother. Big brother. Second brother. Ha ha ha. This trip was worthwhile. Getting to know a hero like you, second brother, was definitely worth it. Lu Chao said with a hearty laugh. Brother, I'm so glad. I followed Jin Yunhee out tonight, but after they fought for a while, he started to run away. They chased after him, and I didn't even have time to catch up before you came. Zhang Hao offered to explain his actions tonight. Ah! It was all by chance. Luckily, we ran into each other, otherwise we might never have met in our entire lives. Lu Chao said with great emotion. Hey, by the way, second brother, how many people did you see chasing after them at the end? Lu Chao suddenly asked. I didn't see clearly, but it seemed like there were 3 of them. They were incredibly fast, especially the last one in the blue robe. He was as swift as lightning. I didn't even get a good look before he disappeared. Zhang Hao said, shaking his head. My strength is still too low, otherwise I would have been able to see clearly who they were trying to kill. Zhang Hao said with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao felt relieved, and his wariness of Zhang Hao completely dissipated. He was originally worried that Shen Mei might have been killed by Zhang Hao in front of him. After all, his divine lightning was too domineering, shattering the protective energy he had cultivated and paralyzing him completely. That's terrifying. Sheng Mei is only a 9-star martial artist and has not yet cultivated the Moonlight Marrow cleansing technique, so she is not immune to divine lightning at all. If one were to encounter divine lightning, the odds would truly be against them. At this moment, Zhang Hao said he saw Shen Mei chasing after them, and Lu Chao was completely relieved. Haha! It's alright. You haven't been cultivating for very long. With your talent, I believe it won't be long before you cause a sensation throughout the entire human race. Lu Chao laughed and comforted him. He had witnessed Zhang Hao's talent firsthand, it was terrifying. In just a few minutes, he mastered the basics of the Moonlight Marrow cleansing technique. They crushed far too many of the most talented students in the sect. Who has ever seen someone master a profound skill in just a few minutes? This kind of qualification is terrifying, I've never even heard of it before. Thank you for your encouragement, brother. I will work hard. By the way, brother, which way should we go next? Zhang Hao asked with a shy smile. It's like the shy expression after being praised by an elder. Over here, our Moon God Church's church is located in a bar. Our worship time is different from other sects, they worship during the day, while we worship at night. The bar is the best cover. Lu Chao said with a smile. Are you an undercover agent sent by headquarters? How come you don't even know the location of the church? Lu Chao asked in surprise. Brother, you don't know, once you enter the elite class, it's hard to even leave the school. Everyone is required to train hard, and there are many martial arts techniques to practice every day. There's simply no time to go out. Zhang Hao said helplessly. Besides, before we came here, we were instructed that we could only contact the cult after we were admitted to university, we were not allowed to contact them before that. Zhang Hao's mind raced, and he began to make up a story. He almost believed the story he made up. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I didn't expect that. Indeed, the only reason I sent you there was to get into university and learn martial arts. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of time. Lu Chao laughed, suddenly realizing. Go straight to the nightclub on Shengli Road and enter through the back door. Lu Chao began instructing Zhang Hao. Okay, big brother, hold on tight, I'm starting to run. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Alright, I'd like to see how fast you are. Ha ha ha. Lu Chao laughed heartily. Wah-ah-ah. Before he could close his mouth, a mouthful of cold air was poured in, causing him to make a whimpering sound. He hadn't expected his delivery man to be so fast, catching him completely off guard. He quickly shut his mouth and didn't dare to speak the rest of the way. Watching the scenery rush past him, Lu Chao was secretly surprised. This speed is about the same as Shen Mei's. Although he can't compare to him, it will still take him a lot of effort to catch up. This made Lu Chao value Zhang Hao even more. With such good aptitude and such speed, his future achievements would definitely be great. Befriending him now will definitely be useful in the future, and may even be of great help to him. Soon, they arrived at the night bar on Shengli Road. Shall we go in from here? Zhang Hao asked, pointing to a small door. Yes. That's how you go in. Lu Chao nodded and said. Following Lu Chao's instructions, Zhang Hao knocked on the door 3 times short and 1 time long, and the door opened quickly. Who are you? You. Lord Lu? You. How did you become like this? The person inside asked in astonishment when he saw Zhang Hao carrying Lu Chao on his back. Let me in quickly and find the sex doctor to treat my injuries. Lu Chao shouted. Yes, yes, I'll call someone over right away. Upon seeing Lu Chao's injuries, the man immediately began calling for help. Following their instructions, Zhang Hao put Lu Chao down. Brother, I'd like to go to the church to worship the goddess. Is that convenient? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's impression of Zhang Hao improved even more. Look, this is truly a talent within the church. As soon as he returned to the church, he thought of worshipping the goddess. Unlike some believers today who only think about their own selfish interests and don't think about worshipping the gods. Go, go. I think you haven't paid your respects in a long time either. Xiaoan, take my brother to the church. Lu Chao began to instruct. Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Xiaoan said with a smile. Thank you. Zhang Hao said earnestly. No need, you are Lord Lu's brother, it is my honor to serve you. Xiaoan waved his hand hurriedly and said, he was very excited. Those in high positions are always this polite. Xiaoan, are there still people guarding inside the church? Zhang Hao asked again. There is one person. Although our church is not afraid of having its idols stolen, we have arranged for someone to guard them. It's just a formality. No one can steal our church's idols. Xiaoan said confidently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's face lit up with a strange smile, which he quickly suppressed. Soon, they arrived at the church. There was only an old man at the door watching TV. Xiaoan led him inside, but the old man didn't watch anything and was focused on his phone. Mr. Zhang, please go and worship the goddess. I'll wait for you outside. Xiaoan said ingratiatingly to Zhang Hao. He stepped back and considerately closed the door. Inside the church, Zhang Hao is the only one there now. He never expected things to be so easy, none of the excuses he had prepared were needed. This struck Zhang Hao as somewhat absurd. The moon god cult was surprisingly unguarded around him, an outsider, and seemed completely at ease letting him stay in the church. This really surprised him. However, considering Lu Chao's previous misunderstandings and his status in the moon god cult in Xiaozhang City, these things seem to make sense now. Life is unpredictable, and things are truly hard to foresee. Zhang Hao opened the system and enveloped the statue of the moon goddess. A statue of the moon goddess has been discovered, which can be exchanged for 60,000 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange it? Exchange. Whoosh. The luminous moon goddess vanished, and the entire church became dark and eerie, with the pale moonlight casting long shadows and a chilling wind blowing. Before the statues were there, these things weren't apparent, but once they disappeared, these sights became clear. Too many people have been killed here, these beasts. They routinely chant slogans of fairness, yet they hunt down martial artists as sacrifices to gain power. Xiaoan, who was outside, and the old man guarding the church also suddenly felt as if they had become cold. But since it was winter, they didn't pay much attention and just tightened their clothes. Zhang Hao looked at the altar, opened the system, and directly selected to redeem. A moon god cult altar has been discovered, which can be exchanged for 100 enhancement points. Would you like to exchange it? Exchange. The eerie atmosphere inside the church vanished instantly, and Zhang Hao lit the candles inside, making the church bright and radiant once again. A warm atmosphere filled the church once again. Zhang Hao walked around the room and, finding nothing else worth exchanging, opened the door and went outside. They also closed the church door. Mr. Zhang, you're out. Xiaoan waited respectfully outside. Xiaoan looked at the brightly lit interior of the church and didn't pay much attention, especially since Mr. Zhang politely closed the door. Zhang Hao was more polite than anyone he had ever met, which made Xiaoan admire him greatly. Yes, I feel much better now that the worship is over. Thank you. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Xiaoan felt as if she were basking in a spring breeze. The old guard also looked up at Zhang Hao and gave him a kind smile. He had never seen anyone show kindness to Xiaoan before. Zhang Hao was the first. No need, Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. Xiaoan smiled broadly and felt very comfortable as she led Zhang Hao the way. You're too kind. I really wish I could stay here forever and be with the goddess, but unfortunately I have to leave soon. Zhang Hao looked back at the church again, his face full of reluctance. This made Xiaoan and the old man admire them even more. Such a polite person, and so devout to the goddess, is truly a good believer. Neither of them disturbed Zhang Hao's remembrance. Zhang Hao also felt that it was enough, and that the acting should end here. Let's go, we'll come back to pay our respects when we have time. Zhang Hao said with a sense of loss. Why? Upon arriving at the front yard, Lu Chao's leg had already been bandaged, and other injuries were being treated. Second brother, are you done with the worship? Lu Chao asked happily when he saw Zhang Hao. Yes, brother, and thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would have been able to see the goddess again. Zhang Hao said, holding Lu Chao's hand with emotion. This moved Lu Chao deeply. Hey, come here often when you have time. Lu Chao shook Zhang Hao's hand vigorously. Brother, I'm afraid it won't work. If you come today, you won't be able to come again. Zhang Hao said with some regret. Lu Chao, assuming it was Zhang Hao's undercover work, looked at him with sudden realization. Brother, you've been confused. It's all right, there's plenty of time. We'll meet again someday. Lu Chao said, patting Zhang Hao's hand. Thank you for your comforting words, brother. I have to go now, they're calling. Zhang Hao said embarrassedly. I can't stay with my older brother now. Hey, go, hurry up, don't delay the important business. Lu Chao waved his hand, telling Zhang Hao to go quickly. Okay, I'm leaving now. Zhang Hao stood up, opened the small door, and left Nightfall Bar. My brother is loyal and righteous. Lu Chao said to Xiaoan, looking in the direction Zhang Hao had disappeared. Yes, Mr. Zhang is very kind and compassionate. Xiaoan nodded in agreement. Zhang Hao left the night bar and, after walking a short distance and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, immediately started running. After circling the city several times to make sure no one was following him, he returned to the Zilong No. 1 residential area. Back home, Zhang Hao finally relaxed, throwing himself onto the bed as if he were completely paralyzed. He opened the system and saw that he now had 600,116 enhancement points. Lu Chao is such a good person. It's about my uncle's side. I told him I'd treat him today, but I never expected this kind of accident to happen. Fortunately, we managed to retrieve the level 7 blood activating pill. Looking at the enhancement points in the system, Zhang Hao was overjoyed, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. So-called security is simply having money in your bank account, food at home, and gas in your car, so you don't feel anxious. If he steals a few more idols from cults, he can quickly reach the level of a 9-star martial artist. It can even challenge those who are at the innate level of martial arts. Never mind, I'll get some sleep first. I have a lot to do tomorrow. Zhang Hao then got up, quickly washed up, and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Hao went to sleep, but many people couldn't sleep that night. Jin Yunhe's wife had been waiting for Jin Yunhe and his son to return, but even after watching the entire TV series, they still hadn't come back. This angered Li Dunmei, who dialed Jin Yunhe's number, but no one answered. I called my son, but no one answered. Could it be because it's too late and they've already gone to sleep? Li Dunmei looked at the night outside and then checked the time. It was already 4 in the morning. Li Dunmei thought for a moment, then pulled the covers up and decided to get some sleep first and go find them the next morning. When Jin Yunhe comes back tomorrow, I'll make him kneel on the keyboard. How dare he not come back all night? They've really got some nerve, neither of them, father or son, is any good. In the early hours of the morning, the old man looked at the sky, it was almost dawn. He stretched, turned off his phone on the table, picked up a broom, and planned to clean the church, close the door, and go back to sleep. That night, apart from Mr. Zhang, no one else came to worship the goddess. The old man pushed open the church door, and inside, the lights were still on and the candles were still burning. This is a special type of candle made by the moon god cult. It can burn for a long time and produces very little smoke. The old man started cleaning, and some incense ash spilled from the offering table, which he also began to clean up. He then glanced at the goddess, and what he saw instantly stunned the old man. His mind went blank, and he almost fell to the ground, his face filled with utter horror. Where is the statue of the goddess? The old man panicked and frantically searched everywhere. But they discovered that the altar was gone too. The old men panicked completely, threw down their brooms, and let out heart-wrenching, tearful screams. Help! The statue of the goddess has been stolen. The old man's roar jolted everyone awake from their drowsiness in the bar. Lu Chao was still asleep. Due to his serious injuries and the exhaustion from fighting last night, he had been in a deep sleep. Xiaoan was guarding Lu Chao when he was awakened by the old man's shrill cries. What happened? Xiaoan looked up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and muttered as she walked outside. Suddenly, Xiaoan saw the believers in the bar running frantically towards the church. Curious, he stopped someone to ask what was going on. What happened? Why are you all so flustered? Xiaoan asked. Oh dear, old Lu, who guards the church, said the statue has been stolen. I'm going to check it out right away. The person who was stopped said impatiently, then walked past Xiaoan and ran straight towards the church. Xiaoan was stunned when she heard this. Our idols have been stolen too? He had just heard a few days ago that the statues of the sun god cult, the black serpent cult, and the night goddess cult had been stolen, and he was quite happy about it at the time. But they never expected that their idols would be stolen today. However, the statue is located inside the church, and there is only one way to enter the church. The only way in was through the secret passage in the bar. How did the thieves manage to steal the statue? And how is he going to take such a huge statue with him when he leaves? As for magical treasures like storage rings, Xiaoan wouldn't even consider them. No one in the human race had ever heard of a storage magic item. So how did he manage to leave with the idol? Xiaoan couldn't understand it, so he ran after them and looked inside the church, only to find that the statue had indeed disappeared. Xiaoan's mind went blank, filled with a jumble of noises. The statue really did disappear, it really was stolen. How is that possible? Looking at the panicked believers around him, Xiaoan was also at a loss, wandering around aimlessly like a headless fly. Damn it, there's no passageway here, how could the statue have been stolen? Someone examined the church's structure in disbelief. They discovered that there was indeed no direct passage to get in, the only way was through a secret passage inside the bar. That's right, there's only one passage here. Did you see anyone carrying the statue of a god out of here? Wang Xian asked, looking at the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. Old Lu, who went into this church last night? Wang Xian asked, looking at old Lu who was still crying. Old Lu was trembling with fear. He was ordered to guard the church, but he was watching TV. Usually, no one bothered him, but now that something had happened, he would have to be held accountable. He never imagined that the statue would be stolen in such a safe environment. My mind is in a panic right now, and I'm afraid of being punished by the cult. It's over. It's really over. We're really doomed this time. He genuinely regretted watching so much TV last night. If I hadn't watched TV last night, the statue wouldn't have been stolen. He really regretted it. He made up his mind that he would never watch TV dramas again, because TV dramas are really harmful. Why do these people make TV dramas so good? Hey, old Lu, stop crying. What's the use of crying? Think about who came in here tonight. Wang Xian grabbed old Lu and asked. You've all been in here. Old Lu said tremblingly. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking who was the last to enter the church. We finished our prayers in the first half of the night and didn't go into the church at all, Wang Xian asked anxiously, slapping his forehead. That's right, old Lu, think about it carefully. The statue was stolen in the middle of the night. It was perfectly fine when we came out. That's right, think it over carefully, or you're the one who stole it. These words terrified old Lu. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was watching TV all night and didn't go into the church at all. You can check my phone. Old Lu screamed in terror. He really didn't steal this. If he were to be accused of this crime, he would be living a life worse than death. He was scared. Shut up, don't interrupt, let old Lu think about it. Wang Xian was furious at the chaotic shouting and yelled, and the surroundings immediately quieted down. Don't be afraid. Think carefully. Who was the last one to enter the church? Wang Xian said kindly to old Lu. Old Lu looked at Wang Xian with trembling eyes and a panicked expression. Suddenly, old Lu spotted Xiaoan, and his eyes lit up. He pointed at Xiaoan and yelled. He went into the church last. I remember it very clearly, he brought someone into the church with him. Immediately, everyone's eyes followed old Liu's finger and looked at Xiaoan. Xiaoan felt a chill run down her spine and a general discomfort under his gaze. Before Xiaoan could react, everyone surrounded her. They were laughing at the other three sects for losing their idols, but now that it's their turn, they realize how incredibly shameful it is. They wouldn't dare go out until they found the statue. They would be ridiculed by people from other religions if they went out. Xiaoan, did you steal the idol? Wang Xian looked at Xiaoan and asked with narrowed eyes. No. It wasn't me. Why would I steal the idol? Xiaoan shouted in a panic. Old Lu said you brought someone in. Who is that person? Wang Xian pressed Xiaoan for an answer. That person is Mr. Zhang, a friend of Lord Lu. Lord Lu asked me to bring him to the church. Xiaoan looked at the fierce-looking Wang Xian and the other believers who exuded murderous intent, and immediately confessed everything in fear. Are you telling the truth? Wang Xian grabbed Xiaoan's collar and asked fiercely. It's true, everything I said is true, how could I dare to lie to you? Xiaoan was almost in tears. You can ask Lord Lu. Mr. Zhang and Lord Lu are brothers, he must know Mr. Jiang's identity. Xiaoan cried out. Wang Xian narrowed her eyes. Lu Chao? Let's go ask Lu Chao what exactly happened, Wang Xian said, leading the way as she stormed towards Lu Chao's room where he was recuperating. What are you doing? Why are so many people running in? Lu Chao had just woken up when he saw Wang Xian leading a large group of people into his room, and he asked angrily. Lu Chao, who was the person you brought back last night? Wang Xian asked, staring intently at Lu Chao. What do you mean? Lu Chao looked at Wang Xian with a blank expression. He saw that Wang Xian looked serious and knew that something must have happened. The statue is missing. The person you brought back last night was the last to enter the church, and no one has gone in since. He's gone, and the statue is missing too. Wang Xian said coldly. Lu Chao's mind went blank, and he looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Impossible. He's an undercover agent sent by headquarters, how could he possibly steal the idols of the cult? Lu Chao exclaimed. How do you know he's an undercover agent? Did he tell you himself? Wang Xian asked in a deep voice. Or is there any evidence to prove he's an undercover agent? Does his ability to cultivate the moonlight marrow cleansing technique count? Lu Chao hurriedly asked. Wang Xian frowned upon hearing this. This is indeed a cultivation technique that only members of the divine cult can practice, so the person last night was indeed an undercover agent sent by headquarters. Is there any other evidence? What's his name? Wang Xian asked again. His name is Zhang. Zhang, Lu Chao couldn't finish his sentence after saying the name Zhang. His mind was buzzing, he didn't even know the man's name from last night, only that his surname was Zhang. They had been calling each other elder brother and younger brother very affectionately last night, but now he realized he didn't even know their names. Even the surname might be fake. Lu Chao was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at Wang Xian, speechless. Wang Xian stared wide-eyed at Lu Chao in disbelief. You don't even know his name. You don't even know the other person's name, yet you're calling them brother? Looking at Lu Chao's completely bewildered expression, Wang Xian was truly impressed. That idiot, just by looking at Lu Chao, you can tell he's going to have a hard time finding the statue. Although this small river city is not large, it is not small either, and it has a large transient population. It is a transit city in Zongjia province. Finding one person among so many people is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. Hurry up and hold a meeting, find out what his characteristics are. Wang Xian shouted, trembling as he forcibly suppressed his rage. Yes, yes. Let me think. Lu Chao was so angry that he didn't even bother to talk back, the matter was too serious. He swallowed hard, patted his head, and imagined the scene of the two of them with their arms around each other last night. Lu Chao suddenly remembered last night when he said Zhang Hao was a member of the Moon God cult. Zhang Hao vehemently denied it. He only admitted it after the man insisted that he was a member of the Moon God cult. So all his later claims of being an undercover agent were fabricated? Lu Chao felt his blood rushing to his head, his veins throbbing, and his hair standing on end in anger. Lu Chao had traveled all over the country and had never suffered such a great loss. They actually led the other person in, and even had someone take him to the church, closing the door so he could steal the idol. Tell me, what are his characteristics? Wang Xian saw Lu Chao gritting his teeth and really wanted to beat him up. If he weren't the son of Lu Wanbo, the head of the headquarters, he would have hung Lu Chao up and beaten him long ago. Is he particularly strong? Is being very powerful a characteristic? Lu Chao asked hesitantly, sweating profusely. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Anyone who didn't know better would think you did something horrible last night. You're incredibly strong and powerful. Listen to that. What kind of indecent talk is that? Were you in front, or was he in front? Wang Xian's veins bulged, and he almost couldn't resist making a move. Appearance, physical characteristics. Wang Xian roared, trembling all over. Lu Chao imagined Zhang Hao's physical features, but realized it was too late last night and he couldn't see clearly. Now, when he thought about it, it was all very blurry. In addition, I was too busy begging for mercy last night to recognize Zhang Hao's appearance clearly, and later Zhang Hao carried me back. All you can see is the back of Zhang Hao's head. When he tried to describe it, he found that he really couldn't put it into words. I only remember that he was very burly and tall, but, I don't remember much else. Lu Chao said with a troubled expression. Damn it! Wang Xian couldn't hold back any longer and swore. Is he as tall as you? Wang Xian asked, clenching her fists. Yes, he's a little taller than me. Lu Chao nodded quickly. Write it down. The thief is about 1.9 meters tall and has a burly build. Wang Xian shouted to the people around him. Yes. What's your accent like? Are you from out of town or a local? Local. Lu Chao quickly replied. What martial arts skills do you know? He knows thunder magic, is incredibly strong, ruthless, and also knows the moonlight marrow cleansing technique. Lu Chao said quickly. Wang Xian stared intently at Lu Chao, noticing the injuries on his legs and head. The injury on your head must have been caused by being struck by lightning, right? So the leg injury must have been caused by the other party. If he's ruthless, then Lu Chao's injury last night was because he was tortured by the other party, which is why he brought the other party back to the church. So how much of what he's saying is actually true? Did he know that the person was going to steal the idol? Does that person have any leverage over him? Will he continue to betray the religion in the future? He also mentioned that the person last night could cultivate the moonlight marrow cleansing technique. How did Lu Chao know that? Where did that person get the moonlight marrow cleansing skill? Thinking about all this, Wang Xian quickly calmed down. Feeling uneasy under Wang Xian's gaze, Lu Chao hurriedly asked, Do you have any other questions? You said he can cultivate the moonlight marrow cleansing technique, how do you know that? Wang Xian asked coldly. Lu Chao originally wanted to say that it was I who taught him. If the statue hadn't been stolen, then he could have taught Zhang Hao the moonlight marrow cleansing technique without any problems. But now the statue has been stolen, and he taught that person the moonlight marrow cleansing technique. This is just inexplicable. Looking at Wang Xian's sneer and suspicious expression, Lu Chao felt extremely uneasy. What? That's hard to say. Wang Xian looked coldly at Lu Chao. So how did you get injured? Wang Xian asked again. Why did he carry you back? You must explain this matter clearly, otherwise even your father can't protect you. Wang Xian said with a sneer. If you don't believe me, I'll hand you over to headquarters right now and see if your father dares to protect you. If he protects you, he'll lose his own position. You'll see if you can still be as carefree within the cult without your father's protection. If this statue is found in Xiaozhong City, then we can still keep things under control. But if the higher UPS find out, then your father and you are both finished, because you won't be able to explain yourself. Wang Xian patted Lu Chao on the shoulder and said coldly. These words sent a chill down Lu Chao's spine, making him feel cold all over. He hated Zhang Hao to death, wishing he could find Zhang Hao and tear him to pieces, skin him alive and pull out his tendons. His expression changed drastically upon hearing Wang Xian's words. He realized that if his father lost his position as the head of the inn because of him, he would surely kill him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver, and sweat poured out uncontrollably, making him feel as if he had been drenched in rain. Think it through yourself. Do you want to explain things to me, or go to headquarters to explain things? Think it over carefully. I'll give you half an hour. Wang Xian patted Lu Chao on the shoulder and turned to leave. By the way, it's best not to leave this room when you're thinking about it, or I'll report you as a defector. Wang Xian turned around and looked coldly at Lu Chao, making Lu Chao shiver. No, I'll confess right now. Lu Chao shouted, his voice trembling with tears. Although he was stronger than Wang Xian, at this moment he was like a lamb to the slaughter. I'll tell you everything. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as she walked over to Lu Chao and began to ask him questions. Lu Chao recounted everything that happened last night, not daring to hide anything. He was now entirely counting on Wang Xian to help him catch that person, so that his father wouldn't be harmed because of him. He still wants to continue being the second-generation heir of his cult. This kind of life is too comfortable. If he were left to fend for himself, he would likely achieve nothing. When he learned that he had chased after Li Shenmei, Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Because he knew that Li Shenmei was there to deal with Zhang Hao for Jin Yunhe. Zhang Hao's parents were actually defectors from the Moon God cult. According to the cult's rules, any defector and their entire family must die. Zhang Hao was no exception, he had to die. Therefore, Jin Yunhe was essentially cleaning house for the divine cult. You said that when you went there last night, you saw him alone there, without any trace of anyone else. Wang Xian asked. Yes, I didn't see anyone else. Lu Chao nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately turned to the believer beside him and asked. Has Jin Minjia returned? No, sir, we haven't seen him return. Quick! Call Jin Yunhe's home and ask if he's back yet. Wang Xian said quickly. Yes. The subordinate immediately dialed Jin Yunhe's home phone number. Where is Li Shenmei? Has Li Shenmei returned? Has anyone seen her? Wang Xian asked again. Lu Chao also watched the believers nervously. No. I didn't see her either. The believer shook his head. Lu Chao glanced around and saw everyone shaking their heads, and his heart sank. Sir, Jin Yunhe's wife said that neither he nor his son returned home all night. The subordinate said with a grim expression after hanging up the phone. Oh no, those three are probably in grave danger. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian slammed his fist on the table in anger. Impossible. Shenmei can't be dead. He's so powerful, he absolutely can't die. Lu Chao shouted in disbelief. That man said that when he got there, he saw three figures chasing after her. Master Wang, please help me find Shenmei's whereabouts. She can't be dead. Lu Chao shouted anxiously. Wang Xian looked at him with loving eyes. Do you still believe what he said? Upon hearing this, Lu Chao's face froze, and his eyes turned bloodshot. You scoundrel, don't let me catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lu Chao roared, trembling. His most beloved woman was most likely killed by that person last night. He also taught the other party the moonlight marrow cleansing technique and even became sworn brothers with him. Thinking of this, Lu Chao felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood, so he spat it out with a pft. If you see him again, will you still recognize him? Wang Xian asked Lu Chao. Yes, we definitely can. Lu Chao said, clenching his fists and his eyes red. Okay, take good care of your injury. I'll let you go and identify people later. Wang Xian patted Lu Chao on the shoulder. Keep an eye on him, don't let him leave this house. Wang Xian instructed the followers as he walked out of the room. His kung fu is so strong, what if he tries to force his way out, the subordinate asked. I believe he won't. If he tries to force his way out, then kill him if you can, and let him go if you can't. You can all be witnesses and report him for defection. Wang Xian said with a sneer. This sent a chill down the spines of those around them. According to the rules of the religion, defectors are subject to the execution of their entire families. His father will not be spared either. Yes, I understand. Go, find Jin Yunhe's wife, and then you all go to the school to ask if he went there, Wang Xian instructed everyone. Also, find someone to look for Zhang Hao from the 3rd high school. He's currently living in the Zilong No. 1 residential area. Find someone to inquire about his whereabouts. Yes. Also, what major event happened in the city last night? Have the intelligence officer report it immediately. Yes. Go on. Wang Xian waved his hand, telling them to hurry up and get to work. Time is money now, the sooner the killer is identified, the sooner he can catch him. Although I just said that Lu Chao could not escape punishment, wasn't he also in the same boat? As the person in charge of this small Zhongcheng town, he too could not escape punishment. And he bears a greater responsibility, after all, he is in charge of this church. Based on his understanding of Lu Wanbo, he would definitely pin the blame on him and exonerate his son, Lu Chao. Even if they cannot escape punishment, their punishment will be mitigated, while he, as the head of the hall, may face the death penalty. Should they, like the leaders of the other 3 sects, simply defect? At this moment, he hated Lu Chao and Zhang Hao to the core. If I'm not doing well, none of you will be doing well either. Wang Xian said viciously. Jin Yunhe's wife, Li Dunmei, was also panicked at this moment. She looked at the sky and saw that it was already dawn. She had originally planned to go see Jin Yunhe when she went to work, but now she was panicking. He got up and dialed the phone numbers of Jin Yunhe and his son, but neither call went through. All of them are out of service area. Li Dunmei immediately called Mei Tianheng to inquire about Jin Yunhe's whereabouts. I don't know, didn't he go home? Mei Tianheng asked in surprise. Old Jin goes home every night, he doesn't stay at school anymore, and the school hasn't reserved a room for him. Upon hearing this, Li Dunmei panicked completely. Principal Mei, you have to help me. Help me find my husband, Lao Jin. How can I live if he's gone? Li Dunmei cried out. Okay, don't worry, I'll get someone to help you find the person right away. Mei Tianheng was no longer sleepy at this moment, so he got up and dialed the number of the Demon Extermination Guard to ask them to help find the person. After all, he was the homeroom teacher of a top-performing class and an important figure in the school. His disappearance is a huge loss for the school. At this moment, it wasn't just the Moon God cult searching for Jin Yunhe, the Demon Exorcism Guard was also looking for him. Zhang Hao stretched, then started washing up and getting ready for school. Looking at the rising sun outside, Zhang Hao was in a good mood, today was sure to be a good day. When he arrived at the school, the classroom of Class 1, Tianjiao, was in a chaotic and noisy state. Zhang Hao overheard a few sentences of their discussion and somehow already knew that Jin Yunhe was missing. Did this news spread so quickly? Even a teacher as capable as her could be harmed. It makes me feel so insecure. Wang Suekin said to her desk mate. I heard that the Demon Extermination Guard is currently searching for Teacher Jin with all their might. I wonder if they can find him. I wonder which villain was responsible for harming Teacher Jin. It's not settled yet, the person hasn't been found, we can't be sure the teacher was murdered. Zhao Xuanian shouted. That's right, everyone, don't panic. Even without Teacher Jin, there are other teachers at the school. Li Xian shouted along. Li Xian, do you have any conscience? Your teacher has been so good to you, how could you talk to her like that? Zhao Chunmei stood up and scolded Li Xian. Exactly, Li Xian, you're inhuman. The teacher just disappeared, and you're already eager to find a new one. Li Xian was speechless. Everyone criticized him, including his best friend Zhao Xuanian. He couldn't even argue back. All they could do was bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Zhang Hao watched the show from the sidelines. It would be a miracle if you guys could even find Jin Yunhe. Just then, two people entered the classroom, a man and a woman. One was Li Dunmei, Jin Yunhe's wife, and the other was Li Xiao from the Moon God cult. They found Zhang Hao immediately, and Li Xiao pressed the button on the miniature camera to start recording. Li Dunmei was in charge of covering for them, and she looked at the people in the classroom while crying. Have you seen where Lao Jin went? Li Dunmei cried out. The classroom erupted in chaos as everyone rushed over to comfort Li Dunmei. Li Xiao followed behind Li Dunmei, taking clear photos of Zhang Hao's physical characteristics. After much reassurance, Li Dunmei was finally calmed down. Principal Mei came in and announced that a new homeroom teacher would be in charge of Class 1, and that they should not worry. And to put everyone at ease, there will be a pre-exam competition soon. The school will select people from the elite class to participate in the competition, which will be held across the entire human race. The prizes are very generous, so everyone can get ready to participate in the selection. Li Xiao rushed back to Nightshade Bar as quickly as possible and showed the video to Lu Chao. When Lu Chao saw Zhang Hao in the video, he was immediately enraged and pointed at him, roaring. Master Wang, it's him! It's him! He's the one who came into the church last night. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately stepped forward to look at Zhang Hao in the video, whose physique was indeed robust. It's huge, even through the screen, you can feel its fierce aura. He wore a mocking smile, as if he were watching a play. Yes. Wasn't he just watching a show when he killed Jin Yunhe? Wang Xian looked intently at Zhang Hao, as if trying to deeply imprint Zhang Hao's appearance in her mind. Xiaoan, is it him? Wang Xian asked Xiaoan. Master, it's him, it's him. Xiaoan said hurriedly. Master, you must help me kill him, kill him. Lu Chao roared furiously. He has never suffered such a loss since his debut. Thinking about how he and Zhang Hao had put their arms around each other and acted like brothers last night, Lu Chao felt like dying. His lifelong reputation was ruined. He was tricked into entering a church and was allowed to steal the idol right under his nose. Lu Chao felt like vomiting blood every time he thought about it. When Lu Chao closed his eyes, all he could see was Zhang Hao's image, like a curse surrounding him. Call him Big Brother. The Moon God cult members looked at Lu Chao with pity. They had previously held Lu Chao in great awe because of his strength. Even Wang Xian treated Lu Chao with caution and a hint of awe. But now, although people still have some respect for Lu Chao, it's only on the surface, they secretly despise him. Seeing the gazes directed at him by others, Lu Chao gritted his teeth in anger, filled with rage. He vowed to tear Zhang Hao to pieces. His legs were still broken by Zhang Hao. Recalling how he begged for mercy under Zhang Hao's hands, Lu Chao felt extremely ashamed. Therefore, he was determined to kill Zhang Hao. Only then can this inner demon be broken. Hehe, don't worry, no one has ever been able to provoke our Moon God cult and escape unscathed. Wang Xian patted Lu Chao on the shoulder, telling him not to get too excited, as the wounds on his legs had reopened and were starting to bleed. It's not just us who need to hunt him down. The other three major sects are also looking for the person who stole the idol, right? If we tell them this, I'm sure they'll be very happy, won't they? Wang Xian revealed a wicked smile. The other believers were stunned when they heard this, and then looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Master is brilliant. Now he'll be besieged by the four major sects, and Zhang Hao will have nowhere to escape. Li Xiao looked at Wang Xian with admiration. The others, upon hearing Li Xiao's words, suddenly understood and looked at their leader with admiration, shouting that their leader was wise. Wang Xian wore a humble smile. At the same time, he looked at Li Xiao with great admiration. This way, the three major sects can besiege Zhonghao first, and we can reap the benefits. Li Xiao said again. Master is brilliant. To come up with such a plan in such a short time, Xiao is impressed. Li Xiao bowed and looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Ha ha ha. These are just some small tricks. Everyone, get to work and spread the word. Wang Xian was even more satisfied with Li Xiao. He had only thought of leaking the information to the three major sects, and the idea of reaping the benefits was only brought up after Li Xiao reminded him. Yes. The members of the Moon God cult scattered and spread the word outside. Master, please hand Zhonghao over to me. I cannot vent my hatred without killing him. Lu Chao shouted through gritted teeth. Yes, don't worry. Wang Xian said with a smile. He found the person who stole the idol and felt much more at ease, but he was still worried that he didn't know who had stolen it. Finding a needle in a haystack. That would be the end of it. If the higher UPS hold him accountable, he really can't afford to take the blame. In that case, he'll have no choice but to push Lu Chao out to take the fall and share the responsibility. At that time, I would definitely offend Lu Wanbo. Now that we know it's Zhonghao, the next step is to hunt him down and retrieve the statue. No one can steal the idol and still live peacefully. Wang Xian said emphatically, looking at Zhonghao smiling in the video. Zhonghao was unaware that he had been targeted by the Moon God cult, and that he would subsequently be targeted by 3 other cults. Now they have a new homeroom teacher. To Zhonghao's surprise, it was Lu Dongdong. He thought it was the homeroom teacher of another elite class who was also in charge. When Lu Dongdong came in, he winked at him and looked at the students below with a smile. Hello everyone, I am Lu Dongdong. I believe you are all familiar with me. From now until the college entrance examination, I will be guiding you in your training. I hope we can get along well in the days to come. Everyone looked at Lu Dongdong, exchanging bewildered glances. Lu Dongdong had a nickname at school, Violent Maniac. They dared to challenge Jin Yunhe before, but they dared not have any objections when facing Lu Dongdong. When someone came to the school to cause trouble, it happened to be in class 5. Lu Dongdong beat him up so badly that all his teeth were knocked out and all 4 of his limbs were broken. A dozen or so thugs were beaten until they cried and screamed, regretting their blindness in coming here to cause trouble. Finally, after being tortured, he asked the demon-slaying guards to come and capture him. After that, no more hooligans dared to enter the school and cause trouble. Songhai's group dared not enter the school because of Lu Dongdong, and could only block Zhonghao at the school gate. The rules remain the same as before. You can continue cultivating as before. If you need any help or have any problems with your cultivation, feel free to come to me. Lu Dongdong said with a smile as he looked around. In addition, I didn't know that Teacher Jin told you about a selection competition before the college entrance examination. This selection competition is organized by the military, and the prizes are very generous. Moreover, if you achieve a certain ranking, you can also receive personal guidance from some generals in the military. And there's also a generous bonus, high-quality weapons, and a guaranteed university admission. Lu Dongdong said slowly. These words caused a stir in the classroom, with students fidgeting and getting excited. During our student days, who didn't think of themselves as the king? They all looked at Lu Dongdong with longing, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This selection competition is open to all students, not just those in your elite class. You all need to feel the pressure. Don't let the students from the regular classes beat you. That would be a laughing stock, and you'd lose your status as students in the elite class. Lu Dongdong said sternly. Zhao Xuanian and the others pursed their lips. Teacher, are you kidding me? However, upon thinking of this, Zhao Xuanian couldn't help but glance at Zhonghao. He's not afraid of anything as long as he doesn't encounter a pervert like Zhonghao who gets high on drugs like that. The others also glanced at Zhonghao with disdain and hostility in their eyes. Time is tight. The selection competition will start this afternoon. First, we'll select from within the school, then from Xiaozhong City, and then from Zongjia Province. They're selected layer by layer like this. There are only 100 slots available per province, so you need to get ready for the upcoming assessment. After Lu Dongdong finished speaking, the classroom erupted in an uproar. Some were worried, while others were indifferent, feeling that their abilities were just so-so and they would definitely not get a ranking. But getting into university is definitely not a problem. Outside the school, people from the 3 major sects, including the Sun God cult, learned that the person who stole the idol was Zhang Hao from the 3rd Warrior High School. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to drag Zhang Hao out and tear him to pieces. The 3 major religious sects have become a laughingstock lately due to the loss of their idols and the defection of their leaders. They can't even recruit followers. People think that a sect that can't even protect its idols has no future. Every time they went to recruit believers, many people would turn away in anger for this reason. Every time they went out, the strange looks they received from others made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles, their faces burning with embarrassment. I hate the person who stole the idol. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find out who stole the idol. They had no choice but to swallow this huge loss themselves. Are you all sure this news is true? Wan Qianshan, the leader of the Sun God cult, asked seriously. Master, it's true. The statue of the Moon God cult was stolen last night, and someone among them recognized the person who stole it, the subordinate replied respectfully. All right, regardless of whether he stole our idols or not, from now on, keep a close watch on him. Don't let the innocent get away with killing him. Wan Qianshan said coldly and viciously. Yes. The same thing happened to the cult of the Goddess of Night and the cult of the Black Serpent. Upon hearing this news, they immediately dispatched personnel to the 3rd Martial Arts High School, the Purple Dragon No. 1 residential area, and the 1st Martial Arts Hospital to stake out Zhang Hao. Given the chance, they will definitely arrest Zhang Hao and take him back for interrogation. When Wang Xian received the news from outside that the 3 major religious sects had begun to take action, he immediately smiled. That's exactly what he wanted to do to put immense pressure on Zhang Hao. From Lu Chao, he learned that Zhang Hao possessed a very powerful thunder technique. If he rashly went to capture Zhang Hao, he didn't know if he could withstand the attack of the thunder technique. Seeing Lu Chao's miserable state, Wang Xian dared not make a rash move. Let the others go up and test Zhang Hao's strength first. The actions of the 3 major religious sects put the Demon Extermination Guard on high alert, prompting them to keep a close watch to prevent these cult members from causing trouble. After all, the selection competition is starting this afternoon. You must protect the school and prevent cult members from infiltrating. Wu Xiaoai, the exorcist guard, said to the people below. Yes. Subsequently, the Demon Exorcism Guard began issuing defense missions to each school, and the Little Zhang City Guard also arrived. It is evident that the City Lord of Xiaozhang City also attaches great importance to this selection competition. If someone can rank among the top few, it will be of great benefit to him as the City Lord. During the selection process, students who wish to continue competing are not allowed to leave the school. Those who are eliminated are fine, they can continue their training and studies as usual without any restrictions. Soon it was 2 p.m. Zhang Hao and his classmates arrived at the martial arts arena, where a fighting ring had already been set up. The school said it was an event for all students. However, there are still distinctions made. The first test was for Qi and blood, anyone whose Qi and blood level did not exceed 0.8 was eliminated. You don't even have 0.8 of Qi and blood. What are you doing here? One punch from you would knock you down. Go back to your cultivation. This single criterion alone eliminates at least half of the students. Then comes the duel with a martial arts puppet, just like playing a human-computer battle in a video game. This martial arts puppet also possesses the strength of a martial artist. It was designed according to the standard of 0.8 Qi and blood, and its martial arts technique is the Fierce Tiger Fist. Only by defeating this martial arts puppet can one have the opportunity to step onto this arena. If you can't even beat the AI in a human-machine battle, what's the point of playing against real people? This round eliminated more than half of the applicants, leaving only a few students. Zhang Hao saw that there were fewer than 200 students from the regular classes who could get into the program. The number of students is about the same as that of the elite class. Those who make it this far are among the best in the regular classes. Zhang Hao also saw Song Hai among them. Well, Song Hai must have some ability to act so arrogantly at school. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death long ago. There were also a few students from class 5 whom Zhang Hao recognized. One of them was Yang Xiang, the class monitor, who stood proudly among them, surrounded by several boys who were fawning over her. Soon, Principal Mei stepped onto the stage and announced the rules of the competition. As before, it was one-on-one duels, with 100 duels starting simultaneously. The winner advances to the next round. The opponents are all determined by drawing lots, which is fairer and faster. There are less than 600 people in total, and the competition can be completed in 2 or 3 hours. Moving on to the next stage. Then the battle resumed, and 50 people were eventually selected to participate in the selection process in Xiaojiang City. After Principal Mei finished making the announcement, the lottery began. Zhang Hao opened the slip of paper he had drawn and saw that it belonged to someone he didn't recognize. But he was from class 2 of the elite group, and his name was Li Hong. But Zhang Hao didn't care, none of the people here were good fighters. His strength as a 5-star martial artist was overwhelming. In fact, Mei Tianhang and Lu Dongdong's idea was to directly let Zhang Hao enter the final spot, but for the sake of fairness, they decided to let Zhang Hao participate in the competition. I just told him to go easy on him and not to cripple him. After all, they are students from their own school, and these are all considered elite students, each one is worth investing in. The students of class 1 were overjoyed to find that they hadn't drawn Zhang Hao. When they saw that Zhang Hao had drawn Li Hong from the next class, they immediately looked at Li Hong with a hint of schadenfreude. Although they all disliked Zhang Hao and even despised him, none of them wanted to run into him. Zhang Hao's strength is simply too abnormal. Li Hong also looked at Zhang Hao with a long face and a depressed expression. He was also a member of the elite class and had seen Zhang Hao beat up the students from class 1 as if they were children. He knew he was no match for Zhang Hao, but he was unwilling to admit defeat so easily, so he decided to challenge Zhang Hao to a duel to see how big the gap was. Alright, everyone take your seats according to your numbers, let's begin the competition. Principal Mei waved his hand and announced the start of the competition. More than 500 students immediately chose their own arenas and took their seats. The martial arts arena was huge, and half of the arenas were still unused. Zhang Hao, I am Li Hong. I hope you will show mercy later. Li Hong said with a smile. Hee, no problem, no problem. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. Here I come. Li Hong asked with a smile. Come on. Don't be afraid. Zhang Hao beckoned. Li Hong's expression turned solemn, his body tensed, and like a tiger or leopard, his figure vanished with a whoosh, then reappeared in front of Zhang Hao. Seeing that Zhang Hao was still standing there motionless, Li Hong was secretly pleased. This Zhang Hao wasn't as powerful as they said, at least he was quite bad at speed. He wanted to use speed to close the gap between them. Thinking of this, Li Hong threw a punch like an arrow at Zhang Hao's neck. He wanted to finish off Zhang Hao with one punch. If Zhang Hao reacted in time, he would have no chance. The closer the fist got, the wider the smile on Li Hong's face became. Ha ha ha! He's going to defeat Zhang Hao. Who will dare to mess with him now? Zhang Hao turned his head and looked calmly at the fist that Li Hong was throwing at him. Bang! Li Hong's fist struck Zhang Hao's neck with a loud thud. Ha ha ha! Li Hong burst into laughter upon hearing this sound. This loud laugh drew the attention of everyone around. Li Hong laughed triumphantly. The fist was still on Zhang Hao's neck. Zhang Hao glanced calmly at Li Hong, who was laughing wildly. The scene was very eerie. Nobody knew what Li Hong was laughing about. I don't know why Zhang Hao didn't stop Li Hong. Li Hong was there, laughing wildly all by himself, like a victorious rooster returning home. What are you laughing at? Zhang Hao asked calmly. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's voice, Li Hong's laughter abruptly stopped, and he stared at Zhang Hao in astonishment. You, how come you're alright? Li Hong screamed. You don't even have the strength to hit someone, you're so weak, yet you call yourself a martial artist. Zhang Hao looked at him with disdain. I really want to do something too, but your skills are too weak. Even if I wanted to cooperate with you, I couldn't. Zhang Hao said in a very irritating way. Ha ha ha. The teachers and students watching the game were amused by Zhang Hao's words. Li Hong blushed deeply, feeling utterly ashamed and indignant after Zhang Hao's words. He used at least 70% of his strength just now, yet he still couldn't hurt Zhang Hao. You have to understand, this is the neck, a vital spot. What kind of monster is he exactly? The laughter around him sounded particularly grating to Li Hong at that moment. Thinking about his silly, maniacal laughter just now, Li Hong felt like digging a hole and crawling inside. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he could have dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. The strange looks they gave him made Li Hong feel like he was being pricked by thorns. I'll give you one more chance, try again. Zhang Hao deliberately exposed his neck, pointing his finger at it to ask Li Hong to hit him again. This infuriated Li Hong so much he was practically fuming. This was utterly outrageous. Even if you're powerful, you can't bully people like this, right? Besides, he was afraid of killing Zhang Hao, so he deliberately held back some of his strength. Now he's actually provoking him? Li Hong stared at Zhang Hao with red eyes. Come on, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Zhang Hao shouted, patting his neck. Are all the people in Class 2 cowards? Can't you even fight back? This phenomenon immediately attracted a crowd to come and watch. Hit him! Li Hong! Hit him with all your might, he's too arrogant. The teacher of Class 2 of Tianjiao couldn't stand it anymore and shouted excitedly from below the stage. That's right, go for it, don't hold back. I punched his nose, I punched it so hard it's crooked, I'm so angry. Don't be a coward, go up and hit him, the teachers from Class 2 shouted, urging Li Hong to make a move. Zhang Hao's comment that the people in Class 2 were all cowards really provoked them. This cannon fire infuriated them, it was outrageous. They wished they could take Li Hong's place and beat Zhang Hao up. Ah! Li Hong roared, his eyes red, and jumped up to punch Zhang Hao's face with all his might. He wanted to smash that face he loathed. It was yelling ah, through its mouth. Zhang Hao remained standing there, letting Zhang Hao's fists come at him. Bang! This time, the punch landed on his left cheek, and Li Hong felt as if his fist had hit a piece of steel. He looked up at Zhang Hao and saw that indifferent look in his eyes, the look he hated most. Zhang Hao was completely unharmed, simply looking at him calmly. Admit defeat, stop fighting, go back and practice some more. Zhang Hao patted Li Hong on the shoulder with a smile. Li Hong was trembling with rage, he desperately wanted to beat Zhang Hao to a pulp. However, he was powerless to do what he wanted. Looking at Zhang Hao, who was completely unharmed, he was very unwilling and roared as he threw a crazy punch. He even stretched out 2 fingers, wanting to poke Zhang Hao's eyes out, he wanted to destroy those eyes that he hated the most. The teachers below the stage were stunned when they saw Zhang Hao, who was completely unharmed. They were amazed at how strong Zhang Hao's external defense was. Li Hong had clearly used all his strength, but he still couldn't hurt Zhang Hao in the slightest. Seeing Li Hong acting like a madman, actually trying to blind Zhang Hao, they immediately spoke up to stop him. Li Hong, wake up! No! Li Hong! Stop! But Li Hong was no longer listening to any advice, he was as if possessed and determined to kill Zhang Hao. If he doesn't kill Zhang Hao, he'll live in Zhang Hao's shadow for the rest of his life. How dare a piece of trash who rose through the ranks using drugs be so arrogant? Why are you forcing me? Zhang Hao looked at Li Hong, very annoyed. He originally intended to subdue the enemy without a fight and force him to retreat on his own, which would have been much better, wouldn't it? They even planned to gouge out his eyes. That's going too far. Zhang Hao reached out and gently pushed Li Hong's chest. Li Hong felt as if he had been hit by a car, and was sent flying like a cannonball off the stage. He fell heavily to the ground. According to the rules, the person who is knocked out of the ring has already lost. The teachers below the stage saw Li Hongfei's figure fly out and immediately cried out in alarm, rushing over to check on Li Hongfei's body. However, they discovered that apart from the fall, Li Hong's chest was fine, not even a bone was broken. He would be alright after a rest. This immediately shocked the teachers who were conducting the inspection. Li Hongfei went so far, but he was unharmed. The force he used was extraordinary. Even if they were the ones who knocked Li Hong so far away, they couldn't guarantee that Li Hong wouldn't get hurt. Still not reassured, they checked Li Hong's internal organs again and found nothing wrong. This time, the way they looked at Zhang Hao no longer held any of the previous disdain. Even if Zhang Hao's power was enhanced through drugs, his application of that power alone surpassed that of all the students present. They even surpassed most teachers. This control over power is already incredibly refined. The teachers checked Li Hong's injuries and looked at each other with expressions of shock. Even Lu Dongdong, after examining Li Hong's injuries, had a smile on his face and felt very gratified. I am very satisfied with Zhang Hao. He was on tenterhooks when he saw Li Hongfei leave, but now he saw how well he controlled his power. He was truly relieved. Furthermore, it is clear that Zhang Hao can control his power well and will not lose himself in it or become a bloodthirsty person. Even Mei Tianhang was very satisfied with Zhang Hao. Li Hong regained his senses and realized he was all right. Seeing that he was surrounded by teachers, he became furious and started yelling, demanding to go back on stage and compete with Zhang Hao again. Shut up! Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Li Weiming, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, looked at Li Hong angrily. This shameful thing, it's okay if you can't beat others, but don't ruin your character. If you lack skills, you can learn more, but if you lose your character, your life is ruined. If Zhang Hao hadn't shown mercy, do you think you'd still be standing here talking? Li Weiming cursed, his face turning ugly. The other teachers also stopped paying attention to Li Hong, because after he said that, he was no longer worth paying attention to. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time focusing on Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao also stepped down from the arena at this moment. Watching other people's matches, he realized his game wasn't particularly fast, and he discovered that some people finished even faster than him. He had just witnessed it. It was a battle between a student from the regular class and a student from the elite class. The student from the elite class was instantly defeated in one move. She's hiding in a corner crying right now. Zhang Hao could understand their feelings. They usually studied and practiced diligently to improve their blood and energy, but on this stage, they couldn't even withstand a single move before being knocked out of the ring. Who could stand this? And his opponent looked at him with great arrogance and disdain, saying that he hadn't even used half of his strength. This was a huge blow to them. Although they knew there was a big gap between them and the students in the elite class, they never imagined the gap would be this big. Many students in regular classes couldn't accept it and their mentality collapsed. Zhang Hao watched all the matches and basically observed that students from the regular classes were suppressed, or even crushed, by students from the elite classes. However, there were a few outstanding individuals among them. Not everyone was suppressed. One of them is Yang Ziying, the class monitor of Class 5. At this moment, she is fighting back and forth with the students of Tianjiao class, and even has a chance to win. Zhang Hao could tell at a glance that Yang Ziying must have been privately taught martial arts, and that the person who taught her was a master. The most important thing in fighting is to take as few hits as possible, or to preserve yourself and wear down your enemy. If you can kill someone with a single blow, then do so, don't delay, in case something goes wrong. If a decisive blow cannot be delivered, then it becomes a war of attrition. This requires retreating when the enemy advances and harassing when the enemy retreats. The goal is to wear down the enemy, preserve oneself, and then look for opportunities and weaknesses in the enemy to strike a fatal blow. Or, you could proactively create an opportunity to expose a weakness in the enemy, and then strike a fatal blow. A head-on collision is the stupidest way to fight. Although it may be exciting, even if you win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The most important thing on the battlefield is to stay calm, and even calmer. Once you lose your composure, your opponent will seize the rhythm, and after a barrage of attacks and a series of combos, you're basically done for. The human body is very fragile. If a vital organ is struck, it is difficult to remain upright. Unless someone like Zhang Hao is now, whose strength far surpasses theirs, and they can stand still and let them fight, they won't be able to break through. Sure enough, not long after, Yang Ziying found an opportunity, nimbly circled behind the man, and punched him in the back of the head. The student from that elite class collapsed to the ground on the spot, unconscious. A round of applause and cheers erupted around them. The students from the regular classes clapped enthusiastically, as if they themselves had won. Zhang Hao understands this feeling. When vulnerable groups are suppressed, once someone steps forward, these vulnerable groups will place their hopes on that person. Let's cheer him on and hope he achieves even greater success. Zhang Hao stopped paying attention to Yang Ziying. Although she was technically skilled, she lacked strength. When facing a true master, if the opponent doesn't dodge but pushes her forward like a bulldozer, forcing her into a head-on confrontation, Yang Ziying will find it very difficult to win. Zhang Hao turned his attention to Songhai, and to his surprise, Songhai had also defeated a student from the elite class. Songhai did not win by means of great strength or martial arts skills, but by means of despicable tricks. Opposite him was a pale-faced young man. Songhai would frequently gouge out his eyes, kick his groin, or spit on him, catching the young man off guard and causing him to curse and become agitated. Finally, Songhai seized the opportunity and threw him out. These students in the elite class have such good conditions and have been spoiled by the school that they can't even handle this little trick. How will we fight on the battlefield in the future? Zhang Hao wasn't very optimistic about them. He'd heard that after the cult riots, the education department had been considering reforming the elite classes, but there hadn't been any results yet. I don't know where it's stuck. If this system isn't reformed, such generous rewards will be given to anyone who gets into the elite class, and only those who fail will be eliminated at the end of the semester. There's been no adjustment for an entire semester. It's a waste of resources to let those who just coast along enjoy such generous conditions. The remaining students are top students from regular classes, they are all among the best in their classes. However, the regular class sent more than 200 people, and they were basically all wiped out, with only 10 people left. And it's still unknown how far they can go. Meanwhile, the students from the elite class who had been defeated by the students from the regular class looked as if they had lost their parents, their faces filled with grief. Their spots in the elite class were taken by students from these regular classes. Even if someone pleads for leniency, it's useless. This person was defeated in a fair fight, and it's difficult to manipulate the situation through favoritism or corruption. The students from the regular classes who had advanced screamed with excitement and danced with joy. Even if they don't advance and are eliminated, they accept it. As long as they enter the elite class, they can enjoy abundant resources, and they believe they can become even stronger. Soon, the first round of competitions was over, and half of the participants were eliminated. The host then gave everyone a half-hour break before resuming the competition. "Kid, not bad, you didn't embarrass me." Lu Dongdong patted Zhang Hao's shoulder hard. Lu Dongdong's hand ached from the slapping, and he looked at Zhang Hao in surprise, feeling as if he had hit steel. He could understand Li Hong's feelings at this moment. "Your body is so hard." Lu Dongdong pinched Zhang Hao's arm, which felt like a rock. "Hee." Zhang Hao grinned and chuckled. "You little rascal! When did you develop such strong external defense skills? Is this some kind of golden bell shield?" Lu Dongdong asked in surprise. "Right. Which floor are we on?" "The 4th floor. The energy he had previously seized hadn't been strengthened yet, otherwise it would have become even harder." "His." Lu Dongdong gasped, staring at Zhang Hao in shock, his eyes shining, his heart pounding with excitement. He heard that Zhang Hao had improved his status through medication, but medication was only an aid. If the drug could improve so much, so quickly, he could provide Zhang Hao with as many level 7 blood-activating pills as he wanted. Damn it, Jin Yunhe is such an idiot. He actually looks down on Zhang Hao because of this. What a FG idiot! Lu Dongdong cursed inwardly. He knew that Zhang Hao only started practicing the Golden Bell Shield after entering the elite class. In such a short time, to have practiced the Golden Bell Shield to this level, isn't that a talent? Lu Dongdong became completely excited. "Good lad, if you want as many level 7 blood activating pills as you want in the future, just tell me and I'll try my best to get them for you. Lu Dongdong patted Zhang Hao hard and said excitedly. Hi. Zhang Hao looked at the teacher with a blank expression, not knowing why he would say that. Ha ha ha. You can improve this quickly just by taking medicine, who dares to say you're not a genius? Let anyone who dares to say that take some medicine and see if they can improve as quickly as you. Lu Dongdong laughed and said. Wait, I'll go and report the situation to the principal. Lu Dongdong turned and left. Zhang Hao was left bewildered for a moment before he slowly came to his senses, his expression strange. He didn't know what to say. Really? Mate Yenhang asked loudly upon hearing Lu Dongdong's reaction. It couldn't be more true. I have no idea what Lao Jin is up to. If taking medicine could improve one's condition this quickly, I'd make him take it every day. Lu Dongdong said indignantly. Has he really mastered the Golden Bell Shield to the 4th level? Mate Yenhang asked again. Yes, why don't you go and see for yourself, let's ask Zhang Hao directly. Lu Dongdong pulled Mate Yenhang toward Zhang Hao. Old Lu, don't rush, let me watch his match first, don't rush. Mate Yenhang broke free from Lu Dongdong's pull. Good, if I hadn't discovered Zhang Hao's problem today, we would have almost wasted a talented person. Mate Yenhang led a group of school leaders toward the competition arena on Zhang Hao's side. At this moment, Zhang Hao's opponent is Ye Liang, a classmate. It's a case of enemies meeting, and their eyes are filled with hatred. Last time, Zhang Hao beat Ye Liang so badly, he even beat him up in front of the whole class. Every time Ye Liang thought about it, he gritted his teeth in hatred, as if his teeth were about to break. Zhang Hao! Ye Liang roared through gritted teeth, his eyes red. Hee, young master Ye, it's been a long time. How have you been? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. What the hell? Ye Liang glared at Zhang Hao angrily. Tisk. You, I'm speaking nicely, how can you use foul language? Zhang Hao laughed even harder. Ye Liang has always looked down on him. Last time he went to the school, Ye Liang said he was there to study, but Ye Liang just wouldn't believe him. She even tried to fight him, and the worst part was that she lost the fight, so she started to hate Zhang Hao. This made Zhang Hao very unhappy. You're not capable enough, so you got beaten up and now you blame me for being too strong? Do you want me to crouch down so you can beat me up? Or should I beat myself up and then say that you hit me? Zhang Hao finds people who can't understand their place, who are arrogant and can't see the bigger picture the most annoying. You always think you're something special, but you're really just average. So when I see Zhang Hao, I always like to tease him. Zhang Hao found it very satisfying to tease him until he was driven crazy, yet to the point of being helpless against him. I love the way you hate me, but can't do anything about it. Zhang Hao, you, Ye Liang roared angrily, pointing at Zhang Hao with a trembling hand. Put away your hypocritical face, I'm going to beat you down today. Ye Liang said viciously. Really? You're so ambitious. Then I'll grant your wish. Zhang Hao said with a smile. He stood up straight, pointed to his chest, and said, hit me here. If you have enough strength, one punch will finish me off. Come on, I'll stand here and let you hit me. Don't hesitate, or you'll lose. As he spoke, Zhang Hao grabbed Ye Liang's hand and slammed it against his chest. Ye Liang was completely bewildered by Zhang Hao, being played like a puppet. Enough! Ye Liang broke free from Zhang Hao's arm and shouted. He was breathing heavily, feeling extremely embarrassed by the strange looks he was getting from the audience. Zhang Hao is like his nemesis, he's been his nemesis since childhood. You told me to hit him, so don't blame me. Ye Liang looked at Zhang Hao's smiling face and was about to go crazy. Hey, I'm not. Zhang Hao still wanted to tease Ye Liang. Taking advantage of Zhang Hao's inattention, Ye Liang punched Zhang Hao in the chest. Before Zhang Hao could finish speaking, he saw Ye Liang successfully launch a sneak attack. Oh ho, you're really going to fight? Zhang Hao asked jokingly. Ye Liang stared wide-eyed at Zhang Hao, who showed no change whatsoever, his face filled with disbelief. Although he launched a sneak attack, he used at least 70% of his strength and hit a vital spot, but Zhang Hao's expression didn't even change. This horrified Ye Liang. Seeing Zhang Hao's mocking smile, Ye Liang was immediately enraged. He yelled and screamed incoherently, then unleashed dozens of punches at Zhang Hao's chest. But by the end, his arm was almost broken from the impact, and his fists were bleeding. Zhang Hao still looked at him with the same mocking expression as before. There was no change whatsoever. His clothes were just torn. Mei Tianheng, sitting in the audience, frowned as he looked at Zhang Hao. Could he withstand taking so many punches? Could it be that Zhang Hao is showing off or is too proud to back down? Other school leaders also frowned, thinking Zhang Hao was just a show-off, and were quite displeased. Ye Liang, didn't you eat? You don't even have the strength to hit someone? You can't even tickle me. Zhang Hao looked at Ye Liang mockingly. Hearing Zhang Hao's powerful voice, Mei Tianheng's brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Other school leaders were also stunned, their eyes widening in surprise. You took so many punches and you're completely unharmed? Their eyes burned as they watched Zhang Hao's figure. Old Mei, this is a real talent. His defense is so strong, he's taken so many punches and he's still fine, the vice principal exclaimed in surprise. Yet, I didn't notice before. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongdong beamed with joy, his mouth practically splitting into a grin. How could the student's eye, Lu Dongdong, have discovered be anything less than excellent? Lu Dongdong was very annoyed and depressed when he heard that Zhang Hao was disliked by Jin Yunhe. Seeing Zhang Hao's strength and hearing everyone's praise, he felt completely enlightened and exhilarated. I didn't embarrass him. The other spectators below the stage also felt a pang of pain in their teeth. How the hell could they possibly fight like this? If you can't even break through the opponent's defense, isn't that just tickling the opponent? Those who were sent to watch the game were worried for their friend and were sure to tell him to avoid running into Zhang Hao. Ye Liang stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief, his hands trembling as if they were about to break. Want to continue? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ye Liang staggered and looked at Zhang Hao with a sense of despair. How did he become so powerful? He was the one who entered the elite class first, so why is he so powerful? Even with his full force, he couldn't harm Zhang Hao in the slightest. You only became so powerful because you took medicine. Ye Liang looked at Zhang Hao in a sorry state and shouted unwillingly. Ha ha ha. But you have to admit, I'm just better than you. Zhang Hao said in a smug way. Ye Liang was so angry that his liver ached, and he staggered back a few steps, looking at Zhang Hao in despair. Your ability to improve with medication will eventually reach its limit. One day I will surpass you. Ye Liang shouted at Zhang Hao, unwilling to give up. It's like a kid who lost a fight, when he leaves, he has to say a few tough words. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Hao looked at Ye Liang sincerely, smiling throughout. It made Ye Liang feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. I wish I could smash Zhang Hao's smiling face to pieces. He was utterly desperate, the gap between them was too vast, so vast that he didn't even dare to face Zhang Hao. Ye Liang walked off the stage in a disheveled state, hurriedly ran away, and disappeared from people's sight. Zhang Hao advanced again. He calmly straightened his clothes, stepped off the stage, and waited for the next match. The next game will only have 100 players left. The next match will determine who will participate in the selection for Xiaozhong City. Lu Dongdong called out to Zhang Hao, over here, Zhang Hao, come over here. Zhang Hao was somewhat surprised to see Lu Dongdong, Mei Tianheng, and a group of school leaders together. Old Lu acted swiftly and decisively, he spoke to the principal so quickly. Then Zhang Hao gave a harmless smile and walked towards the teacher. Xiaozhong, let me ask you, have you really mastered the 4th level of your Golden Bell Shield technique? Mei Tianheng asked with a smile. Other school leaders also looked at him with smiles, and some even sized Zhang Hao up and down. Yes, it's already the 4th floor. Zhang Hao nodded and said. He knew what Mei Tianheng meant, Teacher Lu had told him beforehand, and they were currently lacking reinforcement points. And there's another reason why, when others know that his strength has improved rapidly, they will automatically assume that he improved it by taking drugs. Instead of thinking about other reasons, he also benefits greatly by being able to successfully conceal the existence of the system. It won't attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. By the time it does attract attention, Zhang Hao may have already grown into a force they dare not challenge. So I don't care if they have any wild ideas. Is it because of the level 7 blood activating pill? Mei Tianhang asked again. Yes, I've found that as long as I take this medicine, I can practice any kind of cultivation technique very quickly, and my mind is exceptionally clear, Zhang Hao said with a smile. Xiao Zhang, you don't mind if I take a look, do you? Mei Tianhang asked with a smile. It's all right, please feel free to check. Zhang Hao offered his wrist for Mei Tianhang to examine. This is related to how many level 7 blood activating pills I can get in the future, so of course I have to actively cooperate with the sugar daddy. Good. Mei Tianhang extended 3 fingers and placed them on Zhang Hao's wrist, then closed his eyes and began to examine him. Zhang Hao felt a pure, warm current flow from his wrist into his body. After circulating throughout the body, it returned to the wrist once more. Mei Tianhang felt as if his true energy had entered a huge furnace, extremely hot. The blood inside was like magma, incredibly hot. Even his true energy would evaporate upon contact with it. He didn't dare stay in the blood for long and quickly moved through Zhang Hao's meridians. When he saw the colorful internal organs, his expression changed instantly, and he was shocked. Mei Tianhang looked pleasantly surprised and let go of her hand after repeating the exercise once more. He opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Hao with admiration. He remembered very clearly that when Song Hai and Zhang Hao had their conflict, Zhang Hao was just a martial arts performer at the time. Now, however, he is a 5-star martial artist with a very solid foundation. He does not appear frivolous just because he was enhanced by drugs. The colorful internal organs were clearly a characteristic of a 5-star martial artist after refining their internal organs. The scalding hot blood further demonstrates that Zhang Hao has completely absorbed the medication and has forged his own path in martial arts. He found no trace of the drug in Zhang Hao's body, indicating that the volcano inside him had indeed refined the drug. Furthermore, the strength of his flesh and blood, as well as the strength of his internal organs, surpasses that of an ordinary 5-star martial artist. Even a 7-star martial artist is only equivalent to this. This shocked Mei Tianhang greatly. Could there really be such a constitution in the world? A physique specifically designed for elixirs? They are fully capable of absorbing the medicinal properties of the drug and transforming them into their own strength. That would be truly terrifying. As long as you take drugs, you can become stronger. Mei Tianhang looked at Zhang Hao as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine while watching it. The others were also looking at Mei Tianhang, waiting for him to give a result. You all take a look at Xiao Jiang's physique, it's really rare. Mei Tianhang said with a smile, gesturing for them to go and see Zhang Hao's physique as well. Hearing this, everyone became curious. Could this Zhang Hao have a rare physique that could cause Mei Tianhang to lose his composure like this? Let me see. The vice principal placed his finger on Zhang Hao's hand. Hey, this is really rare. The vice principal's true energy circulated through Zhang Hao's body and found that the scalding blood inside Zhang Hao's body was like a furnace, constantly getting stronger. Refine the nutrients that come in from the outside world, turn them into your own, and transform them into strength. Even if their true energy enters, it will be melted by the scalding blood and become part of Zhang Hao's strength. This surprised the vice principal greatly, no wonder it had caused Mei Tianhang to lose his composure so much. And so, every leader in the school came to inspect the place, and Zhang Hao stood there like a wooden statue. They let them do as they pleased, but they didn't feel tired at all, on the contrary, they felt refreshed. After everyone had checked, they all looked at Zhang Hao with surprise. Even Lu Dongdong was not immune to the shock. After checking it over, he looked at Zhang Hao in astonishment. He genuinely had no idea that Zhang Hao's body was so miraculous. However, they did not know that this was because Zhang Hao had enhanced several skills, resulting in extremely strong health and mana, and that the enhancement system also played a role in concealing this. This creates the illusion that his body is a furnace capable of refining any external nutrients. This strength was transformed into Zhang Hao's own, which is why his strength improved so quickly. Mei Tianhang thought they had found the reason, so he looked at Zhang Hao as if he had seen a rare treasure. Where can you find a genius who can become stronger simply by taking medicine? If Zhang Hao knew, he would definitely nod and say that you are right, I am the kind of person who can become stronger just by taking medicine. With the reinforcement system in place, although the process is different, the result is the same. Good lad, why didn't you say you had this kind of constitution sooner? If you had, we would have already sent the medicine over for you. Mei Tianhang patted Zhang Hao's shoulder hard and said with a look of joy. That's right. When you were assessed before, the blood test showed that your aptitude was only grade C, and you didn't seem to have any talent. I never expected that you had such a powerful hidden talent. The vice principal's mouth was practically splitting open with a wide grin. The other leaders also looked at Zhang Hao with smiles on their faces, their eyes full of satisfaction, as if they had found a treasure. I have a very good constitution. Zhang Hao asked knowingly. Ha ha ha. It's not just good, it's absolutely fantastic. Mei Tianhang said with a hearty laugh. Your constitution is such that you can become stronger just by taking medicine. As long as you work hard, your strength can keep increasing. You've really hit the jackpot. There is no trace of the 7th level blood activating pill left in your body now, it has all been refined by the furnace inside your body. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was taken aback. Wasn't there not a trace of residue left? I've never taken any blood activating pills, I've only used the system to enhance my abilities. All the blood activating pills I had taken before were refined by the Henjiu scripture. The furnace they detected was likely being operated by Henjiu, and there were also signs of system concealment. Although I don't have any level 7 blood activating pills here, I do have level 3 and 4 blood activating pills. I can get as many as you want. Mei Tianhang said with a wave of his hand, exuding a heroic air. Let me ask you this, if I gave you enough medicine, could you raise your strength to the level of a 9-star martial artist before the college entrance examination? Mei Tianhang looked intently at Zhang Hao. I'll try my best, it should be possible. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and nodded firmly. Alright, starting today, you will receive 10 level 4 blood activating pills every day, and 1 level 7 blood activating pill per month. Mei Tianhang said with a smile. The vice principal and others were all taken aback by Mei Tianhang's extravagance. Even Zhang Hao was shocked, as he knew how valuable these drugs were. Seeing Mei Tianhang's serious expression, Zhang Hao knew that the principal was not joking. He really wanted to give himself so many pills just to improve his strength. Zhang Hao took 2 steps back, straightened his clothes, and bowed solemnly to Mei Tianhang. Thank you, principal. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, teachers. Thank you for your guidance and support. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Hao's extremely serious expression, Mei Tianhang and the other school leaders burst into laughter. They learned from Lu Dongdong that Zhang Hao was a good student who valued loyalty and righteousness. Seeing Zhang Hao's serious expression, I immediately knew that this was definitely true. You know, your teacher must have told you that our school trains people to go to the battlefield or join the demon-slaying guard. Mei Tianhang pointed at Zhang Hao and said. If you really want to thank us, then get a good score in the college entrance examination, try to shock the world, and achieve the highest score in the entire human race, so that everyone can get to know little Zhang Cheng. When we go to the battlefield in the future, killing more ferocious beasts and carving out a new world for the human race will be the greatest reward for us. I understand, Zhang Hao will not let down the kindness of all the elders. I will definitely get good grades and make a bright future. Zhang Hao said earnestly to everyone. It was as if they were making a vow. He could genuinely feel that Mei Tianhang truly wanted him to become stronger, without any ulterior motives. The same is true for others. They all hoped to cultivate a genius expert for the human race. That's right. Driving out the ferocious beasts and allowing the human race to live peacefully on this land will be the best way to repay us. The vice principal patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder with satisfaction. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Take it step by step and don't be greedy for quick results. The worst thing you can do in martial arts is to be impatient and restless. Mate Yenhang said with a smile. Bring me back first place in this selection competition in Xiaozhong City. Don't embarrass me. Don't even think about hiding your strength. If you have strength, you should show it so that everyone can see it and you can get more resources to train you. Mate Yenhang earnestly gave his instructions. Yes. I understand. Zhang Hao humbly accepted the principal's suggestion. Alright, that's enough for now. Do your best in the competition, and get first place in the school competition first. Mate Yenhang waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Hao could leave and go to the competition. Yes, thank you, elders. You'll see, I won't let you down. Zhang Hao said with a smile. He could sense that they were devoting themselves wholeheartedly to the cause of humanity, without a single ulterior motive. Just like during the most difficult period of the country in the past, everyone was willing to dedicate themselves. That kind of sincerity can move heaven and earth and change the world. This warmed Zhang Hao's heart, the kindness he received made him feel cozy. Go ahead. We'll keep watch here. Lu Dongdong waved his hand, telling Zhang Hao to get lost. Hee. Zhang Hao chuckled and went to the host again to draw lots. There are 70 players left in the competition. Half of them were eliminated in the last round, leaving only these 70 players. Zhang Hao was shocked to discover that Song Hai and Yang Xing had actually made it this far and were still not eliminated. This greatly surprised Zhang Hao. He had watched their matches, they weren't particularly strong, so why had they managed to get this far? This is pretty much the final stage. That means they really have something going for them. Also, there's another person in the regular class. It's Li Daqiang from class 3. This is a ruthless person. Every time he fights, he acts like a madman, overwhelming his opponent with his aura. His battles often involve trading injuries for injuries, and what's most outrageous is that he has the physique to recover very quickly. The injury was quite serious today, but on the third day, he was perfectly fine, jumping around and able to compete on stage again. He was quite a celebrity at school. This time, they seized the opportunity and actually made a name for themselves. There were 200 or 300 students in the regular class, and in the end, only these 3 were left. The rest were students in the elite class. They 3 classes had roughly the same number of students, but one class had fewer students, while the other 2 classes had slightly more. Zhang Hao drew lots, and this time he drew someone from his own class. His name is Li Shiniu. He has mastered the iron shirt skill to an astonishing degree, having already reached the 3rd level. Relying on his formidable external martial arts skills, he frequently bullied other students, acting like a bulldozer. The last time Zhang Hao beat up his classmates, Li Shiniu happened to be absent. Otherwise, Zhang Hao might not have been able to so easily manage the students in the class. But now, the situation is different. Zhang Hao is no longer the same Zhang Hao he once was. Others just don't know, and Li Shiniu certainly doesn't. He had always wanted to meet up with Zhang Hao, but he had never found the opportunity. He never expected this to be such a coincidence. Li Shiniu leaped onto the stage with a sinister grin, causing the stage to shake as if a mountain were walking on it. His exposed arms were muscular and knotted, like a centipede crawling, and his fists clashed together, making a metallic clanging sound. Just by standing there, one could feel an extremely fierce aura emanating from him, making one feel suffocated. However, he encountered Zhang Hao, whose golden bell shield was of a higher level than Li Shiniu's iron shirt, and whose strength was also greater. So Zhang Hao looked calmly at Li Shiniu, who jumped up and grinned maliciously. Seeing Zhang Hao's calm expression, Li Shiniu's grin widened even more. In Li Shiniu's opinion, Zhang Hao was just faking it, he'd seen it all before. Many people used to be so nonchalant when facing him, but after being hit by him, they immediately cried out for their parents and revealed their true colors. Zhang Hao is probably like that too. It is said that he also mastered the Golden Bell Shield. Let's see if your Golden Bell Shield is more powerful, or my iron shirt is more powerful. Li Shiniu was somewhat excited. The crowd watching from below the stage also kept their eyes glued to Zhang Hao and his companion. The largest group was from one class, and most of them were watching Zhang Hao with schadenfreude. Will Zhang Hao be able to continue his arrogance this time? Iron Bull's defense is incredibly strong, and his domineering fist is unparalleled. I came here today just to see how Zhang Hao got beaten up. Haha. Zhang Hao, he's finally got what he deserves. Exactly. Just because they have some strength, they don't respect anyone. This is what they call the wicked need another wicked to torment them. Ha ha ha. This remark drew a burst of laughter from everyone. People from other classes were curious as to why the students in Class 1 hated Zhang Hao so much. If it were them, and the whole class got beaten up by one person, they would hate Zhang Hao too. They always regarded Zhang Hao as a disgrace to Class 1 and secretly vowed to take revenge. Only Ye Liang stood at a distance, looking at Zhang Hao with a hint of eeriness in his eyes. Can Zhang Hao really be beaten up by Tai Niu? Even if that's the case, so what? He didn't hit me. He. Zhang Hao, throw a punch, aim for here. If you can knock me down, then you win. Tai Niu pounded his chest so hard it made a deafening noise. This made Zhang Hao feel very strange. Are you serious? Zhang Hao looked at Li Shiniu with a strange expression. What do you mean by real or fake? Tai Niu, never lie. Li Tai Niu was enraged by Zhang Hao's words. Hit me if I tell you to. I'm going to show you the difference between you and me. Li Shiniu roared, his bull-like eyes blazing. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up! Li Shiniu shouted, pounding his chest. These words made Zhang Hao's expression very strange, as if a child was arguing with a college student. They challenged each other to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 10 and see who wins. Zhang Hao genuinely wanted to advise Li Shiniu not to be so arrogant. But looking at the angry Li Shiniu, Zhang Hao figured he probably wouldn't listen. Mei Tianhang and a group of school leaders in the audience looked at Li Shiniu with strange expressions. How dare you talk back to Zhang Hao like that? However, none of them reminded Li Shiniu that it would be a good thing for him to suffer a little loss because of his arrogant personality. Since you're asking, then fine. Zhang Hao said with a smile. He could also tell that Li Shiniu was very confident in his defense. Ha ha ha, that's right. Come on, let me show you how big the gap is between us. Li Shiniu opened his blood-red mouth and laughed loudly. Hurry up and get off the field after you're done, don't delay the game. Li Shiniu waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Hao walked up to Li Shiniu with a smile on his face. He stretched out his palm and placed it on Li Shiniu's chest. Li Shiniu was about to urge Zhang Hao to hurry up and stop dawdling when he felt as if his body had been struck by a ferocious beast. His body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the training ground with a loud bang, causing the wall to collapse. The audience was stunned. Before they could even see what had happened, they heard a whoosh. Then there was a loud bang, the wall collapsed, and dust billowed into the sky. They stared blankly at Zhang Hao, who was now the only one left on the stage, and unconsciously swallowed. Then he turned his head blankly to look at Li Shiniu, who was buried under the bricks and stones. This! Li Shiniu, on whom they had placed high hopes, couldn't even withstand a single move before being sent flying. This made their eyes pop out, their mouths agape as they stared blankly at Li Shiniu. Did you see clearly what happened? Someone asked. The person next to him shook his head. I just saw Zhang Hao place his palm on Li Shiniu's chest, and then Li Shiniu flew out. Others found it absurd. Could hitting someone really have this effect? Could it be that they didn't learn the same martial arts technique? Are their teachers fake? What exactly did they practice? Some people turned around and looked at Zhang Hao on the stage, who stood with his hands behind his back, looking nonchalant. The contrast between the two was too great. Only now did they realize that regardless of whether Zhang Hao's power was due to drugs, at least for now, they were no match for him. Facing Zhang Hao, they would only be crushed. Li Shiniu was a prominent figure at school, renowned for his defensive skills and powerful punches. Many people had tried to beat up Li Shiniu before, but Li Shiniu just stood there and no one could touch him. Under Zhang Hao's hand, he couldn't even withstand a light palm strike. This difference made them realize just how vast the gap was between themselves and Zhang Hao. The disparity was so great that they all felt hopeless. At this moment, some people understood Ye Liang's feelings. I heard that Ye Liang and Zhang Hao are childhood friends. Before, when Zhang Hao was in a regular class, Ye Liang felt a little superior. But now, in comparison, Zhang Hao has left Ye Liang far behind, and you can't even see his back anymore. The entire training ground was completely silent. Zhang Hao had shocked them so much that everyone was filled with mixed feelings. Whether they want to admit it or not, Zhang Hao is now the #1 expert, and none of them can rival him. Even Mei Tianhang and his group were full of admiration when they saw Zhang Hao's effortless and skillful way of handling the situation. Although I had seen Zhang Hao use the same method when he beat Ye Liang before, this time, the force was clearly greater. It also requires a deeper level of mastery of strength. Wow! His control over power is already incredibly subtle, down to the smallest detail. The vice principal shook his head, looking at Zhang Hao with great admiration. It's like someone punching a stone slab underneath a block of tofu, shattering it without damaging the tofu in the slightest. A group of school leaders became even more determined to invest in Zhang Hao. If they didn't invest in such a talented person, what kind of talent would they invest in? If you miss this opportunity, you'll truly regret it for the rest of your life. As for the possibility that people will say he got there by taking drugs, haha. Why don't you go find a few students who can become stronger by taking drugs? Let's take drugs and get stronger together. Thinking of this, the corners of the school leaders' mouths turned up, and they were in a very good mood. Based on Zhang Hao's current performance, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is almost certain to take first place in the Xiaozhang City selection competition. The faces of those students from #1 and #2 middle schools will definitely be grim and ugly. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Ha ha ha! What a stroke of luck! Their gazes toward Zhang Hao softened even more. Li Shiniu was also confused at this moment. Wasn't he just on the ring? How did it suddenly fly out? They even knocked down the wall? He quickly checked himself and found that he was just dazed and confused from the impact, but his body was not seriously injured. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, and looking at his classmates and teachers who were staring at him with blank expressions, Li Shiniu remembered that he had been in a competition. I remember yelling before that Zhang Hao should hurry up and beat him up, and then tell the other party to get off quickly. He didn't even know what happened before he was sent flying? Li Shiniu's dark face showed an unusual level of embarrassment. Damn it, this guy's bragging has backfired. Did he run into a real god? Seeing the strange looks around him, Li Shiniu suppressed his discomfort, walked down from the arena, and asked Zhang Hao. What kind of palm technique is that? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Zhang Hao looked at the disheveled Li Shiniu and, upon hearing his question, blurted out these words as if possessed. Li Shiniu was taken aback, then clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you for showing mercy. From now on, you're my boss, Li Shiniu. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Li Shiniu said in a deep voice. Zhang Hao looked at Li Shiniu's honest face and immediately laughed. Go wash up first. Zhang Hao waved his hand. Yes, boss. The host then realized what was happening and announced Zhang Hao's victory. The training ground became lively again, and the crowd below looked at Zhang Hao with a hint of awe in their eyes. This is an instinctive fear of the strong. When Zhang Hao stepped off the stage, they instinctively parted to make way for him. And there was no trace of impatience or contempt on his face, in fact, there was even some admiration and flattery. Seeing the smiling faces of the people on both sides, Zhang Hao smiled and nodded back before heading to the lounge to rest. The competition continued, but those who were drawn against Zhang Hao in the subsequent draws all automatically forfeited and voluntarily conceded defeat. Zhang Hao stayed in the lounge the whole time and didn't come out. He lay flat all the way down until he reached first place. Mei Tianhang stood on the high platform, looking down at the 50 people selected below. When he saw Zhang Hao, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. You will represent our 3rd Warrior High School in the selection process, along with other high schools in Little River City. I won't say much here, just one thing, don't embarrass us, give us a good beating, and show the might of our 3rd Martial Arts High School. Mei Tianhang picked up a bowl of wine from the table and said with great enthusiasm. Come on! Drink this bowl of wine to send you off. I wish you all the best and hope you can all make it to the provincial capital to continue participating in the selection competition. After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in the bowl in one gulp. The other leaders did the same, gesturing to the students below before tilting their heads back and downing their drinks in one gulp. Zhang Hao and the others followed suit, picked up their bowls, and downed the wine in one gulp. Snap! After finishing his drink, Mei Tianhang smashed the bowl on the ground with all his might, sending shards flying, but he was filled with boundless pride. Ha ha ha! The future is in your hands. Snap 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 snap! The others also burst into laughter, infected by Principal Mei's heroic spirit, and joined in smashing their bowls. Everyone, get on the bus, let me watch you walk out of the school gate. Principal Mei waved his hand and shouted. Guided by the staff, Zhang Hao and his group boarded the bus in an orderly fashion, led by the vice principal, and headed towards the martial arts arena in Xiaozhong City. Mei Tianhang watched them leave. The seed had been planted, now it was time to wait for the flowers to bloom and amaze everyone. Zhang Hao, I hope your flower will bloom even more brightly and for a longer time, helping humanity truly defeat the ferocious beasts. Mei Tianhang murmured. Zhang Hao and his group walked away amidst the envious gazes of a group of students. They also needed to regain their composure and continue preparing for the college entrance examination. They are not eligible for the competition, so they cannot slack off on the college entrance examination, otherwise they will ruin their lives. You brat, don't let me down! Lu Dongdong said in a low voice as he watched the bus drive away. Meanwhile, the cult members monitoring Zhang Hao saw the bus depart and quickly reported it to the cult. They had previously contacted an undercover agent within the school and confirmed that Zhang Hao was on the bus, heading to Xiaozhong City to participate in the city's selection competition. Spies from various sects quickly relayed the message. They hated Zhang Hao with a vengeance, especially Lu Chao, who, as soon as his injuries improved slightly, immediately came out and tried to gather a group of experts from Zhongjia province. We must eliminate Zhang Hao, otherwise we will not be able to quell his hatred. After his father, Lu Wanbo, learned of this, he immediately sent people to provide assistance. Zhang Hao must die, and he must die at their hands. Meanwhile, the three major sects, including the Sun God cult, were determined to wipe out Zhang Hao this time. They found out that Zhang Hao's uncle, Yu Dahai, was being treated at the first martial arts hospital, but after the attack on the hospital last time, the hospital has strengthened its defenses, making it much more difficult for them to abduct Yu Dahai again. Even if the hall master himself were to go, he could still be wiped out by the guards inside. Therefore, they could only focus on Zhang Hao, determined to retrieve the idol, wash away this shame, and bring Zhang Hao back to the cult for trial. Only in this way can the gods forgive their sins. You mean they're going to hold a selection competition, and the top students in the entire Xiaozhong city will participate, right? Su Kangtian, the hall master of the Sun God cult, asked. He is Su Hehan's son, and was specifically sent to handle this matter. Yes, according to the information we have received, the Third Martial Arts High School has selected its top 50 students to participate in the selection competition in Xiaozhong City, where they will compete against other schools. They will then continue to participate in the selection competition in Zhongjia province, and finally go to Shengjing to participate in the human races selection competition. Wang Mingming replied respectfully that his classmate was from the Third Martial Arts High School, so he had complete information. So other schools also sent people to compete? Su Kangtian asked. Yes, they've already set off. Su Kangtian stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the newly erected statue, saying nothing, but simply wandering and pondering inside the church. Wang Mingming stood respectfully behind him, awaiting the hall master's instructions. You said they'd go to Pingnan City after their competition in Xiaozhong City. It's quite normal for something to happen on such a long journey, right? Su Kangtian's voice rang out leisurely. Wang Mingming was taken aback when she heard this, then her eyes lit up. Does the hall master intend to intercept and kill this batch of selected students halfway through? Wang Mingming asked loudly, trembling. He. Yes, they stole my idol. Killing Zhang Hao alone is not enough to wash away the shame of our religion. Only by making them feel pain will they not dare to attack us so easily as they did this time. Su Kangqian said with a cold laugh. Killing Zhang Hao is just a small matter. If we were going to do something, we should go all the way and let these so-called righteous people know that as long as they dare to offend our divine sect will definitely retaliate and make them pay a heavy price. Only in this way can we preach with peace of mind, and only then can the fame of the Sun God Church spread far and wide. Su Kangqian spread his arms wide, looked at the statue, and said frantically. Wang Mingming looked at Su Kangqian with admiration, stunned by Su Kangqian's plan. Only a leader with such ambition is worthy of my following, Wang Mingming. The Hall Master is wise. I, Wang Mingming, am convinced. The other sects are still searching for and lying in wait for Zhang Hao. I never expected that the Hall Master would have such a grand plan. Compared with the Hall Master, they are like fireflies compared to the bright moon. One is in heaven, the other is on earth. Wang Mingming knelt on the ground, shouting wildly at Su Kangqian with a devout and worshipful expression. Ha ha ha! Su Kangqian laughed heartily upon hearing Wang Mingming's words. His statue of Wang Xian is missing, and he's secretly leaking the news, thinking everyone doesn't know his intentions. Su Kangqian said with a sneer. But in reality, it's just like a louse on a monk's head, isn't that obvious? Such a petty attitude. No wonder the moon god cult hasn't developed quickly in recent years, and its churches have to hide. Su Kangqian complained. Go, contact the other sects and tell them about my plan. We'll act together then, and tell them that my sun god cult will be the first to strike. If they're scared, they can just cheer from behind. Su Kangqian turned around and pointed at Wang Mingming. Wang Mingming looked at Su Kangqian with excitement, overwhelmed by his heroic spirit. This kind of person is the kind of person I, Wang Mingming, should follow. Yes. Wang Mingming stood up excitedly and shouted. What's the big deal about killing one Zhang Hao? I'm going to kill all the top students in Xiaojiang City and make you all suffer. You should experience what it feels like to be a laughingstock. At this moment, Zhang Hao and his group have arrived at the number 1 middle school's training ground. The selection competition arena for Xiaojiang City is set up at number 1 middle school, and all high schools in the city must send people here to participate in the competition. We eat and sleep here. There are 5 high schools in Xiaojiang City, with 50 students from each school, for a total of 250 students participating in the competition. Finally, 50 people were selected to participate in the selection process in central Canada. Under the vice principal's arrangement, everyone entered the number 1 middle school's training ground. The atmosphere here is much more solemn than at number 3 middle school. Representatives from various middle schools and the city lord's mansion of Xiaojiang City have also arrived. People from the Zhejiang Chinch Education Department also came over. Everyone took this selection competition very seriously. There were 5 middle schools, with 50 students from each school. There were 250 people in total, but the top 50 would be selected to go to Pingnan City for a selection competition. It's clear that the competition will be extremely brutal. Even if you're one of the best in your school, you're not guaranteed victory here. Everyone who makes it this far must have at least one special skill. Even if Yang Ziying, Song Hai and Li Daqiang managed to fight their way out of hundreds of people and survive until now, those who make it to the final 50 must have some amazing skills. Zhang Hao sized up the people who came from his school. They all seemed to have some special skills or high defense. They are either very fast or incredibly fierce in battle, with overwhelming momentum that can crush their opponents. They are either very experienced in combat and don't care about saving face, but rather value practical techniques. Either they are very strong, or several of them are very strong combined. They rarely develop in all aspects. Because people have limited energy, some smart people will choose to specialize in 1 or 2 unique skills. In the world of martial arts, there's a saying, one trick is all you need to conquer the world. Zhang Hao, who was a boxer in his previous life, has a deep understanding of this sentence. In the early stages, as long as you have 1 or 2 special skills, you can basically stand out, but that only guarantees that you will stand out, the ceiling is obviously there. The further you go, the more outstanding you become. What matters is not your unique skills, but your overall qualities. This is true not only for martial artists, but for all walks of life. Everyone, take a half day off today to get back into shape. This afternoon, I'll take you all to familiarize yourselves with the venue. The competition officially starts tomorrow, the vice principal said seriously to everyone. I hope everyone can get into the right mindset and show the might of number 3 middle school during the competition. Alright, let's go see where you're staying and where you'll eat. The vice principal led everyone to the dormitory building, where 2 people shared a room. Zhang Hao is a special case, the school provided him with a single room. After all, he was the first place winner, and the vice principal gave him a large number of level 3 blood activating pills, urging him to seize the time to improve his strength. After familiarizing themselves with the venue in the afternoon, everyone returned to their dormitories, and Li Shiniu followed them. Tai Niu, why are you following me? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Hehe. Boss, I told you I'm your little brother from now on. I have to serve you here. Li Shiniu chuckled. Hehe, you actually took this seriously? Zhang Hao asked with a wry smile. Of course, Li Shiniu, keep my word and never go back on my word, Li Shiniu said proudly, patting his chest. Ha ha ha. Alright. Then you can come with me. Zhang Hao looked at Li Shiniu, who had a serious expression on his face, and suddenly felt that this ox was actually quite cute. So I agreed to let him follow. Besides, which big boss doesn't have a few underlings? He. Li Shiniu chuckled when he saw that Zhang Hao had agreed. Is your mouth sealed tight? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Strict. Very strict. If you don't want me to say anything, I won't say a word. Li Shiniu nodded vigorously and said earnestly. Okay, let's go back. Zhang Hao waved his hand and started walking towards the dormitory. Back in his dorm, Zhang Hao took out a large pile of level 3 blood activation pills from his backpack. The strong aroma of the medicine was so bright it almost blinded Li Shiniu. Wow, boss, where did you get so many pills? Li Shiniu stepped forward and asked in astonishment. Wow! And they're all level 3 blood activating pills, that's incredibly extravagant. Li Shiniu's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Hehe, the school gave it to me. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Huh? The first place winner gets this perk? Li Shiniu asked in confusion. No, it's because of my qualifications. I'm telling you this in private, but don't tell anyone else, Zhang Hao said seriously, pointing at Li Shiniu. Li Shiniu nodded vigorously, his eyes full of curiosity. You know that a month and a half ago, I was just a student in a regular class, but now I can crush your elite class and become the number 1 in the true sense of the word. This is all because of my aptitude, which allowed my abilities to increase rapidly in a short period of time. Hearing this, Li Shiniu became even more curious. What exactly are the qualifications? It can suddenly turn a martial arts student with only 0.3 blood energy into the number 1 student in the school. Because I can become stronger just by taking medicine. Zhang Hao said to Lin Shiniu with a bright smile. Hi! Li Shiniu shouted in a loss of composure. Taking medicine can make you stronger? Li Shiniu asked, pointing at the pills in disbelief. Yes, I can become stronger just by taking medicine. Zhang Hao nodded and said with a smile. Ah, this. Li Shiniu stared at Zhang Hao in shock, his mouth agape, too stunned to speak. Holy crap, does such a constitution even exist in the world? Then boss, you can become a Xiantian martial artist quickly just by taking medicine. Li Shiniu asked Zhang Hao with envy. He was so envious that he was drooling. This is practically cheating. No wonder I lost to the boss. If the school knows about this, will there still be a shortage of elixirs? As long as you keep taking medicine, you can keep getting stronger. That's too unfair. Hehe, it's not that simple. Every time I take medicine, I have to spend some time refining the pills and absorbing them before I dare to take more, Zhang Hao said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Otherwise, a lot of the medicine will accumulate in my body and cannot be absorbed, which will eventually cause great harm to my body. And it is also necessary to expel the erysipelas in time. As the saying goes, every medicine has some toxicity. If I keep taking medicine like this and don't expel it in time, a lot of erysipelas will inevitably accumulate in my body. So it's not as simple as you think, the process is still quite complicated. Li Shenyu nodded as if he understood but not quite. But he was still envious. Wasn't the process just tedious? Is there something tedious about practicing martial arts? Just mastering iron shirt requires a lot of preparation before you can even start practicing. Besides practicing iron shirt, there are other martial arts techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, and so on that need to be practiced. Which one isn't cumbersome? Each of these is more complicated than the eldest brother taking medicine to become stronger. Li Shenyu also really wanted to experience this tedious process. Seeing that Li Shenyu believed him, Zhang Hao had a faint smile on his face. He wanted to use Li Shenyu to spread the word that he could become stronger by taking medicine. If his strength increases dramatically in the future, I will only suspect that he is taking drugs, and I will not suspect anything else. This will effectively conceal the existence of the system for him. Just because everyone else is naive and sees your strength skyrocketing doesn't mean you won't have any doubts. He's patching this now so that it won't cause unnecessary trouble when he moves up in the future. There are also schools that vouch for him, so it won't arouse suspicion from others. As Zhang Hao spoke, he picked up a handful of level 3 blood-activating pills and poured them into his mouth. The moment it was poured into my mouth, it was converted into enhancement points by the system. Even if you don't exchange them in the future, you can still put the blood-activating pill into your storage space. This made everyone think that he had actually swallowed the medicine. At least in Li Shenyu's view, the eldest brother was taking medicine. Whether it was just his imagination or not, Li Shenyu felt that Zhang Hao's aura had become even stronger. Zhang Hao opened the panel. Since Li Shenyu couldn't see it anyway, he decided to use this time to use up the enhancement points he had earned from exchanging for the idol last time. Strengthening ourselves is just the right thing to do this time, it will come in handy in the competition. The stronger we are, the more secure we are. Strive for better grades, and you can get more pills from the school or Xiaojiang city. This way, he won't have to run around for enhancement points anymore. There's no need to risk stealing someone else's idol. Host, Zhang Hao. Realm, 5-star martial artist. Cultivation technique, Henjiu scripture, 4th level. Skills, Heaven Shaking Tiger Fist level 1, Gale Step level 5, Golden Bell Cover level 4, Iron Mountain Lean level 1. Weapon, none. Enhancement points, 61,000. Number of draws, 0. Storage space, 2 cubic meters. Exchange port, you can trade any valuable items and system resources for enhancement points. The 60,000 plus enhancement points were obtained from exchanging for the idol last time, plus a large batch of blood activation pills from the school, which were exchanged for 1,000 points. This time, I'll definitely face stronger opponents than before, and I can't go all out against students. The heaven-shaking Black Tiger Fist is powerful, but its tendency to rip out hearts at the drop of a hat is still somewhat cruel to students. The 5th level of Swift Step should be enough. Anyway, in Zhang Hao's opinion, their speed is all very slow. The Golden Bell Shield can be upgraded to even higher levels, no defense is too high. Iron Mountain Lean is the martial art that most needs improvement right now. This martial art has great potential, and last time it was not improved because there were not enough enhancement points. Then let's upgrade Iron Mountain Lean first. Zhang Hao clicked directly on the Iron Mountain Lean section and began upgrading it. Buzz! Zhang Hao felt the air around him vibrate, and Li Shenyu, standing to the side, also felt a gust of wind. Zhang Hao could clearly feel that his body had become more resilient and heavier. Blood began to flow rapidly throughout his body, nourishing his entire being, and waves of warmth emanated from Zhang Hao. Tai Niu, I'm going to practice my skills now. Stand further away, I'm afraid I might hurt you later, Zhang Hao said to Li Tai Niu. Li Shenyu stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Boss, I admit you're strong, but you can still hurt me while practicing your skills? You really underestimate me. I've managed to reach the 3rd level of Iron Shirt technique. It's alright, I'll just stand here and experience the wonders of boss's training." Li Shenyu waved his hand dismissively and stubbornly stood there. He wanted to see how the boss could hurt him. "I refuse to believe that I, Li Shenyu, am so fragile." Seeing Li Shenyu standing there stubbornly, Zhang Hao smiled and didn't try to persuade him further. Then, the level of Iron Mountain Lean was upgraded again. Li Shenyu felt the air around him vibrating and getting hotter and hotter. He felt that Zhang Hao was like a furnace or a volcano, full of blood and energy, but he was locked up by Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao is still improving the level of his Iron Mountain Lean, and he has now reached the 4th level. Li Shenyu could clearly see that Zhang Hao was covered from head to toe with a thick layer of black keratin. And its body kept expanding, tearing its clothes. Zhang Hao continued to rise, his body sizzling as it expanded again, and the surrounding air suddenly began to boil. Li Shenyu wiped his sweat and looked at Zhang Hao in horror. He really couldn't take it anymore, it was too hot. Damn it, Zhang Hao wasn't lying. Even during training, he could still get hurt. This is why Li Shenyu, having mastered the Iron Shirt technique, was able to withstand such high temperatures. Anyone else would have been roasted alive. Panting heavily, Li Shenyu could no longer bear it and jumped away, rushing to the bathroom to frantically pour water over himself. The whole room felt like a high-temperature sauna. He felt that even the air he exhaled was scalding hot. That's insane. How was Zhang Hao able to withstand such high temperatures? It was unbelievable that someone could generate such a high temperature while practicing martial arts. Li Shenyu was truly amazed. The indoor temperature was getting higher and higher, and Li Shenyu didn't dare to come out of the bathroom. He could only pour water on himself to cool down, feeling very stifled. Fortunately, the school gave him a single room, which also served as a practice room. Otherwise, ordinary rooms would have been unable to withstand such high temperatures long ago. At the same time, Mei Tianhang also reported to his superiors. "Really? Don't lie to me for the sake of pills. You think taking pills will make you stronger?" A loud voice of doubt came from the other end of the phone. His voice was filled with disbelief. "He's more real than real gold. He's from our school, and in just 1 or 2 months, he went from being a student in an ordinary class to becoming the #1 student in our school." Mei Tianhang exclaimed excitedly. "If the leader doesn't believe it, he can come and see for himself." "The #1? So, he's the strongest person in your school in this selection competition?" the leader asked. "Right. Great, I'm going to #1 high school anyway, I'll see just how strong this person you're talking about really is then," the leader said with a smile. "I hope he won't let me down. If taking medicine really could make you stronger, then my little Zhang city has plenty of pills, it would definitely satisfy him," the leader said confidently. "Great. You'll see when the time comes, it definitely won't disappoint you. I'll send you his information later." This was exactly what Mei Tianhang had been waiting for. With Zhang Hao's strength as a 5-star martial artist, wouldn't he have achieved an overwhelming victory in the Xiaozhang City competition? He was well aware of the strength of the students in the elite classes of other schools. Even if they had hidden trump cards, Zhang Hao was no weaker than them. "Okay, bring it over here. I'll come and take a look later." When it was time to eat, Zhang Hao finally stopped cultivating and was woken up by the meal bell outside. The indoor temperature finally began to drop. Li Shenyu, covered in sweat, walked out of the bathroom and fled Zhang Hao's room in terror. Zhang Hao looked inside with lingering fear. "Stop right there, where are you going?" These words made Li Shenyu freeze, and he turned around to look at Zhang Hao with a grim expression. "It's mealtime, go get me my food. Bring back more food, preferably 10 portions, something nutritious. If you don't have enough money, I have some here." Zhang Hao said to Li Shenyu with a joking expression. "I told him to stand further away, but he wouldn't believe me. Now he's really suffered." Okay, actually I was just going to get food." Li Shenyu forced an explanation. He had been forced to practice iron shirt technique to resist the high temperature indoors today, and he was starving. He was genuinely terrified, it was terrifying. He felt that if he continued practicing iron shirt, he would reach a bottleneck by the end of today and would be close to advancing to the 4th level. Li Shenhua fled Zhang Hao's room like a charging army. Patting his chest with lingering fear, he vowed that if Zhang Hao ever practiced martial arts again, he would be the first to run away. I almost roasted him into jerky today. Zhang Hao watched Li Shenhua flee like the wind, and a smile crept onto his lips. With a wave of his hand, he created a gust of wind and closed the door. He opened his panel. Host, Zhang Hao. Realm, 5-star martial artist. Cultivation technique, Henjiu scripture, 4th level. Skills, Heaven Shaking Tiger Fist level 3, Gale Step level 6, Golden Bell Cover level 5, Iron Mountain Lean level 6. Weapon, none. Enhancement points, 0. Number of draws, 0. Storage space, 2 cubic meters. Exchange port, you can trade any valuable items and system resources for enhancement points. This time, instead of improving the Henjiu Sutra, several martial arts techniques were upgraded. With the heaven-shaking Black Tiger Fist upgraded to the 3rd level, Zhang Hao grew increasingly fond of this killing technique. However, this fist technique was designed to kill from the moment it was used, making it incredibly ruthless. The swift step further increases speed, which is difficult to test here, but Zhang Hao can sense that the wind blowing past him and the flies flying by seem to be moving in slow motion. If he wanted, he could simply flick a fly that flew by with his finger to kill it. In his eyes, flies were too slow. With the Golden Bell Shield upgraded to the 6th level, Zhang Hao's skin was covered in mysterious, pale gold patterns. His skin was like tough leather, even when Zhang Hao scratched his arm hard with his fingernails, he couldn't leave a wound. You should know that his hands are capable of ripping out someone's heart, yet he can't leave a scar on his own hands. Even though the white marks were very faint, they disappeared after a while. This pleased Zhang Hao greatly. Anyone who encountered an opponent like him would surely collapse. His figure grew even larger, and his body expanded, but he didn't appear bloated, instead, he exuded a refined, robust, and fierce aura. In particular, the Iron Mountain Lean made Zhang Hao's body as hard as steel. His upper body muscles were like rocks, with sharp edges and bulging muscles, like a demon god descending. It has a huge visual impact, so much so that people dare not look directly at it, and a fierce aura comes over you. His arms were as thick as his thighs, and his palms were like fans, covered with a layer of grey keratin that made his veins look bulging. My thighs are like an elephant's, and they're about the same size as other people's waists. From a distance, it looks like a stone statue of a demon god. Zhang Hao looked at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's the downside of practicing martial arts, your body is easily affected by various techniques, which can alter your physique and appearance. Back when he first transmigrated, he was a handsome young man. He's now a fierce, muscular hunk. Luckily, he didn't lose all his hair, otherwise he would really have become One-Punch Man. He threw a punch that shattered the air in the room, producing a terrifying howling sound and sending gusts of wind through the dormitory. He dared not touch those everyday items, for fear of losing control of his power and destroying them. Zhang Hao diligently adapted to his newly acquired power, slowly practicing the heaven-shaking Black Tiger Fist to digest the increased power within his body. Like an old bear, he slowly swung his fists, using the Henjiu Sutra to quickly digest the discomfort brought about by the rapid increase in strength. Even so, a slight breeze still rippled through the dormitory. The air inside the dormitory was like water in a bucket, being gently stirred. Zhang Hao had a very clear feeling that once a martial arts skill passed the 5th level, there would be a qualitative leap. Completely different from the previous ones. Just like the swift step, once you pass the 5th level, your speed increases by at least 2 times. Iron Mountain Lean was even more terrifying, he dared not even experiment with it indoors. They were afraid of knocking the dormitory building down. As time passed, Zhang Hao gradually absorbed the power brought about by this enhancement. He was still wondering why Li Shenhua hadn't come up yet after being gone for so long. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was an anxious knocking on the door. "Open the door, Zhang Hao, open the door," came anxious shouts from outside. Zhang Hao stopped, and the commotion inside the dormitory gradually subsided. Zhang Hao opened the door and found Zhao Xuanian and Yang Ziying outside, looking at him anxiously. "What's wrong, you two?" Zhang Hao asked, looking at the two of them with a puzzled expression. "Zhang Hao, Li Shiniu was beaten up by people from number 2 middle school in the cafeteria." Zhao Xuanian shouted anxiously. "They outnumbered us and were no match for us, so we came back to call for reinforcements." Yang Ziying added. "Second middle school? Li Shiniu can't beat them?" Zhang Hao asked, squinting. "Why? How did the conflict happen?" Zhang Hao asked. "They were all from number 2 middle school. They cut in line and insulted us. Tai Niu couldn't stand it and got into a fight with them." Zhao Xuanian said angrily. "More than 20 of them bullied us. If Li Shiniu hadn't practiced Iron Shirt, he would have been seriously injured by now. It's questionable whether he can even participate in the competition tomorrow," Zhao Xuanian said angrily. "Let's go take a look." Zhang Hao opened the door and strode towards the cafeteria. Zhao Xuanian and Yang Ziying were both taken aback by Zhang Hao's burly physique. How could he have changed so much in just half a day? The menacing aura that hit them made it hard for both of them to breathe. The two then followed closely behind Zhang Hao and headed towards the cafeteria. Before we even got close to the cafeteria, we could hear shouting coming from inside. From a distance, Zhang Hao saw that the students from number 3 middle school had surrounded the students from number 2 middle school, and the two sides were fighting. There were just too many people from number 2 middle school, and the students from number 3 middle school were at a disadvantage, so they were surrounded and ganged up on. Li Shiniu was at the forefront, his face bruised and swollen, his hair disheveled, and his body covered in blood, looking quite miserable. People from several other middle schools were watching the play nearby. "You people from number 3 middle school, how dare you be so arrogant when you see people from number 2 middle school? Today I'll show you just how big the gap is between number 3 middle school and number 2 middle school. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, who gave you the courage to mess with people from number 2 middle school?" The students from number 2 middle school shouted and attacked Li Shiniu and his group relentlessly. Even though Li Shiniu tried his best to resist, he couldn't fight against so many opponents. He throws one punch at someone else, but when it lands on him, it feels like 5 or 6 punches. Zhang Hao was furious. His eyes widened and he rushed towards the crowd from number 2 middle school. Boom! Zhang Hao slapped the person blocking his way, sending them flying. Like a wild beast entering a flock of sheep, it quickly dispatched those in front, sending them flying through the air with screams of pain. A large area in front of us was cleared out. Who dares to go against the people of number 2 middle school? Ah! Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped away by Zhang Hao. Those around them felt their scalps tingle. A formidable person had arrived at number 3 middle school. "Brothers, let's take him down." Seeing Zhang Hao's bravery, the students from number 2 middle school immediately turned around and wanted to gang up on him. "The boss is here, ha ha ha, you're all doomed." Li Shiniu was so excited when he saw Zhang Hao that he almost cried. He was bullied terribly just now. Even if he's trained in Iron Shirt, he couldn't withstand being attacked by 7 or 8 people against him. Now is the time for revenge. "Boss, you're finally here. We've been bullied terribly." Li Shiniu roared at Zhang Hao. "So what if they're here?" the students from number 2 middle school shouted, charging towards Zhang Hao with a roar. "Kill him! How dare he hit someone from number 2 middle school?" 7 or 8 people surrounded Zhang Hao menacingly. Zhang Hao stared at them coldly, his fists flying like phantoms, relentlessly pounding their chests. Boom boom boom! The students from number 2 middle school flew out like cannonballs, smashing all the chairs in the cafeteria. The onlookers quickly dodged, and those who were originally surrounding Oyu Sanshong were smashed and rolled on the ground like gourds. Blood gushed out, and he clutched his chest, howling in agony. Their chests were crushed by Zhang Hao's blows. "His!" The onlookers gasped in surprise. "Did you see clearly how he made his move?" someone asked in shock. The people around him shook their heads, looking at Zhang Hao with some shock. It's too fast, I can't see it clearly at all. Yes, it's too fast. When did such a ruthless person emerge from number 3 middle school? The people around shook their heads in unison, none of them knowing when Zhang Hao had appeared. None of them had ever heard of Zhang Hao, only vaguely familiar with Zhao Xuanian, Li Shenyu, and others from number 3 middle school. Is he the ace of number 3 middle school? You should know that everyone who comes here is not weak. But the students from number 2 middle school were like clay chickens and earthenware dogs in this person's hands. He was easily slapped away. They asked themselves, are we confident we can handle this person? They all secretly shook their heads. If you can't even see the opponent's move clearly, how can you defend yourself? Li Shenyu was also stunned. He originally wanted to go forward to help, but after taking only 2 steps, all the people from number 2 middle school were beaten to the ground. Ah, this! He was just surrounded and attacked by these 7 or 8 people, and he was beaten in a sorry state. However, when they faced Zhang Hao, they couldn't even withstand a single move. The difference is just too big. Everyone back off, get out of the way, let me handle this. Zhang Hao shouted, looking at the people still fighting there. The students from number 3 middle school seemed to have found their backbone and were in high spirits. They, who were just at a disadvantage, have now launched a counter-attack and are suppressing the students from number 2 middle school. Li Daqiang, in particular, was yelling and attacking wildly. Beat your opponent until they are bloodied and battered. Zhang Hao, you stay here and keep watch for us, Li Daqiang shouted. We can handle the people here. Yes. You just need to cover for us and don't let anyone else join the battle. Song Hai shouted frantically. Although they had been badly beaten before, they were now full of vigor and high spirits. They don't want Zhang Hao's help, they want to personally beat these bastards to a pulp. They were so unethical before, ganging up on them with so many people. Now they are going to take revenge themselves. The people who come here are not submissive, they all have a strong sense of justice. Since Zhang Hao created these conditions for them, they must avenge this grudge personally. Those watching were secretly shocked. Had the people from number 3 middle school gone mad? They were reckless and brutally beat the students from number 2 middle school. All right. You can fight without worry, no one will interfere with your battle, Zhang Hao said with a grin. This is the kind of martial artist he wanted to see, one with an indomitable spirit within. Instead of those who are well protected in school, like flowers in a greenhouse. He doesn't look like a martial artist at all. Zhao Xuanian and Yang Ziying arrived at that moment, standing panting beside Zhang Hao. Looking at the person lying on the ground groaning, I took a closer look and realized that they weren't from number 3 middle school. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were from number 2 middle school. Some of them were the ones who had been shouting the loudest earlier. He was lying on the ground groaning, spitting blood, his face pale, clutching his chest, his expression one of extreme pain. Hee hee. Zhao Xuanian looked at them with a sneer. You've finally met your match. Weren't you all so arrogant when you were besieging us? Looking at the people from number 2 middle school lying on the ground, Zhao Xuanian felt as refreshed as if he had drunk iced plum juice on a hot June day, his whole body feeling clear and invigorated. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. A smile also appeared on Yang Ziying's face, and she looked at Zhang Hao with a hint of admiration. Let you be arrogant. Now you're all set, stand up and be arrogant again? At that moment, a group of people wearing the school uniforms of number 2 middle school arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. They saw the students from number 2 middle school being overwhelmed and beaten by the students from number 3 middle school, and their expressions immediately changed. Stop! What are you doing? The leader shouted, charging towards them. Zhang Hao turned around, looked at them coldly, and stepped into the middle to block their way. Halt! This road is blocked. Zhang Hao said coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? The leader shouted, pointing at Zhang Hao. Beat him, or people will think we've lost all our talent at number 2 middle school. The leader didn't take Zhang Hao seriously at all. How dare you bully people from number 2 middle school? Are you looking for death? Without saying a word, the leader threw a punch at Zhang Hao. Zhao Xuanian glared angrily at them, so arrogant, attacking without asking any questions. Even this kind-hearted man was enraged. He rolled up his sleeves, glared at them, and wanted to beat them up. But before he could even make a move, all we saw was Zhang Hao slowly walk forward and slap the leader away, sending his teeth and blood flying through the air. Then, just like hitting children, he slapped each of them, sending teeth and blood flying everywhere. They were beaten until they were dizzy and disoriented, and all of them were knocked to the ground, covering their faces and howling in pain. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Before Zhao Xuanian could even finish rolling up his sleeves, all the enemies had already been defeated. He stared blankly at the enemy wailing incessantly before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Are all the students at number 2 middle school so fragile? One slap and he couldn't get up. But the people from number 2 middle school didn't see it that way. They watched Zhang Hao do his work casually, as if he were doing it very slowly. I could see every move clearly, but I just couldn't dodge it. They covered their faces, staring at Zhang Hao in horror. Where the hell did this monster come from? There were more than a dozen of them, and they were knocked down with just one slap? The onlookers were also shocked to see Zhang Hao do it so fast. Zhang Hao is too fast. It happened so fast that they couldn't even see how Zhang Hao made his move before the students from number 2 middle school collapsed to the ground. Sun Dahai, the vice principal of number 3 middle school, who had just been thinking of coming to Zhang Hao's rescue, was also stunned at this moment. This! He had barely taken 2 steps when the battle was over. This is way too fast. Cao Meng, the vice principal of number 2 middle school who was traveling with them, looked extremely grim. She had just arrived at the cafeteria when she saw her student being beaten to the ground. With a gloomy face, he strode quickly to the cafeteria. Stop! What are you doing? Cao Meng roared, her voice booming like thunder. Those who had taken action were stunned, and they all turned to look at the door. Who gave you the audacity to start a brawl in the cafeteria? Cao Meng coldly surveyed the entire scene. And you guys, why did you gang up on the people from number 2 middle school? Cao Meng pointed at Zhang Hao and questioned him. When Zhang Hao saw that the vice principals of his school and number 2 middle school had arrived, he knew that the fight was over. If students came, he could stop them. But once the vice principal arrives, it's really not an option to stop him anymore. But Zhang Hao ignored Cao Meng and looked at Sun Dahai, the vice principal of number 3 middle school. Teacher, they started it. They cut in line for food, and when they couldn't, they ganged up on Li Shenyu. Zhang Hao reported to Sun Dahai, who was walking over from behind, before Cao Meng could even speak. This left Cao Meng speechless, who had originally intended to confront them. Was it their number 2 middle school that started the fight? And they even ganged up on us, threatening to cripple us from number 3 middle school so we wouldn't be able to participate in tomorrow's competition. Upon hearing this, Sun Dahai's face darkened, and he looked at Cao Meng beside him with a gloomy expression. You people from number 2 middle school are so arrogant. Sun Dahai said with a sneer. Teacher, we didn't. The students from number 2 middle school immediately protested their innocence upon hearing Zhang Hao's statement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately turned around, pointed at the man, and cursed angrily. If you hadn't attacked first, would Tai Niu have gotten into a conflict with you? When I came here, I personally heard you say that you were going to cripple all the students from our school. Ask the people around you, is that what you said? Zhang Hao pointed to the students and staff watching and asked. He spoke so quickly to stop Cao Meng from speaking. From the moment Cao Meng entered, he didn't ask why, but instead started to interrogate him. It was clear that he was not someone easy to get along with. So Zhang Hao didn't give him a chance to speak. There are surveillance cameras here. Whether you made the first move or not, a quick check of the footage will make it clear, Zhang Hao said, pointing to the surveillance camera in the corner that was lit up. Following Zhang Hao's finger, everyone looked at the surveillance camera in the corner. The students from number 2 middle school all changed their expressions drastically. Before they took action, they forgot that there were surveillance cameras here. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the students from number 2 middle school, everyone roughly understood what had happened. "Didn't you bully the few with your numbers later?" the man roared angrily. "Ha, you were outmatched and got killed, and now you want to complain?" Zhang Hao asked with a sneer. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone, including the students from number 2 middle school and Cao Meng, changed. "That's incredibly hurtful. Martial artists hate people who play petty tricks the most, and the people from number 2 middle school are now being led into a huge pit by Zhang Hao. It creates an image of someone who loves to play tricks on others. It's important to know that high-ranking officials from Xiaojiang City will be here today. If they find out about this, it will be very detrimental to number 2 middle school in the future. Alright, that's enough about this. If you want to fight, wait until tomorrow's match. I'll let you fight to your heart's content." Cao Meng shouted with a gloomy face. "Isn't it inappropriate to just leave like this?" Li Shenyu stepped forward, his eyes wide, and shouted. "You beat up our people, and you're just going to walk away like that?" Li Daqiang also stood up and shouted. "That's right, apologize." The students from number 3 middle school echoed when they saw the two of them stand up. The voice drowned out Cao Meng's voice. This made his face even uglier, so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. Sun Dehai looked at them with great satisfaction. These were the people from number 3 middle school. They hadn't let their father down and they had backbone. The students from number 2 middle school, who had already been brutally beaten, were unable to muster any momentum and were suppressed by the enraged students from number 3 middle school. Cao Meng was furious but couldn't vent his anger. He watched as the students from number 2 middle school looked at him dejectedly with pleading eyes. "It looks like an eggplant that has been frosted. Principal Cao, let them apologize. Let's try to make this a small matter and let it go. You don't want things to escalate, do you?" Sun Dehai said with a chuckle next to Cao Meng. Cao Meng's expression immediately changed. She glared fiercely at the number 2 middle school student, trembling with anger. He gave Zhang Hao a deep look. It was this student who had interrupted him and prevented him from defining the nature of the matter. Instead, the student preemptively revealed the whole story to the public. This put him in a very passive position. Now that he says there are surveillance cameras here, the matter is definitively settled, and there's no possibility of reversal. "Principal Sun, do we really have to go to such extremes?" Cao Meng roared, questioning him. "As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. I don't believe that the people from number 2 middle school would provoke your people for no reason." Cao Meng said with a twisted expression. "Hehe, that's fine, let's take this to the Education Bureau. Anyway, there are surveillance cameras here, what am I afraid of?" Sun Dehai said nonchalantly. Now that Zhang Hao has paved the way for him, as the vice principal of number 3 middle school, he cannot afford to be weak at this time. Then I will have no face to stay at number 3 middle school anymore. Now he is one with the students here, if it were a student who betrayed him in front of everyone today. His reputation as Sun Dehai is completely ruined, so what can you, Cao Meng, give me? Apologize, Principal Cao. Stop struggling. The facts are right in front of you. Sun Dehai patted Cao Meng on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Cao Meng's facial muscles twitched slightly as she stared intently at Sun Dehai and Zhang Hao. He wanted to kill the students from number 3 middle school who were shouting on the spot. Then I saw the same looks coming from the onlookers around me. Cao Meng forced out 2 words through gritted teeth, apologize. Teacher, we were. The students from number 2 middle school looked at the principal in disbelief, raising their heads to try to defend themselves. Snap! Cao Meng slapped the student, sending him spinning around before he fell to the ground. I said, apologize and then go back to rest. Cao Meng roared. The students from number 2 middle school trembled. Not only were they brutally beaten by the students from number 3 middle school, but they were also forced by the principal to apologize to them. This unprecedented humiliation made their eyes bloodshot and they tremble with rage. The students are at the prime of their lives, how could they bear such humiliation? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Apologize and do your best in the competition tomorrow. Cao Meng roared at them when they didn't move. Zhang Hao looked at them with a mocking smile. If they dared to make a move, wanting to bully the weak and take advantage of their numbers, then they should be prepared to be beaten. Don't be fooled by their current act of feigning injustice, their previous arrogance was even more despicable. The students from number 2 middle school realized they had no choice but to apologize after being told that. With her neck stiff and huffing, she shouted angrily at the air, "I'm sorry. Is this how you apologize? Like mosquitoes, who are you apologizing to?" Li Shanyu shouted angrily when he saw them turn their heads away and not look at him. "Don't go too far." Cao Meng gave Li Shanyu a cold look. "Get back here and get some rest so you can participate in tomorrow's competition." After saying that, Cao Meng didn't even finish her meal and turned to leave. He was too ashamed to eat here anymore. The second middle school has become a joke even before the competition has started. Ha ha ha. Well done. Great job, you all did a great job, you didn't embarrass me. Sun Dahai laughed and stepped forward, patting the men on the shoulders and praising them. He he he. Li Shanyu chuckled. The others also looked at Sun Dahai and grinned foolishly, holding their heads high like a victorious rooster. Although they were all injured, their spirits and energy were even higher. "Have you eaten yet?" Sun Dahai asked. "Report to the principal." "No, they've messed everything up." Li Shanyu shouted. "All right, then don't eat in the cafeteria, I'll treat you to a good meal outside." Sun Dahai waved his hand and shouted. "Call all of us and let's go outside." Upon hearing this, Li Shanyu and his men cheered and shouted excitedly. The onlookers were filled with envy. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Sun Dahai waved his hand and led the way outside. Even as the students from number 2 middle school walked out, they could still hear the students from number 3 middle school cheering inside, which made them feel as if their fathers had died. The students from number 3 middle school went out to have fun, but they had to go back and get scolded. Many of them were so frustrated that they almost cried. "The wounds on my body hurt even more." Back at the second middle school's camp, Cao Meng was waiting for them there with a gloomy expression. "I'm standing here. Look at you all. What kind of appearance do you look like?" Cao Meng exuded an icy aura. Although the students from number 2 middle school were angry, they dared not show it and stood obediently at their feet. "Shame on you! Shame on you! Aren't you very dissatisfied?" Cao Meng asked coldly. "Yes," someone shouted back, stiffening their neck. "If you're not convinced, then we'll beat them in tomorrow's match. It's all because of you that I lost face in the cafeteria and made number 2 middle school a laughing stock. When you see anyone from number 3 middle school during the competition tomorrow, kill them all. Don't let any of them advance." Cao Meng roared, her eyes red. "Let me tell you, I have plenty of medicine here. I'll bring another batch from the school tomorrow. As long as you're not dead, I can revive you so you can continue fighting the next day. Tell me, I've given you such good terms, can you kill the people from number 3 middle school for me tomorrow?" Cao Meng roared and questioned. "Yes," shouted the students from number 2 middle school. "Such a soft voice, are you all cowards? Did that battle just now drain your spirits? Did we break your spines? Can we take them down?" Cao Meng roared again. "Yes. Yes." The students from number 2 middle school roared with red eyes, like an enraged bull. "Remember what you said, I have plenty of medicine here. Whether you dare to fight or not is up to you. As long as you eliminate one student from number 3 middle school, you can exchange them for a level 4 blood activating pill. How many you can exchange for is up to you. If you can eliminate half of the students from number 3 middle school, then I'll treat you to Gihualu." Cao Meng shouted emphatically. "If we can eliminate 70% of the students from number 3 middle school, I'll treat you to night club." Upon hearing this, the students of number 2 middle school all had their eyes light up, like a pack of hungry wolves, their breathing becoming disordered with excitement. They all clenched their fists, vowing to eliminate the students from number 3 middle school. Those who practice martial arts are people who are full of vigor, have abundant kidney essence, and are full of energy. How could I possibly withstand such stimulation? They were all stimulated to the point of screaming and panting. A smile flashed in Cao Meng's eyes, the students' spirits had finally returned. Then he won't worry about tomorrow's game, he'll definitely get his revenge. He was determined to embarrass number 3 middle school at all costs, making it a laughingstock in this competition. Principal, what if we could eliminate them all? Someone asked excitedly in a loud voice. Everyone pricked up their ears, eager to see what the ultimate reward would be. Hee, then I'll send you a picture of a 60-year-old woman. I hate braggarts the most. Cao Meng said with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at Cao Meng's antics. There are still some formidable students at number 3 middle school, so don't let your guard down. And don't underestimate your opponents. Cao Meng said solemnly. But don't be afraid of them. There are only 1 or 2 strong ones. It's impossible for everyone to be a strong one. The reward is right here with me, let's see if you have the ability to claim it. Whether it's medicine, logistics, or medical staff, I'll prepare everything for you. As the old saying goes, shame breeds courage. As she spoke, Cao Meng took out a case of liquor and handed it out to everyone, each bottle containing a small cup of Beiju, Huxia white liquor. There was 1 cup for everyone. After drinking this glass of wine, whether you can wash away today's shame in tomorrow's game depends on your performance tomorrow. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the wine glass. He raised his glass to the students with great pride. Come on! Cheers! Cao Meng boldly downed the drink in 1 gulp. Crash! After finishing the drink, I threw the cup to the ground with a loud thud, feeling incredibly satisfied. The students followed suit, finishing their drinks in 1 go. Even those who couldn't hold their liquor were driven by the atmosphere and finished their drinks in 1 go. He then smashed the cup on the ground, as if throwing away all the humiliation he had suffered, and felt much better. Ha ha ha! Cao Meng burst into laughter. Get some rest, conserve your energy, and avenge this humiliation. With that, Cao Meng turned and left. As he reached the door, he turned back to them and said, if any of you run into Zhang Hao tomorrow, beat him to a pulp. I'll take responsibility if anyone dies. Yes. All right, go back now. Cao Meng waved her hand, and this time she was really leaving. Just you wait, Sun Dahai, you'll see what happens tomorrow. Zhang Hao, you've made me lose face so much today, so I'll ruin you. Cao Meng gave a cold snort with a twisted expression. Even now, thinking about what happened in the cafeteria, she still felt a lump in her throat and a sense of unease. Meanwhile, at Piaoxi Anglo restaurant outside, Sun Dahai and the students from number 3 middle school were drinking and eating meat heartily, having a great time. I am very satisfied with everyone's performance today. Sun Dahai said, standing up. Everyone stopped and listened quietly to Sun Dahai speak. However, just because we beat the people from number 2 middle school today, we shouldn't underestimate them in tomorrow's competition. The reason they are called number 2 middle school is that they have better resources than us in all aspects. But don't be afraid of them, I believe you are no worse than them. If they encounter our people in tomorrow's match, they will definitely attack relentlessly, so you must be careful. Sun Dahai tapped the table to emphasize. We've humiliated them so badly today, they'll definitely target us tomorrow, but don't be afraid. Whether it's medicine, logistical supplies, or medical personnel, I've prepared everything for you. Even if you get injured, I'll treat you as quickly as possible. In this competition, anyone who can enter the top 50 in Xiaojiang City will receive a generous reward from the school. As long as you can defeat someone from number 2 middle school, regardless of whether you are in the top 50 in Xiaojiang City, the school will give you a generous reward. Aren't you always thinking about going to the club? As long as you meet any one of the above conditions, the school will cover your expenses for going to the club. Li Shiniu and the others stared wide-eyed at Sun Dahai in disbelief. The school really went all out this time, they even booked out the night club. However, many more people were already flushed, their minds racing, and they were excitedly determined to beat number 2 middle school tomorrow, even if it meant risking their lives. Nightclubs are places you might only visit once in your life. If you don't seize this opportunity, you might regret it for the rest of your life. If you can kill the top 50 in Xiaozhong City, you will be rewarded with 2 million yuan, 1 level 5 Qi cultivating pill, 2 martial arts skills to choose from in the library, and a flying dragon car. Sun Dahai looked around and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Shiniu and the others began to breathe rapidly, and their eyes turned red. Some people couldn't resist grabbing a wine glass from the table and downing it in one gulp. Seeing the fighting spirit of those around him, Sun Dahai's smile widened. The Church of the Moon God. The statues here are still empty, except for a throne that has been added. Because Wang Xian promised his superiors that he would definitely retrieve the statue and wash away the shame. He wanted the people of the Moon God cult to remember forever that Zhang Hao had stolen the idol right under their noses, and he wanted everyone to remember this shame. I must wash away the shame before I can reinstall the idol. At this moment, Wang Xian and Lu Chao were sitting together drinking tea, both looking somewhat distressed. Wang Xian sipped his tea, feeling somewhat frustrated. He had just begun his preparations when Zhang Hao and his group participated in the human elite selection competition. What's most infuriating is that Zhang Hao is also the top student in the third school, with extremely high defense. This made Wang Xian, who had initially thought it was a sure thing, feel as uncomfortable as if she had eaten shit. This likely means that Zhang Hao will be among the top 50 in Xiaozhong City and will be sent to Pingnan City to participate in the selection competition. If they can't intercept Zhang Hao in Xiaozhong City, they'll have to go to Pingnan City to intercept him, which will make things much more difficult. It might even alarm the Zongjia provincial headquarters in Pingnan City, and the punishment they face then will certainly not be light. The same applies to Lu Chao. If the statue cannot be retrieved, not only him, but his father will also be implicated. Just then, a spy from the Moon God cult rushed in, panting and shouting. Master! He, Lord Lu, I saw Zhang Hao. They were eating at Piadoxiang restaurant, and they even had a conflict with people from number 2 middle school inside the school. Lu Chaoteng stood up abruptly, took 2 steps forward, grabbed the scout's clothes, and asked urgently. Was he alone? No. Everyone from number 3 middle school went, led by Sun Dahai. The scout was startled by Lu Chao. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao dejectedly loosened the collar of the scout. If Zhang Hao came out alone, he would definitely go and intercept him immediately. But if Sun Dahai comes out with him, that will be troublesome, as most of the experts from Xiaozhong City have gathered there now. If he goes there like this, and Zhang Hao manages to escape, or if he alerts others, he might not be able to get out. You said he had a conflict with people from number 2 middle school. Wang Xian asked from the side. Yes, according to the news, the students from number 3 middle school and number 2 middle school got into a conflict in the cafeteria because of queuing. And because of Zhang Hao's appearance, the students from number 2 middle school were really embarrassed. They went back in a huff. The scout nodded excitedly. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression flashed across Wang Xian's face. Go and gather more information, keep an eye on Zhang Hao, and see who in number 2 middle school hates him the most. Wang Xian turned to the scout and gave the order. Yes. Our spies are keeping a close eye on the conflict between number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school. The competition is tomorrow, and they will definitely go head to head, the spies nodded and said. Yes, keep them in touch at all times, and tell them to report to me on everything, big or small, concerning number 2 and number 3 middle schools. Wang Xian said seriously. Yes. Is there any other news? Wang Xian asked. No, the most explosive news today is this. By the way, people from the Xiaozhong City Lord's Mansion have also gone there, and people from the Education Bureau have arrived at number 1 middle school. In addition, Pingnan City has also sent someone to supervise. Okay, go gather more information, but be careful. Wang Xian nodded and waved for the scout to get to work. Yes, thank you for your concern, Master. The scout turned and left. Master, are you trying to exploit the conflict between number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school? Lu Chao asked from the side. I have this idea, but the conditions are not yet right. Wang Xian nodded and said, Master, there's no time left. Even if we lack the necessary conditions, we'll create them ourselves. We can't wait any longer. Lu Chao shouted anxiously. We can't wait until Zhang Hao finishes the competition and is on his way to Pingnan City to intercept them. By then it might be too late. The sun god cult had previously contacted them, proposing that they participate in a competition, and that they be killed on the way to Pingnan City after the competition. These are the top students in Xiaozhong City. Killing them will definitely severely damage Xiaozhong City and cause it heavy losses. Compared to intercepting and killing Zhang Hao, this plan is incredibly audacious, but well worth doing. Lu Chao and his group simply couldn't wait that long. The leaders of the other three major religions have all fled, and new leaders have been sent over, so they are naturally not in a hurry. But Wang Xian and Lu Chao were anxious, because the statue had been lost in their hands. Every day they delay increases their risk. If they fail to kill Zhang Hao on the journey, they will never be able to get their idol back. They may also have to embark on a journey of escape, as the punishments of the cult are too terrible. I know, but isn't this something I'm still considering? Wang Xian said, pinching her brow in thought. How about this? Send someone to sow discord between the second and third middle schools, causing them to fight again. What do you think? Ideally, one of them should be killed, so that they can't reconcile. Lu Chao added. Yes, don't we have that kind of drug that can unleash 3 times the power? You said that when their relationship is very tense, if we give them one of these miraculous drugs so they can take revenge, would they refuse? Wang Xian asked with a smile. Yes, definitely. Zhang Hao is too strong. He will definitely make the people of number 2 middle school despair. With this miracle drug, they will have a glimmer of hope. They will absolutely not refuse. He. The two looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. Then send a message to them, telling them to continue to sow discord between the second and third middle schools. We absolutely cannot allow them to reconcile. Wang Xian ordered. Yes, I'll give the order right away. Lu Chao quickly went out to instruct the scouts from number 1 middle school. The spies they planted in the school were buried very deep, and they wouldn't activate them unless absolutely necessary. This time, however, the situation is special and we have to take action, otherwise they will be held accountable. They cannot afford such serious consequences. The statue must be retrieved and Zhang Hao brought back for trial before he leaves Xiaozhong City. Only then can their sins be washed away. That way, headquarters won't investigate. Lu Chao, check on the other cults and see how they're doing. If necessary, try to communicate with them. I'm sure they're anxious too. Wang Xian called out, watching Lu Chao's retreating figure. Good. Looking at the obedient Lu Chao, Wang Xian smiled. Speaking of which, I have to thank Zhang Hao. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to subdue Lu Chao and make him so obedient. If we can defeat Zhang Hao this time and retrieve the statue, then everything will be perfect. When the time comes, just submit the report and say that they have caught the thief who stole the idol. The headquarters must be very happy. After all, the other 3 major religions have not been able to capture him for so long, but the moon god cult has. This is a real credit to the moon god cult. Headquarters will definitely reward them. Lu Chao gave instructions on the plan he had devised, telling them to make sure to sow discord between the students of number 2 and number 3 middle schools. They then inquired about the activities of the 3 major religious sects. It wasn't just the moon god cult that was paying attention to this match, the other 3 major cults were also watching it. The main focus is on Zhang Hao. Su Kangqian did not slack off at all, and kept a close eye on Zhang Hao. In addition, they sent people to contact the other 3 major religious sects. They ambushed Zhang Hao together on their way to Pingnan City. However, he never missed any news, and he knew everything about the conflict between number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school. Sowing discord? Su Kangqian asked, looking at Lu Chao. Yes, this is a perfect opportunity to let them continue their conflict and create chaos. Wouldn't that be our chance? Lu Chao asked with a smile. How so? Su Kangqian asked. While they were fighting, they made our people run away, luring Zhang Hao outside. Lu Chao said with a smile. As long as they become irreconcilable enemies, then whatever our people do will provoke Zhang Hao and his men, drawing them outside. We'll lie in wait and catch Zhang Hao. Not only will we get the statue back, but we can also have Zhang Hao arrested and put on a public trial, making the city lord of Xiaozhang City lose face. And we will surely be commended by headquarters. At that time, you, Master Su, will also be commended by headquarters. Lu Chao said with a smug smile. Are you confident? Su Kangtian asked. Yes, our spies have already infiltrated number 1 middle school. It's not difficult to sow discord between them. We'll just take advantage of the situation. They're already at odds, so we'll just add fuel to the fire. Lu Chao said confidently. All right, then I'll believe you this time. Su Kangtian slammed his hand on the table and stood up to say. I will send people with you to go together and capture Zhang Hao. All right, thank you very much, Hall Master Su. By the way, after capturing Zhang Hao, we'll need to trouble Hall Master Su to keep the experts of Xiaozhang City in check. Our Hall Master will also join in. Lu Chao said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Okay, sure. Su Kangtian nodded. What did the other two sects say? Su Kangtian asked. If Master Su agrees, I believe they will agree as well, Lu Chao said with a smile. Hehe, okay, then go and persuade them. Su Kangtian smiled. Thank you, Hall Master Su. I'll take my leave now. Lu Chao wanted to seize the time to persuade the other two sects so that they could act together. After all, it would be difficult for them, a single sect, to withstand the killing spree by the experts from the Xiaozhang City Lord's mansion. Only by working together can we withstand the experts from Xiaozhang City. By the way, tell your Hall Master Wang that if this doesn't work out, then follow my plan. Su Kangtian said with a smile. Lu Chao paused, turned around, and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Okay. I'll pass it on. After saying that, he strode away. Sigh, you guys are too hasty. Su Kangtian shook his head and sighed. According to his sources, Pingnan City is taking this competition very seriously, and has even sent people to supervise it and protect the students. However, since Wang Xian took the lead, he couldn't refuse her request. Let's just consider this a test of Xiao Jiangqing's reaction. This was to pave the way for that battle. The people of Xia Jiangqing would never have imagined that after their operation at the school, they would dare to carry out another operation on the road. Su Kangtian revealed a slight smile. Let's see how well the people Wang Xian arranged this time perform. After receiving instructions from Su Kangtian, Lu Chao quickly persuaded the leaders of the other two sects. He then returned to the Moon God cult to report back and arrange the operation. This is the bone-corroding power pill. After taking it, you can unleash 3 times the power in a short time. Remember, even the divine cult doesn't have many of these miraculous medicines. Be sure to use them wisely and don't use them carelessly. Lu Chao sternly instructed his scout. Yes. I will use it with caution. Okay, go ahead. I'll celebrate with you guys when you get back, Lu Chao said with a smile, patting his shoulder. After they left, Lu Chao went in to report to Wang Xian. Master, everything has been arranged. All right, then let's wait and see what they do tomorrow. Wang Xian nodded. By the way, the competition officially starts tomorrow, right? Wang Xian asked. Yes, it officially starts tomorrow. It will last for 3 days. Lu Chao nodded and said. Okay, we still have enough time. Don't rush or urge the people on site. After all, we're not there and don't know the situation. Giving bad advice could have serious consequences. Wang Xian comforted Lu Chao. Yes. I understand. The Hall Master is very composed. Lu Chao nodded, indicating that he had learned something. As one night passed, countless events unfolded beneath the calm surface of Xiaozhang City. As the morning sun rose, Zhang Hao was awakened by a whistle coming from downstairs. Everyone get up, come down and stretch, have breakfast, and get ready to start the competition. Sun Dahai went from room to room calling people. The same applies to other buildings. Students are encouraged to get up early, stretch, have breakfast, and get ready for the competition. Zhang Hao, get up. You must do your best in the competition today. Sun Dahai called out with a smile when he saw Zhang Hao get up. Yes, I certainly won't let you down. Zhang Hao said with a smile. After everyone finished washing up and entered the cafeteria, the students from number 2 middle school all looked over when they saw Zhang Hao and his group. Everyone's face was grim, they glared fiercely at Zhang Hao. Oh my, aren't these guys from number 2 middle school? You've recovered from your injuries so quickly. Zhang Hao asked with a teasing smile. Li Shenyu and the others immediately understood Zhang Hao's meaning and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm so envious, Zhang Hao. Do you think people who get beaten up often recover so quickly? Song Hai asked with a laugh. This immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. The onlookers burst into laughter, which infuriated the students of number 2 middle school, who gritted their teeth and their veins bulged. They wished they could tear Zhang Hao and the others to pieces. Don't be so smug. What kind of hero ambushes from behind? Cheng Yulan from number 2 middle school stood up angrily and scolded. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hao and his group laughed heartily, completely unconcerned. Zhang Hao turned to the angry students from number 2 middle school and made a throat-slitting gesture, which almost made them explode with anger. The group of men jumped to their feet, furious and ready to charge forward. Luckily, someone pulled me back. Stay calm, fight them during the match, and remember the strategy we discussed last night, someone reassured him. Guo Heguang watched from the side, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. They didn't even need him to provoke them, they already wished they could kill each other on the spot. That's wonderful. Some students from number 2 middle school were able to remain calm, but the students from number 3 middle school were far too arrogant. Despite the tense atmosphere, both sides eventually finished breakfast peacefully and headed to the stadium. The leaders gave speeches, and it was all the same old stuff, striving for the stability and rise of the human race, before finally starting the competition. As usual, a lottery will be held, but this time, students from other schools will be selected, not students from our own school. Xingzhou, do you think we should step forward and demand a direct confrontation with the people from number 3 middle school? Su Tianhe, who was standing at the front, asked with a smile. No, the higher UPS won't allow it. Let's follow the normal rules. Xiao Xingzhou shook his head and said. No matter who you encounter, tell them to fight them to the death. Xiao Xingzhou said calmly. This time, we must show the might of number 2 middle school and wash away this shame. Yes. Su Tianhe nodded heavily, then relayed the message. Soon, everyone received their own number. This is a small plastic sign. The front has the words Human Elite Selection Tournament encircling it, and the number 15 is in the middle, representing the 15th arena. The back is covered with a plating, and you can only see the opponent's name by scratching off the plating. This also ensures the fairness of the competition to the greatest extent. Zhang Hao scratched off the coating, revealing the words Li Hu of number 2 middle school on the back. What a coincidence, they're from number 2 middle school. Zhang Hao murmured. He didn't know whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. Whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, meeting me is a calamity for you. Zhang Hao then walked over to Li Shenyu and his group, and checked out their opponents. They discovered that their opponents weren't all from number 2 middle school, some were from number 5 middle school, number 4 middle school, and number 1 middle school. Soon the host in front of them took the microphone and started speaking. Everyone, take your number tag, find your corresponding ring, and step onto the ring within 10 minutes. If you don't step onto the ring within the time limit, you will be considered to have forfeited. Your opponent will automatically win. From left to right, the arenas are numbered from arena number 1 to arena number 100, and so on. There are a total of 500 arenas here. The rules of the competition are very simple, no banned substances allowed on stage, and anyone carrying weapons must undergo our inspection before being brought into the ring. Remember, once you knock your opponent off the ring, you can't continue the pursuit. If you are still on the stage, and your opponent voluntarily concedes, you should stop attacking. Remember, you can't intentionally kill someone in a competition. The game begins when the bell rings. Alright, those are the rules. Now get on stage. The host called out. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes as he listened to the host's words. He couldn't kill intentionally, accidental killing was acceptable. He even suspected that those above were encouraging them to commit murder. Otherwise, how do you explain the host's sudden remark? Isn't this a reminder that accidental killing is possible? That's absolutely outrageous. You can also bring weapons onto the stage. Jumping off the stage is considered an automatic surrender. Zhang Hao looked at the arena and suddenly seemed to see a scene of blood flowing like a river, a murderous aura rushing towards him. The smell of blood made Zhang Hao's blood boil. This is very different from the competitions he participated in his previous life, where safety was always the top priority in any competition. Even in mixed martial arts rings, killing is not permitted in principle. People will also be careful not to strike vital areas. Here, although the host mentioned many rules, it was essentially meaningless. It only sets a rule for surrendering, and the safest way to surrender is to jump off the ring. There is a great risk in admitting defeat in the ring. Listen to what the host is saying. If the opponent concedes defeat in the ring, the attack should stop. In other words, it is permissible if there is no time to stop. It's too brutal, but Zhang Hao says he likes it. He grinned. This was because, facing a cruel environment and ferocious beasts, the human race chose to cultivate talent through the method of raising gu, a type of poisonous insect. Therefore, it is predictable that the further you go in this selection process, the stronger your opponents will become. If your overall strength is insufficient, you are destined not to go far. Zhang Hao's blood was starting to boil with excitement. He hasn't encountered a worthy opponent in a long time. Lu Chao doesn't count. He's a Xiantian martial artist, far surpassing Zhang Hao. He needs to use the Divine Thunder Talisman given by the system to protect himself, otherwise, it's like throwing an egg against a rock. That's not courage, that's stupidity. Zhang Hao composed himself and stepped onto the number 15 arena. A burly opponent walked off the stage. He was incredibly fierce, and just by walking, you could feel a menacing aura emanating from him. Li Hu coldly looked at Zhang Hao on the stage, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. He unexpectedly ran into Zhang Hao, the person Cao Meng had specifically instructed him to kill. Cao Meng offered a generous reward, which greatly tempted and excited Li Hu. He was determined to kill Zhang Hao, wash away the shame of number 2 middle school, and make a name for himself by stepping on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stood on the stage, closing his eyes to rest, waiting for his opponent to come up. Hehe, I'm so lucky to have run into you. Li Hu stood on the stage, chuckling. Zhang Hao opened his eyes, looked at Li Hu, and smiled. Yes, you're really lucky. Ha, you still dare to be so arrogant at a time like this. It's only because I wasn't here yesterday that you're not here today, Li Hu said menacingly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Li Hu's face immediately darkened, and he looked coldly at Zhang Hao. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but unfortunately your mouth is too foul. You lost that opportunity, and you brought it on yourself. Li Hu said with a gloomy face. Hehe, yes, you're amazing, you came up on stage and tried to scare me. Zhang Hao looked at Li Hu with amusement. Ha, do you think I'll let you off the hook just because you did this? Li Hu suddenly said with a laugh. You think? Before Li Hu could finish speaking, he heard a clanging sound from outside the arena. This is the signal to start the game. Li Hu felt a blur before his eyes, and a huge fist appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his nose. With a crack, I felt my nose bridge break, followed by a violent jolt to my head, and my body was thrown into the air. What is this? How can it be so fast? Li Hu roared inwardly. Then consciousness faded into darkness. Boom! Li Hu's body was knocked off the stage and landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cao Meng's face also contorted, her brows furrowed and her face twitched. He looked at the arena and saw Zhang Hao, the student he hated the most, the student who had made him lose face. Surprisingly, he was the first to punch Li Hu, who was ranked high in their school, off the stage. Medical staff immediately rushed forward to check and found that Li Hu had only broken his nose, his opponent had exercised restraint and had not blown his head off. There's still hope. Start treatment immediately, the doctor exclaimed after checking the pulse in the neck. Cao Meng breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he could still be saved, but she still looked at Zhang Hao with a sinister gaze, as if she wanted to skin him alive. That's it? Give them their blah blah. Zhang Hao sneered. Zhang Hao, number 15, wins. The host announced the result as soon as he saw Li Hu being knocked off the stage. The students from number 2 middle school were all shocked by this voice during the competition. How could Li Hu lose so early in the competition? They all looked toward arena number 15, their eyes filled with shock. Even the referees on the high platform were taken aback by Zhang Hao's speed, and the ones on the highest platform were squinting as they watched Zhang Hao closely. Have someone send Zhang Hao's information up. The students from number 3 middle school were all invigorated, and their spirits seemed to have been elevated. Xiao Xingzhou and Su Tianhe's eyes turned cold as they looked at their opponents. They were very disappointed that their opponent today was not from number 3 middle school, but they were determined to defeat their opponent as quickly as possible. He wanted to tell everyone that the students of number 2 middle school were not weak. Zhang Hao shook the blood off his hands and stepped off the stage. Sun Dahai's mouth was practically splitting open with joy. Ha ha ha, great, that's wonderful. These words provoked Cao Meng to the point that he wanted to punch him to death and even smash Sun Dahai's nose. Guo Heguang watched from below as Li Hu was carried away, his eyelids twitching and his breath almost stopping. He asked himself, if he were to face Zhang Hao's attack, could he dodge it? It was too fast, so fast that he didn't even see how Zhang Hao made his move. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Hao punched Li Hu, sending him flying. He sent the enemy flying in the blink of an eye. If he had used more force, Li Hu might have had his head smashed open. As an undercover agent for the Moon God cult, can he really escape from his clutches? The original plan was to let him provoke Zhang Hao's anger, provoke Zhang Hao, and lure Zhang Hao out of the school. But now he realizes that this plan is simply not going to work. His speed is far inferior to Zhang Hao's, and he might be killed by Zhang Hao before he even gets out of the school. It seems the plan needs to be changed. The original plan will not be able to complete the mission at all, and may even cost him his life. This is not the outcome he wanted. Although he also believes in the Moon Goddess, he hasn't gone to the point of risking his life for his faith. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be an undercover agent. Thinking of this, Guo Heguang shifted his gaze to the other contestants from number 2 middle school, observing their strength, recording their performance, and pondering how the plan should be changed. Only in this way can his life be saved and the mission completed. At this moment, another scream rang out in the arena. Xiao Xingzhou had sent his opponent flying with a single palm strike, sending him flying off the stage with a scream. Xiao Xingzhou stood proudly on the stage, coldly looking at Zhang Hao watching from below. He pointed at Zhang Hao and made a throat-slitting gesture. This caused an uproar among the spectators, who couldn't help but turn their attention to Zhang Hao. This provocation startled Zhang Hao, who then flashed a bright smile and beckoned to Xiao Xingzhou, signaling him to come at him. Xiao Xingzhou sneered and also stepped off the stage. Unfortunately, his opponent wasn't from number 3 middle school, otherwise he would definitely have killed him. As Xiao Xingzhou finished off his opponent, screams of agony echoed one after another in the arena. Those top experts quickly defeated their opponents. Those who had previously infiltrated this place were quickly dealt with by a skilled fighter. Zhang Hao observed that very few opponents were directly killed, most, like him, injured their opponents or knocked them off the stage. His subordinates held back some of their strength and did not kill them. However, when Zhang Hao turned his attention to the competition among the students of number 3 middle school, he discovered something very unusual. Whenever someone from number 3 middle school encounters someone from number 2 middle school, the person from number 2 middle school will attack relentlessly, without exception. They acted as if they didn't care about their own lives, trading injuries for injuries, and always targeting vital points. The worst cases involved killing the victim. Zhang Hao frowned. There couldn't be such a coincidence. Almost everyone at number 2 middle school was working their hardest. There's no way it could be such a coincidence, they must have been acting on orders from above. Let them go all out from the start. Zhang Hao turned to look at Cao Meng standing on the high platform, his eyes narrowing. If Cao Meng wasn't involved, Zhang Hao would never believe it, not even if you beat him to death. Ah! A scream came from Yang Xiying's direction. Her opponent happened to be from number 2 middle school. Yang Xiying was originally very fast, but he encountered a tank-type opponent with high defense and great strength. It perfectly countered her, preventing her from using her full skills. Yang Xiying's punches landed on her opponent as if they were just tickling her. Unless you hit a vital spot, you can't hurt the opponent at all. At that moment, Yang Xiying was grabbed by the neck and held like a chick, while the other person frantically pounded on her body with his right hand. Yang Xiying seemed stunned by the beating, passively taking the hits, only knowing to scream in terror, but not knowing how to admit defeat. Stop! Admit defeat, Yang Xiying! Zhang Hao shouted, his voice booming like thunder. The other competitors paused, staring at Zhang Hao in astonishment. This roar, if it happened nearby, could even make them dizzy. If they encounter Zhang Hao in the future, they must be careful to avoid his sudden roar. This loud shout startled Yang Xiying, who immediately shouted that she had given up. But the guy from number 2 middle school didn't stop attacking. He threw several more punches, shattering Yang Xiying's upper body bones, before finally stopping and throwing her off the stage. He looked at Zhang Hao defiantly, as if throwing away trash, his face full of smugness. Cao Meng, are you crazy? Sun Dahai glared at Cao Meng and roared at her. Cao Meng revealed a sinister smile and looked coldly at Sun Dahai. Did I break the rules of the game? You're treating human life like dirt. This is malicious revenge. How can you be so narrow-minded? Sun Dahai shouted. Ha ha ha. Although we're very familiar with each other, I'll sue you for defamation if you talk about me like that, Cao Meng said, pointing at Sun Dahai with a smile. My students all strictly follow the competition rules, and I will not tolerate your slander, Sun Dahai. You, Sun Dahai trembled with anger. Sun Dahai was speechless. He knew perfectly well that the other party was acting out of malicious revenge, but he was helpless against them. Looking at Cao Meng's arrogant face, Sun Dahai almost ground his teeth to powder. Aren't you afraid that my men will also turn on your men? Sun Dahai asked through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha. Doesn't this perfectly fit the rules of the competition? Cao Meng laughed heartily. Isn't this competition precisely to select the strongest who can still survive the bloodshed and fierce battles? If everyone is just giving way to each other and trying to be a nice guy, then is there any point in continuing this competition? Would the ferocious beasts outside let you? Would they think twice before aiming for vital points to kill you, lest you harm your students? Cao Meng's series of questions left Sun Dahai speechless, only trembling with anger and his eyes wide with fury. You'll get your comeuppance. You're not human. Sun Dahai pointed at Cao Meng and cursed. Ha ha ha. Do you guys think I'm wrong? Cao Meng ignored Sun Dahai and turned to look at the team leaders from the other schools. The other vice principals cursed inwardly, damn it, why did you two drag us into this fight? They simply looked at the crazed students from number 2 middle school and nodded reluctantly. Sun Dahai laughed sadly, causing the other vice principals to turn their heads away in shame, not daring to look at his face. When Yang Xiying landed, Zhang Hao rushed over to check on her and found that the bones in Yang Xiying's upper body had been shattered. Even if Yang Xiying recovers, it will take a great deal of effort to fully recover, and she may even suffer a severe blow to her health. He is destroying Yang Xiying's foundation. This immediately enraged Zhang Hao, who glared furiously at the tank on the stage, clenching his fists so tightly they cracked. The tank-like contestant from number 2 middle school on stage gave a disdainful laugh and walked off the stage. The doctor arrived quickly, checked Yang Xiying's condition, put her on a stretcher, and went to treat her. Very good. People from number 2 middle school, I'll remember you. Don't let me run into you again. Zhang Hao's eyes were practically spitting fire. He turned to other arenas and found all the students from number 2 middle school attacking him frantically. The students from number 3 middle school were suffering repeated defeats, and the situation was not much better for the students from other middle schools. They were all terrified by the crazed number 2 middle school students. This is just the beginning of the competition, and these number 2 middle school students are attacking like they're on drugs. Those contestants who encountered students from number 2 middle school were all in dire straits at this moment. The competition started with the students at number 2 middle school, forcing them to work incredibly hard. They weren't prepared to fight to the death, but were forced to fight against the people from number 2 middle school. This made them feel incredibly frustrated, and they hated the students of number 2 middle school even more. This is insane. This group of people are absolutely insane. Seeing that the situation of the students at number 3 middle school was not optimistic, Zhang Hao wanted to speak up to remind them, but just as he was about to speak, the host landed next to him and pressed a hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder. "Zhang Hao, don't disrupt the game," the host said sternly. "You yelled just now, and I didn't stop you in time. Now, don't disrupt the game anymore." After finishing his speech, the host jumped back onto the platform. Cao Meng, who was on the high platform, saw Zhang Hao being stopped and immediately broke into a bright smile. "Zhang Hao, Sun Dahai, this is just the beginning. I want you to kneel on the ground and beg me. I will make you pay for what you have done." Cao Meng looked coldly at Zhang Hao, inwardly laughing out loud. "If you dare to make our number 2 middle school a laughingstock, then your number 3 middle school should prepare for heavy casualties." On the high platform, the two big shots watched the battle below with indifference. They did not stop the students from number 2 middle school from doing so. Just as Cao Meng said, they strictly followed the rules of the competition and did not violate them. In fact, they would prefer to see a match like this, instead of the kind of competition where everyone just agrees to be nice. It's certainly not that kind of bullshit competition where friendship comes first and competition second. They hope to use this stark reality to tell these students still in the ivory tower that the world is cruel. It's even more brutal than you can imagine. If you can't even withstand this kind of setback, then don't expect to be able to fight against even more ferocious beasts. If you can't even withstand a drop of blood, you'll only be a burden to your teammates on the battlefield. This kind of waste is not what they want. Furthermore, this human elite selection competition is to select the most outstanding talents to explore those secret realms. The place is fraught with danger and teeming with ferocious beasts, but it also holds numerous rare and precious treasures waiting for them to explore. If you're not strong enough, going in is just suicide. We've sent people in before, but none of them have come out. Sigh. They're still too young. We've protected them too well. They're already furious over such a small show of force. The person on the platform looked at Zhang Hao and shook his head slightly. Hehe, there's nothing we can do about it. That's how people in inland areas are. They don't directly face ferocious beasts, they only learn about them from books, the city lord of Xiaozhang City said with a smile. They don't have a direct sense of it, so they are indeed not as good as students in border areas. But once they're familiar with the battlefield, I believe they won't be any worse than the students from the frontier. The one from Pingnan City, whether he could continue watching the match or not, remained silent. After Zhang Hao's loud shout, the students from number 3 middle school already knew that if they were no match for him, they should immediately jump off the stage. These students from number 2 middle school have gone mad. Zhang Hao, they've gone mad. They've all gone mad. Song Hai limped over to Zhang Hao's side and said, his voice trembling. Yes. They've all gone mad. They came out fighting like crazy, ignoring the rest of the match. Even with their arms crippled, they kept attacking, like they were on drugs. Tan Jing said with lingering fear. Those who were eliminated from number 2 middle school gathered around Zhang Hao, all talking at once about their experiences. Looking at the fear on their faces, Zhang Hao suddenly felt calm. The students at number 2 middle school are working so hard, why can't you work so hard too? Some of them were even stronger than the students from number 2 middle school, but they jumped off the stage on their own initiative, frightened by the crazy actions of number 2 middle school. A martial artist should have a heart that is fearless and unwavering. Now look at them, it's just that the people from number 2 middle school went crazy, so they didn't dare to continue the competition. Is it really necessary? At worst, they'd get hurt, there's medicine to cure it, but they didn't dare. To Zhang Hao's relief, there were only a dozen or so people gathered there, while most of the others were still on stage. Li Daqiang, in particular, also encountered people from number 2 middle school. The students from number 2 middle school were crazy, but he was even crazier than them. At this moment, the students of number 2 middle school were crying and screaming in terror, terrified by Li Daqiang's frenzied actions. You're crazy? I'm even crazier than you. Let's see who's more reckless. Even a kind-hearted person like Zhao Xuanian was enraged and began to kill the students of number 2 middle school. Many of them are no weaker than those from number 2 middle school. As long as they dare to fight and take the initiative, they really have a chance to win this game. You guys get some rest, we'll take care of the rest of the matches. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Zhang Hao, help us get revenge. You must kill all the students from number 2 middle school. Song Hai roared defiantly. He was truly no match for the students from number 2 middle school, even with his best efforts, he was no match, so he had no choice but to jump off the stage. He also knew that it was a matter of his natural talent, and that he was already incredibly lucky to have entered this field. He also had to thank the intense competition among the students in the elite class for giving him the opportunity. Otherwise, he would never have been able to enter this industry. Many of the students in the elite class are better than him. Unfortunately, I was eliminated. However, the others were just genuinely timid and jumped off the stage in fear of the students from number 2 middle school before they even took the competition seriously. Okay, if you see any injured classmates, please help look after them. Zhang Hao smiled as he walked towards the lottery table. Soon, the first match was almost over, and 20 people remained from number 3 middle school, including Zhang Hao. The rest were eliminated, a 50% elimination rate. Fortunately, the remaining students are mostly top-notch experts. Several players sustained more serious injuries and will need treatment before they can participate in the next match. Li Daqiang was seriously injured, his arm was broken, his nose was shattered, and his face was covered in blood. But his opponent fared even worse, all 4 of his limbs were broken, and not a single bone in his body was intact. Li Daqiang left the ring with a smile. There are still 28 students left in number 2 middle school, and their crazy strategy has worked. Of the other 3 middle schools, number 1 middle school had the most students remaining, with a total of 33 students, and only 17 were eliminated. The other 2 middle schools, number 4 middle school and number 5 middle school, each have 22 students remaining. The 3rd middle school ranked last and suffered extremely heavy losses. It even became a joke, a laughing stock, which almost made Sun Dahai die of anger. Cao Meng laughed so hard his back teeth almost fell out, he truly hadn't expected this insane strategy. It's amazing that number 2 middle school still managed to stay in 2nd place and didn't drop down. The other 2 middle schools didn't look so bad, since number 3 middle school was at the bottom. Number 1 middle school still stands out from the crowd and leads the way. That concludes today's competition. There are 125 participants remaining. The competition will continue tomorrow, and 75 more will be eliminated. The competition the day after tomorrow will determine the ranking order among the remaining 50 people. Today's competition has ended, and the atmosphere among the 5 middle schools is still tense. Except for number 1 middle school, the other 3 middle schools have a lot of complaints about number 2 middle school. Then the draw will begin, and today will determine who their opponents will be tomorrow. The atmosphere became even more tense. The students from number 1 middle school were selected first, they had the largest number of students and were ranked first. Gu Changxing from number 1 middle school reached in and pulled out a number. Everyone draws a number. There are 2 tickets for each number. If you draw the same number, congratulations, you will be each other's opponents in the next round, the host said with a smile. All the license plates were covered with a coating, so no one knew what number each plate was beforehand. There are 125 people left now, and 1 person will definitely get a bye. So let's see who's lucky enough to draw number 63. he automatically advances to the semifinals. Come on, Gu Changxing, let's start with you. Good luck to you both. Everyone secretly hoped they would draw number 63. It wasn't for the sake of getting a bye, it was just to show off how lucky I was. Gu Changxing scratched off the coating on his plastic sign and found that the number on it was 23. Everyone was praying that they wouldn't draw number 23. Gu Changxing is widely recognized as the top martial artist among the students of Xiaozhong City. Once you encounter him, you can basically say goodbye to this arena forever, there's no suspense. The people behind began to draw number plates, and every time they drew their own number and saw that it wasn't 23, they couldn't help but cheer. The students from number 1 middle school were very lucky, none of them drew number 23. That means none of their students can rival Gu Changxing. Then the students from number 2 middle school started smoking. Xiao Xingzhou drew number 46, and he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he was no match for Gu Changxing. Su Tianhe began to draw a number, and when he scratched off the number plate, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He stared at the numbers on the number plate as if his father had died. If he could do it all over again, he would never have picked up that number plate. The number 23 was clearly displayed on it. When Xiao Xingzhou saw Su Tianhe's number plate from behind, he was also shocked. That's incredibly lucky. How did they even win this lottery? He looked at Su Tianhe with sympathy and patted him on the shoulder. The other students from number 2 middle school also looked at Su Tianhe with sympathy and observed a moment of silence for him. Although Su Tianhe was a top contender from number 2 middle school, there was basically no suspense in his match against Gu Changxing, and it could be declared that Su Tianhe was leaving the ring. Cao Meng's face was also extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed a dead child. He had originally thought that Su Tianhe could enter the top 50 in Xiaozhong City. Unexpectedly, they ran into Gu Changxing here. Sun Dehai and the other 4 vice principals burst into laughter. Then, the number 3 middle school started drawing number plates, with Zhang Hao being the first to draw. Scratching off the coating reveals number 35. Who is number 35? Zhang Hao shouted, holding up the number sign. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then looked at their own number plates. Zhang Meng, the tank player from number 2 middle school who once beat up Yang Xiang, suddenly looked at his number plate, which was number 35. His face immediately turned somewhat grim. Could his luck really be that bad? Zhang Hao actually drew number 35? Zhang Hao glanced at everyone, then saw Zhang Meng's expression change drastically, and a smile appeared on his face. It's you, isn't it? Zhang Hao asked with a smile, pointing at Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng's expression changed, and then he looked up at Zhang Hao. It's me, so what? Zhang Meng asked with a sneer. It's you, I've been waiting for you for so long. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Then I'll wait for you. Zhang Mengqiang said with a self-deprecating smile. Zhang Hao just smiled and didn't look at Zhang Meng again. In Zhang Hao's eyes, Zhang Meng was already a dead man. Be careful, don't be careless, this Zhang Hao is very strong. Xiao Xingzhou reminded Zhang Meng from the side. I know, but I'm not bad either. Zhang Meng said. Just be careful. Xiao Xingzhou simply reminded him. When the students from number 3 middle school watching from below the stage saw Zhang Hao draw Zhang Meng, they all cheered secretly. Li Qin, who had a relatively good relationship with Yang Xiang, couldn't help but cheer. This made Zhang Meng's face extremely ugly, and he glared at the people below the stage, as well as Zhang Hao, with a sinister look. Zhang Hao completely ignored Zhang Meng and continued watching the number draws on the stage. Many people are unwilling to show their numbers and hide the number they draw. They simply don't want their opponents to be prepared for tomorrow, just as they themselves don't know who their opponents are. They're gambling with their luck. This keeps their opponents guessing about their situation. Everyone was hoping someone would draw number 65, but after everyone from number 3 middle school had drawn their numbers, no one had drawn number 65. Sun Dehai was also very regretful. He sighed deeply, looked at the other 2 vice principals, cupped his hands in congratulations, and said that he was happy to see them. The vice principals of number 4 and number 5 middle schools were laughing so hard their back teeth were almost showing. Finally, number 65 was drawn by a person named Yangmid from number 5 middle school, who was so happy he almost fainted. Because he had already suffered very serious injuries, today's victory was very lucky. If he is to participate in the next match, given that he is not very strong to begin with and is also seriously injured, it is virtually impossible for him to win the next match. Now he has been lucky enough to get a chance to be among the top 63 in Xiaojiang City. Even if they don't win the next game, this experience is a great asset, whether it's for finding a job or getting into university. This made everyone green with envy. If a strong player gets a bye, that's fine, but if a weak player gets a bye, everyone will feel unbalanced. Alright, everyone's finished drawing lots. Come here tomorrow morning for the only match, the semi-final. Get ready, the host shouted with a smile. Let's call it a day. Go back and get some rest, get yourself in shape, those who need to cultivate should cultivate, and those who need to heal should heal. As the host finished speaking, the crowd slowly dispersed. After everyone went back and finished eating, night fell. The moon was bright, and its pure light illuminated the night as if it were daytime. Some people slept soundly, but others couldn't fall asleep at all. Tomorrow was the semi-final, and knowing their opponent made it hard to sleep. The cult's spies also began to take action, with Guo Heguang being the first to approach Zhang Meng. At the same time, we also look for those who are ranked lower and have weaker abilities, and give them hope. Other religions do not have a divine medicine like the moon god cult, which can triple one's strength after consumption. However, he still possessed twice the power, and he intended to confuse the enemy and prevent himself from being exposed. In the dead of night, a dark shadow flashed past the window, and a scream came from one of the rooms, waking everyone up. Murder! Murder! A terrified scream rang out, immediately drawing the school's security guards to the scene. Inside a dormitory at number 4 middle school, several students were pale with fright and trembling. Blood was dripping from the bed near the window. A student lay on top of it, eyes wide open, his throat slit. Blood flowed down like a stream, forming a pool on the ground. The overwhelming smell of blood terrified the students, who had little experience with blood, and they could only instinctively scream in terror. Murder! Murder! The security guard's face was extremely ugly, and the people from the city lord's mansion who rushed over afterward were even more trembling, exuding a terrifying aura. Who is it? The security captain gritted his teeth and forced out the words. They actually killed a student right under his nose. The wind is howling outside the window. The security captain pushed his neck open with his hand and saw that the cut on his neck was very smooth. It was a single, clean cut to the throat. Clean and efficient. Before the student could even react, his throat had already been slit. Security Captain Li Danian and Huang Chen from the city lord's mansion guard exchanged a glance, both able to see the worry in each other's eyes. This is a veteran, a seasoned killer. No clues about the killer were left at the scene, except for a new scratch on the window. However, the scratch was useless, it only showed that the murderer reached in through the window and slit the student Li Yangxi's throat. This was absolutely not a crime of passion, it was premeditated, with the perpetrator scouting the location beforehand. Sure enough, after questioning the other students in the room, they found no useful clues. They only realized something was wrong and got up to check after hearing Li Yangxi's throat being slit and making a hoarse sound, and after smelling blood. In other words, they didn't see the murderer at all, not even a shadow of him. This left Li Danian very frustrated. Li Yangxi has already been eliminated, so why would anyone still want to kill him? If he wins, it's understandable that someone would want to kill him. But now he's been eliminated and is living at the school. What kind of grudge does that person have against Li Yangxi? They all chased him to the school to kill him? Why not kill him after he finishes his match and goes outside? Why did they have to kill him in the heavily guarded school? This puzzled Li Danian greatly. Want to get angry, but don't know who to vent on? Just then, another scream came from outside the window. Ah! Help! Someone's dead! Xiao Long, go and see where this happened. Li Danian shouted. Xiao Long, who was outside the door, quickly ran up to check and called shortly afterward. He reported the news, panting heavily. Captain! Captain! Captain, it's 5th Middle School. 3 people from 5th Middle School have been killed. Damn it! Li Danian's face changed, he cursed and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the dormitory building of number 5 Middle School, leaving a few people to watch over it. 5 middle schools came to participate in this competition, and number 1 Middle School generously arranged 5 courtyards for the participants to live in. Each middle school has its own courtyard. These were originally built for the participants to live in, because Xiaozhang City often holds various competitions, many of which are held at number 1 Middle School. In particular, these selection competitions are often held at number 1 Middle School. Therefore, number 1 Middle School specially built these courtyards for the participants to live in, to show the school's grandeur. Zhang Hao was also awakened by this cry, but he didn't fall back asleep and kept practicing the Henjiu Sutra. He has just upgraded his skill level and still needs to practice the Henjiu Sutra more to digest his surge in power. To better control one's own power, one should strive to have meticulous control over it. This will further enhance his strength, and he can continue to strengthen himself when he has more enhancement points. Otherwise, forcibly strengthening it in this way will only make his foundation unstable. This is already very good, much better than those who need to practice hard for many years to improve their level. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's ears twitched, and he sniffed lightly, realizing that someone had entered the dormitory. A dark figure appeared next to Zhang Hao's dormitory. The moonlight cast a long shadow of him as he gently tossed the black sphere inside. It was making a sizzling sound on the ground and emitting thick smoke. Soon, smoke filled the entire dormitory. Zhang Hao sat motionless on the bed. With a soft thud, the dark figure landed and slowly approached Zhang Hao. A dagger glowing with blue light appeared in the shadowy figure's hand and swiftly stabbed towards Zhang Hao's back. Die! The man in black roared, and stabbed down hard. Zhang Hao remained motionless, sitting quietly there. Clang! Click! The man in black's dagger pierced Zhang Hao's back with a sharp crack, making his teeth ache. The man in black felt as if the dagger had struck a metal plate. Somewhat incredulously, he picked up the dagger and examined it closely. His face immediately filled with disbelief. The dagger's spike broke off. How the hell is this possible? How could the dagger's spike break off? The man in black's mind went blank, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. He looked at Zhang Hao's back, it had only pierced through his clothes, but there wasn't even a trace of a mark on his back. What the hell is that monster? The man in black roared inwardly, staring at Zhang Chen's back in disbelief. Somewhat defiant, he stabbed Zhang Hao in the back again, only to hear a snap as the dagger broke in the middle. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. The man in black staggered a few steps, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his head buzzing, and his back instantly soaked with sweat. What kind of monster did he assassinate? Could that sleeping gas still incapacitate him? The man in black looked at Zhang Hao, who turned his head and looked him up and down with a mocking expression. This startled the man in black, his eyes nearly popped out. Ah! The man in black cried out, turning to run away. It's over, it's all over, the man in black roared inwardly, frantically fleeing towards the window. But after taking only 2 steps, his body uncontrollably slammed into the wall with a loud thud. Ah! The man in black screamed, gasping for breath, struggling to get up. His arm was broken, and he was completely disoriented, with his internal organs displaced. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then saw a pair of feet standing in front of him. You! Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hao stepped on the man in black's back. This caused the man in black to spit out another mouthful of blood. It's quite lively tonight. Let me see who you are, she said, reaching out to remove the mask from the man in black. The man in black stared wide-eyed at Zhang Hao's hand, then gritted his teeth fiercely. Before Zhang Hao could even remove his mask, the black man foamed at the mouth, convulsed, and stopped breathing. An assassin! Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. Zhang Hao removed the mask from the man in black, revealing a handsome young man. This was a complete stranger to Zhang Hao, someone he had never met before. Zhang Hao then pried open the man in black's mouth. You can see that the poison in his molars has broken, and a foul, nauseating smell is coming out. This is interesting. Someone actually sent assassins to kill me. Zhang Hao said with a sneer. Who on earth is it? Who hates me so much? Downstairs, Guo Huguang waited and waited, but the person who went to assassinate Zhang Hao never came out. He could already see smoke filling Zhang Hao's dormitory. Why haven't the assassins escaped yet? Has something happened? Guo Huguang looked at Zhang Hao's dormitory and had a very bad feeling. He looked at Zhang Hao's dormitory window again and suddenly saw a head sticking out of the window. It was Zhang Hao. Guo Huguang's eyes widened as if struck by lightning, and he quickly hid in a corner, panting heavily. As expected, something bad happened. In Zhang Meng's room at number 2 middle school, there was also a man in black. He held a bottle of pills in his hand and looked at Zhang Meng, asking a question. Do you want to beat Zhang Hao? Zhang Meng sat up abruptly, staring at the man in black with a look of horror in his eyes. Who are you? Zhang Meng asked in terror. I'm here to bring you warmth, the man in black said with a smile. Do you want to beat Zhang Hao? The man in black asked again. I can beat Zhang Hao by myself. Zhang Meng roared, then suddenly pounced on the man in black. Boom! Upon contact, Zhang Meng was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and sliding down. Zhang Meng tried to stand up with difficulty, but he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With this little strength, you think you can defeat Zhang Hao? The man in black asked with a sneer. Do you have some misunderstanding about Zhang Hao's abilities? Zhang Meng stared defiantly at the man in black, his heart filled with utter terror. He was very confident in his own strength and even more confident in his own defense, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from this man in black. He felt his internal organs shift and his blood and qi become unstable. It took him a long time to catch his breath before he could calm down. With your strength, Zhang Hao could easily take on at least 2 of you. How dare you boast here that you can beat Zhang Hao? The man in black said sarcastically. How do you know Zhang Hao's strength? Zhang Meng asked arrogantly. I've fought Zhang Hao before, so of course I know his strength. I almost died at his hands. Do you think you can beat Zhang Hao? The man in black asked with a sneer. Impossible. How could a student have such strength? Zhang Meng exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha. I also want to ask, why? Why is Zhang Hao so strong? The man in black laughed coldly. Do you still think you're Zhang Hao's match? The man in black asked. Zhang Meng fell silent. However, he still can't accept that Zhang Hao is so strong. Even the man in black in front of him was no match for Zhang Hao, while he couldn't even withstand a single move from the man in black. Can he really beat Zhang Hao? Glug! Zhang Meng swallowed hard, already having made up his mind. Are you lying to me? What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Zhang Meng suddenly looked up and asked the man in black. I want you to beat Zhang Hao to death tomorrow, the man in black said, enunciating each word clearly. Why? Why didn't you kill him yourself? Zhang Meng asked, his eyes wide. You said you came to deliver the pills, and you're stronger than me, so why didn't you eat them yourself and instead went to kill Zhang Hao? The man in black remained silent for a moment. Speak. What is your purpose in coming here, or I'll call for help? Zhang Meng shouted, making a move to call for backup. If you dare call for help, I'll kill you right now. The man in black looked coldly at Zhang Meng. That cold gaze sent a chill down Zhang Meng's spine. He knew that if he dared to shout, the man in black would really kill him. So what exactly is your purpose in contacting me? Zhang Meng swallowed hard and asked. Didn't I say I want you to kill Zhang Hao in the ring tomorrow? The man in black said. Then why don't you kill him yourself? Zhang Meng asked immediately afterward. You have a much higher chance of succeeding in killing Zhang Hao than I do. I'm not available, the man in black said coldly. Zhang Meng's lips twitched. What the hell was this reason? Can you come up with an even more flimsy excuse? The man in black knew Zhang Meng didn't believe him, but it was true, he genuinely couldn't do it. What if I don't agree? Zhang Meng asked. You will die, the man in black said bluntly. Zhang Meng fell silent, his body trembling slightly. The man in black stared intently at Zhang Meng, putting immense pressure on him. He even suspected that if he dared not agree, the man in black would kill him the next moment. They were too close, the man in black could have touched him with his hand. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Meng's forehead, his breathing became erratic, and he kept swallowing saliva. Can I think about it? Zhang Meng asked. Consider it? Do you even have time to consider it? The man in black looked at Zhang Meng with a mocking expression. I never expected you to be such a coward. Zhang Hao has made it clear today that he wants to kill you, and you still have reservations, the man in black questioned. Zhang Meng suddenly raised his head and looked at the man in black. Were you there today? Zhang Meng suddenly asked. The man in black sneered, his eyes growing even colder, and the temperature in the room suddenly dropped, as if the atmosphere was about to freeze. Zhang Meng shuddered, swallowing hard, and regretted asking the question. What kind of pill is this? Zhang Meng asked, looking at the pill in the man in black's hand, breaking the silence. The bone-corroding pill, once consumed, will allow you to unleash 3 times your combat power, the man in black said, raising his hand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man in black. Does such a miraculous medicine exist in this world? Zhang Meng asked. The medicine really works, I'm not lying to you. I want you to beat Zhang Hao to death tomorrow, the man in black said again. As long as you complete the mission, I will give you another 5 million yuan, the man in black offered again. Isn't your mother waiting for money to treat her illness? As long as we have this 5 million, your mother's treatment can begin, the man in black said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Meng felt a chill run down his spine, the man in black before him was terrifying. They even investigated his family's situation. If we don't agree, will he hurt his mother? I promise you, but you mustn't hurt my mother. Zhang Meng glared fiercely at the men in black. Don't worry, we wouldn't stoop to threatening you with your family, the man in black said with a smile. Here, take this pill. Remember to take it before you go on stage tomorrow. It will last for 10 minutes. The man in black placed the pill on the table. As long as you complete the mission, we will give your mother 5 million. After saying this, the man in black suddenly leaped out of the window and disappeared into the night, becoming one with the darkness. Zhang Meng turned his head, his eyes red as he looked at the man in black's back. He wanted to shout out. But upon hearing the other person's last words, he dared not. He was genuinely afraid that the other party would hurt his mother. With trembling hands, Zhang Meng grabbed the medicine bottle, uncorked it, and saw a golden pill inside, engraved with mysterious patterns and emitting a faint fragrance. Zhang Meng had only taken a few breaths of the medicinal fragrance when he felt his blood surging and his whole body heating up. He dared not be careless and immediately closed the stopper. Zhang Hao, you will die tomorrow. Zhang Meng gripped the pill tightly and roared in a low voice. Hearing the noise outside, Zhang Meng jumped onto the bed, pulled up the covers, and went to sleep. Li Danian, the assassin, ran into the dormitory building of number 5 middle school and looked at the 3 students whose throats had been slit, his face extremely ugly. Check the surveillance footage. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant. Li Danian roared in exasperation. 4 students were killed right under his nose, while his security guards and escorts remained completely unaware. This is utterly disgraceful. Slap them in the face right in front of them. The vice principal of number 5 middle school also rushed over, his face extremely ugly, furious, and his eyes bloodshot. Quick, go check if anyone else is hurt, and wake everyone up. Li Danian shouted, looking at the people outside the door. Huang Chen suddenly realized what Li Danian meant and immediately notified all the vice principals to wake up their students and check if they had been injured. This investigation revealed that students from several middle schools had been murdered. Without any discernible pattern, the killer randomly selects his targets, striking cleanly and swiftly without any hesitation. The sight of the students' deaths sent chills down Li Danian's spine. Given the killer's skillful modus operandi, just how many people did he secretly kill? Only then could one develop such skillful methods of killing. The 10 corpses were laid out in the center of the courtyard, as if as an irony, mercilessly mocking their incompetence. Zhang Hao stood upstairs, looking at the corpses below, his brows furrowed. Security Captain Li Danian stood in the middle of the courtyard, smoking frantically, but could not find any useful clues. Faced with questions from the principals of 5 middle schools, he felt incredibly aggrieved, but he could only suppress his anger and couldn't vent it. Even the smell of smoke had a fishy, foul odor that made me want to vomit. Zhang Hao carried the body of the man in black downstairs. Teachers, Captain Li, this is one of the men in black who tried to assassinate me. I've caught him. Zhang Hao threw the man in black's body on the ground. Everyone in the courtyard turned their gaze to Zhang Hao, and then to the corpse on the ground. Li Danian was overjoyed upon seeing this and immediately went to examine the body of the man in black. He committed suicide by poisoning himself. Li Danian asked in surprise. Yes. Zhang Hao nodded. I originally wanted to force him to reveal some information, but he bit off the venom sac in his molars without hesitation, and it was too late for me to save him. Li Danian pried open the man in black's mouth, and a foul, fishy smell wafted out, making him frown. He could clearly see that a poison sac remained in the man in black's molar. Does Captain Li know him? Zhang Hao asked. I don't know who I've offended that would warrant them sending assassins to kill me. If I didn't have some skill, you might be seeing my corpse tonight. Everyone looked at the man in black. Suddenly, Zhu Swimming, the vice principal of number 5 middle school, changed his expression and looked shocked. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, it really was someone from their school. His mouth gaped open, his heart filled with terror, and his whole body trembled. How could this person assassinate Zhang Hao? How could he become someone else's assassin? Old Zhu, what's wrong? Principal Xiao Wanlong of number 4 middle school helped Zhu Swimming, who almost fell, and asked with concern. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Hao stared intently at Zhu Swimming. Principal Zhu, do you know him? Zhang Hao asked. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's question, everyone turned to look at Zhu Swimming. Zhu Swimming was covered in sweat, looking panicked, pale, and trembling as he vehemently denied the allegations. But anyone could see that Zhu Swimming was wrong. Li Danian narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Zhu Swimming. Even Xiao Wanlong, the principal of number 4 middle school, was staring intently at Zhu Swimming with an unfriendly look. Old Zhu, do you really know him? Xiao Wanlong asked. Who is he? Zhu Swimming was still stammering and denying it, sweating profusely and looking very nervous. I don't know him, Zhu Swimming waved his hand in denial. So many people have already died, don't you think it's enough? Li Danian asked coldly as he approached Zhu Swimming. You're also a vice principal of a middle school. Are you just going to watch these students die in vain? Huang Chen asked from the side. Zhu Swimming panicked completely, looking at Li Danian and Huang Chen with a flustered expression. Speak up, old Zhu, who exactly is he? Xiao Wanlong roared as he questioned. Yeah, Lao Zhu, could you be the murderer tonight? Cao Meng asked coldly from the side. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Upon hearing Cao Meng's words, Zhu Swimming reacted strongly and immediately denied it. If it's not you, then tell me who he is. Cao Meng pointed at the man in black on the ground and demanded. He. Zhu Swimming looked at the person on the ground with a troubled expression. He stammered several times but couldn't utter a complete sentence. The immense pressure from the crowd left him pale, incoherent, and unable to think clearly. Zhu Swilin knew he had no choice but to speak up, and he broke down in tears. He's my brother-in-law, a security guard at number 5 middle school, Zhu Swimming cried out. Did you arrest the wrong person? How could he become someone else's assassin? Zhu Swimming cried out. Is Principal Zhu implying that I killed the wrong person? There are security cameras outside my window, you can check them, Zhang Hao said coldly. Go investigate. Li Danian shouted. Yes. The security team immediately went to investigate. You come too. Huang Chen said to one of the people next to him. Yes. I In my memory, he was just an honest and hard-working security guard. Zhu Swimming cried out. At number 5 middle school, everyone praised him for being honest and hard-working. How could he be someone else's henchman? Stop shouting. Go cry back to where you want to cry. Li Danian was so annoyed by Zhu Swimming's crying that he couldn't help but yell. This made Zhu Swimming immediately stop crying out loud, and he could only hug the man in black and sob. Let go. We need to examine his body. Li Danian shouted. Zhu Swimming reluctantly let go of his hand, looking tremblingly at his brother-in-law, Lin Hai. Take off his clothes, verify his identity, and then check for any markings on his body. Li Danian shouted. You can't do this. Can't you go to the forensic lab to examine him? Do you have to examine him in broad daylight? Zhu Swimming cried out. Take him away, don't let him interfere with our investigation. Li Danian shouted impatiently. Yes. Zhu Swimming was escorted away from here by 2 security guards. Captain, there's a black snake tattoo here. After taking off Lin Hai's clothes, a black snake tattoo was immediately seen on Lin Hai's back. The snake's head was raised, as if it was choosing to devour someone, and its eyes were extremely cold. Just a tattoo can send chills down your spine and give you a cold feeling. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the tattoo design. This is the symbol of the Black Serpent cult. Zhang Hao said softly. He was very familiar with the symbol because he had personally stolen the statue of the Black Serpent cult. Upon seeing this, he realized that the enemy was the Black Serpent cult. You know him? Li Danian asked Zhang Hao with surprise. I've killed members of the Black Serpent cult, and they all had a tattoo like this on their backs. Zhang Hao stared intently at the design. You killed members of the Black Serpent cult? Huang Chen asked in shock. Yes, do you remember the cult riot a while ago? It was that night that I encountered people from the Black Serpent cult blocking my way. Zhang Hao nodded and said. Oh, by the way, I also met a girl from your number 1 middle school. She even participated in the competition this time. Zhang Hao said, looking at the vice principal of number 1 middle school. Oh, who is it? Zhang Wenbo asked with a smile. It seems her name is Zhao Suimei. Zhang Hao said. Is it her? Zhang Wenbo instantly remembered the girl and immediately made a phone call. Tell Zhao Suimei to come to the dormitory courtyard of number 3 middle school immediately. You only killed a few members of the Black Serpent cult, they wouldn't send assassins to kill you, would they? Li Danian asked Zhang Hao in surprise. I stole their idols. Zhang Hao's words were shocking and unforgettable. These words shocked everyone, who stared at Zhang Hao with their mouths agape. His face was full of disbelief. What did you just say? Li Danian asked again, somewhat incredulously. I said I stole their idols, Zhang Hao said again. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Hao's words. The Black Serpent cult had been frantically searching for who had stolen their idol, and they never expected that the person was Zhang Hao. Everyone was stunned. A while ago, the Black Serpent cult was like a mad dog, searching everywhere for the person who stole their idol. Everyone in Xiaozhang City was speculating, who was so clever as to steal someone else's idol. Cults are sects that believe in gods. It's ridiculous to think that the idols or statues of the gods they worship have been stolen. Many people were secretly laughing. So it was you who did it? They all felt it was somewhat absurd that the Black Serpent cult, with its many powerful figures, had actually fallen to a student. If this were said out loud, people would laugh their heads off. Zhang Hao himself admitted that he stole the statue from the Black Serpent cult. Everyone was still somewhat incredulous. You're not lying? The Black Serpent cult's church is unguarded. Huang Chen asked, staring intently at Zhang Hao. Yes, but their strength is not high. Their experts have all gone out, Zhang Hao said. Where is their church located? Li Danian asked immediately afterward. It's in the convenience store in the garden community, but I don't know if it's still there now. Zhang Hao said with a smile. He and Huang Chen exchanged a glance, and Huang Chen nodded in shock. Tell Li Danian that the Black Serpent cult's church was indeed located inside the convenience store in the garden community. The exorcist police received a report that an old man had died at a convenience store in the garden community. They eventually confirmed that it was a church of the Black Serpent cult, but the statues had been taken away. The exorcist guards also informed their escort team about the case. Because this incident was both unforgettable and quite funny, Huang Chen remembered it very clearly. Seeing Huang Chen nod, Li Danian's suspicions about Zhang Hao were completely dispelled. He had initially suspected that Zhang Hao was crying wolf. However, seeing that he answered his question without hesitation now, we can rule out Zhang Hao as a suspect. In addition, the man in black on the ground not only committed suicide by poison, but also suffered serious injuries before doing so. Internal organs ruptured, and all bones in the body were broken. Zhang Hao is going to extremes with black people. He looked at Zhang Hao with a somewhat unpleasant expression. So, it seems that everyone here tonight is after you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Hao. This person was definitely after me, but I don't know about the others, Zhang Hao said, shaking his head. Everyone thought about it and realized that it made sense, there was more than one man in black tonight. If there were only one man in black, he certainly couldn't have committed so many crimes. Xiao Zhang, what did you do with the stolen statues? Zhang Wenbo asked curiously. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Hao with curiosity. They also wanted to know what Zhang Hao did with the stolen idol. Sell it and get a level 7 blood activating pill. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Sold. Zhang Wenbo exclaimed in disbelief. Who will collect it? He asked again. I don't know. Every time I put the statue there, he comes to collect it and leaves behind a level 7 blood activating pill. Zhang Hao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Otherwise, if he makes up a character, he'll be exposed sooner or later. But he didn't know either, so that made things easier. He could simply use the system to create a fictional person. If they want to verify it, that would be even better. We'll give them a statue for free and directly enhance it into a level 7 blood activation pill. This business is definitely worth it. You haven't seen him? Cao Meng asked with ill intent. No, the other party stipulated that I must leave as soon as I put down and come back in 10 minutes, Zhang Hao said, shaking his head. I once hid in the dark and looked at the statue, but the statue seemed to have disappeared into thin air, leaving only a level 7 blood activating pill in its place. Zhang Hao said with a sigh. I still don't know how this statue disappeared. Nor do I know how this level 7 blood activating pill appeared. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, feeling it was all very absurd. You're lying. How could such a thing happen in the world? Cao Meng said, pointing at Zhang Hao. I know you won't believe this, so I'll trouble Principal Cao to find me a statue and I'll make it for you myself. If there's even the slightest difference, I'll give you my life. Zhang Hao said coldly. If you can help me find a statue right now, I'll contact the person for you immediately. Look, you can contact the other party, yet you say you haven't seen them. Cao Meng seized on Zhang Hao's loophole and pointed at him, shouting. Sun Dahai also frowned as he looked at Zhang Hao. The others also looked at Zhang Hao with suspicion. Zhang Hao looked at Cao Meng with great impatience, as if she were a silly husky. Principal Cao, how long has it been since you last used a mobile phone? Don't you know that people contact each other using mobile phones these days? Zhang Hao looked at Cao Meng with caring eyes. Who still contacts people in the traditional way? What did you think it was? A letter? Or a keepsake? Times have changed, Principal Cao. Here, this is the other party's phone number. You can call him now and talk to him. Zhang Hao took out his phone and handed it to Cao Meng. You have his phone number, yet you say you don't know who he is. Cao Meng blushed and shouted angrily after Zhang Hao's words. Brother, he contacted me, not me, Zhang Hao said with a sigh. Cao Meng was so provoked by these words that she almost jumped up, feeling the strange looks from others as if they were thorns in her back. Let me see if you're telling the truth or not, Cao Meng said, taking the phone and looking at Zhang Hao. Okay. Make the call and just tell them I have a statue here. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Cao Meng looked at Zhang Hao with a cold smile and dialed the number directly. The call connected quickly, but there was complete silence on the other end, no one spoke. "Hello?" Cao Meng said. "Beep beep beep." The other party immediately hung up. Cao Meng. He stared at his phone, somewhat dumbfounded, and dialed again. But this time, the other party refused to answer. "Who do you think you are?" Cao Meng shouted angrily. "Principal Cao, why did you say hey? Didn't I tell you to just say I have a statue here?" Zhang Hao sneered, looking at Cao Meng as if she were a husky. The others also looked at Cao Meng speechlessly. "All right, stop calling. He won't answer anymore." Zhang Hao reached for his phone. When he heard hello, he knew it wasn't me. "Go find a statue of a deity, and I'll make this call. You'll come with me to see how the statue disappears." Zhang Hao reached out and grabbed the phone, trying to take it back, but Cao Meng held on tightly. "Let go, or are you going to take my phone?" "Let go, Cao Meng. What kind of behavior is this? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Sun Dahai roared, pointing at Cao Meng and scolding her. Cao Meng's face trembled as she glared fiercely at Zhang Hao. He suffered several setbacks at Zhang Hao's hands and hasn't been able to get his revenge yet. This made Cao Meng feel incredibly frustrated and angry, to the point that she wanted to kill someone. "All right, Cao Meng, give the phone back to Zhang Hao. Don't embarrass yourself," Huang Chen said calmly. "Our main task right now is not to investigate whether Zhang Hao's words are true or not, but how to avenge these students. And how to prevent cult members from entering schools. Don't get hung up on these minor details. Besides, if it weren't for Zhang Hao today, we wouldn't have even caught a glimpse of a black man. Isn't it going too far for you to pursue Zhang Hao like this? Don't let personal grudges distract you from the bigger picture. This is no trivial matter." Cao Meng roared inwardly, but no one paid any attention to him. Huang Chen's words were already quite harsh, making Cao Meng dare not insist any further. Cao Meng awkwardly stepped aside. "Zhang Hao, go back to sleep first. You have a competition tomorrow. We'll take care of things here," Huang Chen said gently to Zhang Hao. He had a good impression of the little guy who stole from the Black Serpent cult. Back then, the Black Serpent cult was like a mad dog, searching everywhere for the person who stole their religion. He wanted to laugh. Zhang Hao had really given them a chance to vent their anger. The cult uprising caused them and the exorcists a great deal of trouble. "I never expected my house to be raided, it's funny to think about it now." "Yes, hurry back to sleep, it's so late, it'll be dawn soon." Sun Dahai pushed Zhang Hao into the dormitory, urging Zhang Hao to go back to sleep. He glared at Cao Meng as he spoke, suspecting that what Cao Meng had done earlier was to hinder Zhang Hao and prevent him from getting proper rest. "That's despicable." "Okay, thank you all for your help." Zhang Hao bowed to the teachers before turning around and going into his dormitory to sleep. Sun Dahai was relieved to see Zhang Hao return. His heart skipped a beat when he learned that Zhang Hao had stolen the statue of the Black Serpent cult. Zhang Hao is now the ace player of number 3 middle school, and we absolutely cannot allow any accidents to happen. Just then, the two people who had gone to check the surveillance footage returned. "Captain, this person did enter the room through the window, and he also threw in a sleeping gas." "Captain, look, he also has a dagger, and it's obviously coated with poison. It's glowing blue." The security guard showed Li Danian the video he had captured. In the video, a man in black is seen holding a dagger that glows blue, staring menacingly into the room. As seen in the video, smoke filled the entire dormitory and even overflowed outside the windows. The man in black then leaped into the room, and the video ended there. The following video shows Zhang Hao carrying out the body of the man in black. "Cao Meng, you idiot, open your eyes and look at this video. Do you still dare to doubt Zhang Hao?" Sun Dahai grabbed Cao Meng's collar and asked fiercely. "Are you blind? How sinister must you be to do this to Zhang Hao?" "I didn't. I was just asking a normal question." Cao Meng struggled desperately. "Oh right, what about that poisoned dagger?" Cao Meng shouted as if she had just remembered something. Upon hearing this, Sun Dahai flew into a rage and punched Cao Meng in the face. "UFG looking for trouble. I'll FG beat you to death." Sun Dahai slapped Cao Meng across the face without a second thought. Before long, Cao Meng's face was covered in red, black, and purple marks, as if she had been slapped and her face had been turned into a soy sauce shop. Cao Meng was beaten so badly that she screamed and desperately tried to escape. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Ouch, stop hitting me!" Everyone else stood by and watched, smiling, shouting for them to stop. But not a single person stepped forward to lend a helping hand. In the end, Li Danian couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to separate them. "Sun Dahai, I will never let you get away with this," Cao Meng mumbled. They glared at Sun Dahai and the others with resentment. This made Li Danian somewhat regretful that he had pulled Sun Dahai away. Cao Meng then limped back to her dormitory, ignoring the people behind her. "Old Li, you pulled him out too early. We should all go up and beat him up together," Huang Chen said with a smile. He had just been secretly sent by Li Danian to find the poisoned dagger, and was now coming down with the dagger in his hand. "Captain, the dagger has been broken," the security guard said in shock. Zhang Hao's room was a mess, and there was blood all over the walls. "You," Sun Dahai pointed at Li Danian and shouted angrily. "Old Sun, this is just a routine check, please don't take offense. This is also to clear Zhang Hao of suspicion. To shut up everyone who suspects Zhang Hao." Li Danian reached out to stop Sun Dahai from getting angry and quickly explained. "All right, everyone, this person has now been confirmed to be a member of the Black Serpent cult. He's Zhu Swimming's brother-in-law. This is not something we can handle, we must report it." Li Danian looked at everyone and said. "Yes, it involves a middle school principal, and this Lin Hai has been working as a security guard at number 5 middle school for a long time. Nobody knows if there are any Black Snake cult spies at number 5 middle school." Huang Chen nodded and said. "Following the forest line, we must dig deeper again. We need more power, more resources, and more information." Several vice principals nodded, feeling some sympathy for Zhu Swimming, but then they looked at the corpse lying on the ground. That sympathy instantly turned into hatred. "Tonight, we must hold this place and prevent any more students from being harmed," Li Danian said. "All right, we'll each take one building. Also, my guard team will be divided into 5 groups, and everyone will lead one group over," Huang Chen said to Li Danian. Li Danian understood Huang Chen's meaning. He was afraid that there might be cult spies among his security guards. "All right, my security team will also be divided into 5 groups, patrolling behind you along with the guard team," Li Danian said. "All right. That's settled then. Let's all work a little harder today to make sure tomorrow's competition goes smoothly," Huang Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Sun Dahai and the others nodded. After all, it concerns the safety of the school's top students, and the death of even one of them would be enough to break their hearts. All the vice principals were very proactive in taking on the tasks. Except for Cao Meng, everyone else has already gone back to the dormitory building. I wonder what they're doing there? They then led their respective teams on patrol to safeguard the safety of the 5 middle school dormitory buildings. But nothing happened in the latter half of the night, and everything was peaceful until dawn. Li Danian breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the corpse on the ground, he felt his head throbbing and aching. "Black Serpent Cult, don't let me find you, or I'll skin you alive and tear your tendons out," Li Danian roared viciously. The students were all woken up by the whistle, and everyone got up quickly, washed up, and ate breakfast. Despite the ongoing discussion about what happened last night, the game is still the most important thing right now. Only those who were eliminated have the leisure to discuss what happened last night. Zhang Hao's people are all adjusting their mindset. Zhang Meng looked at the pills on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then put them into his pocket. On the way to dinner, he poured out the pills, hid them in his palm, crushed the bottle into powder, and sprinkled it down the drain, where it was washed away with the water from everyone's morning washing. Upon arriving at the venue, the competition proceeded as normal, and the host began to present the competition as usual. No one mentioned what happened last night, as if nothing had happened. This surprised everyone watching from below the stage. They were also secretly wondering when the esteemed officials on stage would remember what happened last night. Zhang Hao, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Come on then! Zhang Meng shouted at the crowd from the arena. Now I'm giving you your chance to avenge that girl from your school. Let's see if you have the ability. Zhang Meng laughed and taunted Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smirked and slowly walked toward the stage. The students from number 3 middle school below the stage, looking at the arrogant Zhang Meng, were filled with righteous indignation and wished they could go up and beat him up on the spot. Hurry up, you're so slow, you're like a woman. Zhang Meng sneered from the stage. The students from number 3 middle school glared at Zhang Meng from below the stage, but Zhang Hao ignored Zhang Meng's urging and continued to slowly and deliberately walk up the stage, as if he hadn't come to participate in the competition. Instead, they were literary figures and poets who came to appreciate the scenery. He took one step and then stopped, which made Zhang Meng on the stage furious. Even the host's face twitched at the sight, but he couldn't urge Zhang Hao on because he hadn't violated the competition rules. As long as he gets into the ring within 10 minutes, he cannot be considered to have violated the rules of the match. The esteemed officials watching from the high platform also noticed Zhang Hao's unusual behavior, and their eyebrows twitched slightly. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kid is really messing with people's mentality. The deputy director of the Zhejiang Chinj Education Bureau said with a smile and a shake of his head. Zhang Hao's arena presents a stark contrast. Zhang Meng on stage was furious, while Zhang Hao, who was going up on stage, was calm and composed, completely unaffected. He still took his place on stage step by step, just like any other ordinary person. Even the students from number 3 middle school in the audience couldn't stand it anymore. This was too much bullying. With a smile on his face, he chuckled and said, "Haha, that's exactly how it should be, to break Zhang Meng's mentality. That's great. Seeing Zhang Meng so furious makes me feel so good." Song Hai said with a hearty laugh. Yang Xing looked at Zhang Hao with gratitude. She knew Zhang Hao was doing this to avenge her. She looked at Zhang Hao with great gratitude, for Zhang Hao was the first to rush to her aid when she was injured. This evoked a very subtle emotion in Yang Xing's heart. The more Zhang Meng became enraged, the happier Yang Xing felt. Could UFG be any slower? Zhang Meng was so angry he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, he didn't take the bone-corroding pill when he went on stage, otherwise he would have been in real trouble. But now, he is extremely impatient. It's just so annoying. He had just seen Zhang Hao's lips moving, and had previously thought Zhang Hao was cursing at him. When Zhang Hao got closer, it turned out that Zhang Hao was actually counting. He clearly came up right on time, just within the 10-minute limit, and stepped onto the last step. This disgusted Zhang Meng. He glared at Zhang Hao, who stepped onto the last step and took one more step. He shouted and suddenly charged towards Zhang Hao. The crowd below the stage began to hurl insults. That's incredibly unsportsmanlike. Zhang Hao hadn't even gotten his footing before he charged in like that. The students from number 2 middle school applauded and cheered. They were so angry they were practically bursting with rage, wishing they could just rush up and throw Zhang Hao up there, or beat him to death. Upon seeing Zhang Meng launch a sneak attack on Zhang Hao, everyone immediately cheered. The students from number 3 middle school glared at each other angrily, watching Zhang Hao on the stage with tension. Hang in there, Zhang Hao! Go for it, Zhang Hao! Kill him! Kill him! Students from number 2 and number 3 middle schools cheered each other on. Zhang Meng's face contorted with rage as he leaped up and viciously kicked Zhang Hao in the chest. Everyone below the stage clenched their fists, widened their eyes, and watched Zhang Hao nervously. Too nervous to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the students from number 2 middle school cheered and shouted with joy. Zhang Meng, Zhang Meng, Zhang Meng! Zhang Meng grinned menacingly and kicked Zhang Hao hard in the chest with a loud thud. Boom! Zhang Hao stood steadily on the stage, quietly watching Zhang Meng. He placed his hand on his chest, firmly blocking Zhang Meng's attack. Zhang Meng's eyes widened suddenly as he stared in disbelief at Zhang Hao, who stood steadily on the stage, completely unharmed. He couldn't kick any more, and Zhang Hao even grabbed his foot. Zhang Meng was in mid-air, trying to pull his foot back, but found that Zhang Hao had firmly grabbed it. The cheers from the students of number 2 middle school were still echoing. Zhang Hao pushed hard and threw Zhang Meng out. Zhang Meng cried out in alarm, struggling to control his body in mid-air, his heart filled with terror. If he gets thrown out of the ring before he even fights, it will truly become a huge joke. The cheers of the students from number 2 middle school came to an abrupt halt, replaced by gasps of surprise as their eyes followed the trail Zhang Meng had left. The students from number 3 middle school breathed a huge sigh of relief, and many of them loosened their clenched fists, revealing relaxed and joyful smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha! As expected of Zhang Hao, awesome! Wow! You caught that? That's amazing! They shouted and clapped wildly, venting their pent-up emotions. Zhang Hao actually caught the attack with just one hand. If it were them, they would definitely have been kicked off the stage. Where else can you do something as effortlessly as Zhang Hao, and even turn the tables on him? They relaxed now. From the battle just now, it was clear that Zhang Meng and Zhang Hao were not even in the same league. Sun Dahai, standing in the stands, also smiled easily and secretly loosened his clenched fist. He was genuinely worried for Zhang Hao just now. Cao Meng sighed inwardly, feeling quite sorry. Zhang Meng crashed to the ground with a thud, his body rolling towards the edge of the ring, his fingers gripping the ring floor tightly. He had to leave 10 deep scratches on the ring before he could stop sliding. His fingernails were shattered, and his hands were covered in blood. Zhang Meng's heels were right at the edge of the ring. He was covered in sweat, his face showing lingering fear, and his back was soaked with sweat. Part of it was painful, and part of it was genuine fear. Almost there. He was almost thrown off the stage. His strength is far inferior to Zhang Hao's. He originally thought he could fight Zhang Hao based on his own strength. No matter what, he was very confident in his defense and strength. However, in that first contact, he was utterly defeated. Looking up at Zhang Hao, who looked relaxed and had a faint smile on his face, she didn't come over to take the opportunity to knock him off the stage. Instead, she beckoned to him, signaling him to continue. The cheers and skepticism from the audience made Zhang Meng's blood rush to his head. He tried to fight quickly just now, and he wants to try again this time. He simply didn't believe that Zhang Hao was really that strong. Zhang Meng scrambled to his feet and leaped up like a hunting cheetah, landing in front of Zhang Hao. Boom boom boom! Zhang Meng threw punches quickly, his fists pounding Zhang Hao's chest. His fists moved like phantoms, and he threw countless punches. Zhang Hao stood there motionless like a wooden stake, enduring Zhang Meng's fierce attacks. It was as if they hadn't reacted at all. But no one would think that way. Just now, in such a dangerous situation, Zhang Hao was able to catch Zhang Meng's kick, let alone this time when he was prepared. The audience below the stage were all staring intently at the ring. The teachers and esteemed adults in the stands were just as focused, their eyes glued to the ring, not wanting to miss a single detail. Gradually, everyone realized that something was wrong. Zhang Meng had been fighting for so long, but Zhang Hao hadn't made a single move. Even his face remained calm and serene, with a faint smile. Zhang Meng continued his frenzied attack, appearing extremely fierce and intimidating. But at this moment, he looks like a clown no matter how you look at him. Even for Zhang Meng himself, the fierce attack was too much for his body to withstand. The punch landed on Zhang Hao's chest like hitting a hard steel plate, drawing blood from his fist. The audience watched Zhang Meng's frenzied attacks in silence. They all remained silent, staring blankly at Zhang Meng. They couldn't even remind Zhang Meng to stop fighting. You are no match for Zhang Hao. Zhang Meng looked up and stared at Zhang Hao, who had a harmless smile on his face, and was stunned. The scene he had envisioned Zhang Hao looking pained and spitting blood did not occur. Zhang Meng's fist remained stationary on Zhang Hao's chest. He was somewhat incredulous. After fighting for so long, Zhang Hao was completely unharmed. Zhang Meng's mind was buzzing, and he felt extremely panicked. If you hit someone harder, you won't even have the strength to strike them, yet you call yourself a martial artist?" Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Zhang Meng blushed deeply and trembled all over at these words. Looking at Zhang Hao, who was completely unharmed, Zhang Meng felt somewhat bewildered. Looking at his own fist, he fell into deep doubt. He just attacked with all his might, how come he's completely unharmed? You should know that his punches can't even stop a steel plate. Is Zhang Hao's body harder than a steel plate? Or is it that my punches can't kill people? Zhang Meng looked at his fist and fell into deep doubt. Is there really such a big difference in strength between me and Zhang Hao? Even with all their might, they couldn't harm Zhang Hao in the slightest. Zhang Meng felt somewhat desperate. He had been working hard to cultivate, but what had he actually accomplished? The power they once took pride in is a joke in front of Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao used the most humiliating method to shatter Zhang Meng's pride and completely shake his martial arts heart. Zhang Meng staggered back a few steps, his lips trembling, looking at Zhang Hao in fear. He didn't want to use the bone-corroding pill, knowing that it would definitely have severe side effects. Even if he managed to evade the pre-match security search, he couldn't escape the eyes of those high-ranking officials. But now, seeing Zhang Hao's confident smile, Zhang Meng couldn't help but feel angry. His stubbornness kicked in, and he was determined to beat Zhang Hao to death today. Zhang Meng released his grip, slid a pill from a hidden compartment in his sleeve, and casually popped it into his mouth as he retreated, using the act of spitting blood as a cover. None of those present noticed Zhang Meng's subtle actions. Only the highest-ranking officials frowned slightly, keeping a close eye on Zhang Meng. "Did he take his medicine just now?" the man from Pingnan City asked casually. "It must be. His action just now was illogical," the city lord of Xiaojiang City said with a sneer. "So, should we organize a competition?" "No need, I want to see just how strong Zhang Hao really is. Didn't he say last night that he killed several members of the Black Serpent cult? Let's take this opportunity to test Zhang Hao's limits. Anyway, with us here, Zhang Hao won't get into any trouble, unless Zhang Meng's medicine can kill Zhang Hao in an instant," the city lord of Xiaojiang City said with a smile. "But that's obviously impossible. Even if Zhang Meng becomes very strong after taking the medicine, he can still react in time and protect Zhang Hao before the crisis arrives." "Okay." The person in Pingnan City nodded. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Meng's face suddenly turned rosy, and steam rose from his mouth. He was breathing heavily, his eyes were bloodshot, and a hint of madness flashed in them from time to time. The exposed skin turned bright red, like a steamed shrimp. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Meng was acting very strangely at this moment. Zhang Meng couldn't bear it any longer and let out a low growl, like a wild beast. He felt a tremendous force surging within his body, threatening to burst him apart. He felt like he was going to explode if he didn't explode soon. Zhang Meng exuded an extremely dangerous aura, which forced Zhang Hao to look at him. "Ah! Zhang Hao!" Zhang Meng roared like a wild beast. Then, with a stomp on the arena floor, he charged towards Zhang Hao like lightning with a thunderous roar. Because of his incredible speed, Zhang Meng streaked through the air, creating a whooshing sound. Zhang Meng's figure hurtled towards Zhang Hao like a meteor. Zhang Hao dared not be careless, and dared not take Zhang Meng's attack head-on as before. The audience below the stage were captivated, their hands clenching tightly involuntarily. The same was true for the people in the stands. The fight between Zhang Hao and Zhang Meng attracted far more attention than anything else. Boom! Zhang Meng's fist slammed into Zhang Hao's chest with a whooshing sound. Zhang Hao sensed the violent aura emanating from Zhang Meng and raised his hands to block Zhang Meng's attack. The two collided with a loud bang. A wave of air emanated from Zhang Hao and Zhang Meng stared at Zhang Hao, who was still standing there, his eyes red with disbelief. He's taken the bone-corroding pill. Even with his power tripled, how come he still can't shake Zhang Hao? Zhang Meng roared inwardly, but at this moment, the immense power overwhelmed his reason. He roared and attacked Zhang Hao frantically. Zhang Hao shook his slightly aching hand. This Zhang Meng is something else now, his strength has become so great. Compared to before, it has increased by at least 3 times, which surprised Zhang Hao. What kind of medicine has such a great effect? Seeing Zhang Meng's frenzied attacks, Zhang Hao easily blocked them with just one hand. But seeing Zhang Meng's relentless attacks, Zhang Hao became a little annoyed. Taking advantage of an opening, he punched Zhang Meng, sending him flying. Ah! Zhang Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest bones were crushed by the blow. But Zhang Meng seemed oblivious to the pain, got up, and charged towards Zhang Hao again. Everyone in the stands stared wide-eyed at Zhang Meng in shock. "Cao Meng, what's wrong with Zhang Meng?" Sun Dahai shouted. "How the hell should I know?" Cao Meng was also very frustrated. "If you can't beat them, don't fight. Take medicine and go up to fight. Aren't you just hurting me? I haven't offended you." Cao Meng roared inwardly, her face contorted in pain. Meanwhile, the officials on the high platform merely squinted, looking at Zhang Hao with great surprise. Even after all this, we still can't see Zhang Hao's true colors? They could all see that Zhang Meng's frenzied attacks would be something that no student present could easily withstand. Even the teachers in the stands would suffer greatly from Zhang Meng's sudden and unexpected attack. But look at Zhang Hao, who easily blocked Zhang Meng's attack with one hand. This shocked them immensely, especially when they saw Zhang Hao throw a punch that sent Zhang Meng flying. This made them gasp in shock. How the hell did Zhang Hao train? He had previously received a report from Mei Tianhang that Zhang Hao had awakened a physique that allowed him to become stronger by taking medicine and cultivating. But he never expected that this physique would be so abnormal. Even the city lord of Xiaozhang City couldn't help but stand up, his eyes fixed on Zhang Hao. His face was filled with excitement. Their little Zhangcheng was very likely about to produce a great figure. At this moment, Zhang Meng was still attacking frantically. The violent aura emanating from Zhang Meng at this moment terrified the audience members below the stage. He was covered in blood, but felt no pain, and attacked with a frenzied expression. Like a wild beast, it howled and howled. He looked at Zhang Hao with despair in his heart. He had already taken the bone-corroding pill, but he was still no match for Zhang Hao. His remaining rationality was consumed by immense fear and jealousy. Zhang Meng completely lost his mind, driven only by the instincts of a wild beast. Its moves also reveal the instincts of a wild beast, biting with its teeth and grabbing with its hands. A series of low growls escaped from his throat. It made the students of No. 2 Middle School feel ashamed. Needless to say, everyone knows Zhang Meng took the drug. No one cheered for Zhang Meng anymore, their faces were all gloomy. Or they could turn their attention to other arenas and ignore Zhang Meng. What they hated most was that even though Zhang Meng, that good-for-nothing, took the medicine, he still couldn't beat Zhang Hao. He rushed forward but was slapped away by Zhang Hao. Then he got up again, rushed forward again, and was once again sent flying by Zhang Hao. The ground was covered in blood, but Zhang Meng seemed oblivious, like a maddened beast. Zhang Hao slapped Zhang Meng, sending him flying off the stage. Zhang Meng's arm was broken, and his leg was crippled. But Zhang Meng got up as if he felt no pain and limped wildly toward Zhang Hao on the stage. "Hey, hey! Zhang Meng, you've committed a foul. You've already fallen off the stage and can't go back up," the host shouted. But Zhang Meng seemed not to hear, ignoring the host's words completely. It lunged straight at Zhang Hao, letting out a howling roar, as if it were going mad. The students from No. 2 Middle School all turned their heads away, unable to bear to look at Zhang Meng's miserable state any longer. Cao Meng also rushed onto the stage immediately, grabbed Zhang Meng, and jumped off. Then he slapped Zhang Meng unconscious. Zhang Meng's body convulsed and he fell to the ground, trembling. "Principal Cao, you can't take him away. He still needs to cooperate with our inspection." People from the Education Bureau of Xiaozhang City stepped forward and stopped Cao Meng. "Yes." Cao Meng was silent for a moment, then nodded and stepped aside, watching them take Zhang Meng away. He turned to look at Zhang Hao on the stage, who was spotless and had not been stained with a single drop of blood. His fists were clenched so tightly they cracked. In this match, the students from No. 2 Middle School suffered too many losses at the hands of Zhang Hao. If it weren't for so many people watching, Cao Meng would have loved to go up and beat Zhang Hao to death. Everyone else was watching Zhang Hao, his performance was truly astounding. Zhang Meng was definitely under the influence of drugs, but in Zhang Hao's hands, he was still like a child, being manipulated and pampered at will. The students from number 3 middle school started cheering and jumping for joy, and even Sun Dehai's expression improved considerably. He didn't continue to hold a grudge against Cao Meng. The city lord of Xiaozhong City, standing on the upper deck, gave instructions to the director of the Education Bureau. You better watch out for Zhang Hao. Submit all his information. Whether our Xiaozhong City can rise to prominence might depend on him, Xiaozhong City Lord Tang Hexuan shouted excitedly. Yes. The director of the Education Bureau nodded. He immediately gave orders to his subordinates to collect information on Zhang Hao. It's clear that the city lord values Zhang Hao highly, so he dares not neglect him. You want to send him to Kyoto as a seeded player to participate in the competition. A voice came from high above, reaching Tang Hexuan's ears accurately. Yes, there are such talents. It would be a waste not to cultivate them. Getting stronger. Just by taking medicine, this kind of physique is indeed interesting. A voice came from high in the sky again. But be careful, this kind of physique may have a bottleneck. However, even if there is a bottleneck, it shouldn't happen during high school, so you don't need to worry too much. Tang Hexuan chuckled upon hearing this. There's just a bottleneck, but when will it appear? Has he reached the level of a general? Or has he stopped at the innate realm? No one can say for sure, but even if we stop at the innate realm, we won't lose out. There was no further sound from the high platform, clearly indicating that Tang Hexuan's actions were tacitly approved. Meanwhile, the other contestants in the audience were paying close attention to Zhang Hao. Especially just now, Zhang Meng unleashed such powerful strength, yet he was still no match for Zhang Hao. This shocked many people. Xiao Xingzhou and Gu Changxing both stared intently at Zhang Hao. This Zhang Hao was hiding his true nature far too well. Despite Zhang Meng unleashing such immense power, he still couldn't see Zhang Hao's true strength. This left them feeling somewhat uncertain. Zhang Hao's performance truly exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, the Education Bureau was also nervously examining the composition of Zhang Meng's blood. Taking banned substances during a competition is a serious taboo. Especially since he dared to take medicine openly in front of the city lord of Xiaozhong City, he simply didn't respect the lords. Whether or not one can continue studying in the future is still a question. As for participating in competitions or taking the college entrance examination, that depends on the mood of those in power. The impact of this incident is extremely negative. Soon, the laboratory analyzed the composition of Zhang Meng's blood. Section Chief, this is the test analysis report. The pill Zhang Meng took was the bone-corroding pill from the Moon God cult. It's a pill that unleashes power by overdrawing the body's potential, said Xiao Long, the tester. The tests revealed that the pill Zhang Meng took would overdraw his body, causing him to unleash 3 times his normal power. He would need at least 6 months of rest afterward, and it's uncertain whether he will be able to recover, Xiao Long said with a sigh. Zhong Kaiyun was so shocked by the inspector's words that her mouth dropped open, and she stared at the inspector in disbelief. You're telling the truth? Zhong Kaiyun asked anxiously, her voice trembling. Yes, this is all supported by data, including past data, so it's definitely correct. Xiao Long said, pointing to the analysis report. Can he really unleash 3 times the power? Zhong Kaiyun asked again in a hurry. Yes, it's possible. In reality, it might unleash even greater power, but it shouldn't exceed 4 times, Xiao Long said. Hearing Xilong's affirmative tone, Zhong Kaiyun gasped. 4 times. Being selected to participate in the competition already demonstrates their strong abilities. Moreover, Zhang Meng is among the top 65, demonstrating his formidable strength. If he were to unleash 4 times his power, even some teachers might not be able to withstand it. Let alone students. But he had personally witnessed the match. Zhang Meng was like a child in Zhang Hao's hands, letting Zhang Hao manipulate him at will. They were no match for Zhang Hao at all, not even on the same level. You should know that Zhang Hao is also a student, and a student at number 3 middle school at that. How could he be so strong? Zhong Qiuyun was deeply shocked, and her hands holding the analysis report began to tremble. Zhong Qiuyun hurriedly grabbed the analysis report and rushed toward the director of the Education Bureau. He had to tell the bureau chief about this. Zhang Hao's abilities were truly astounding. They are even more capable than some teachers, which is thanks to their Education Bureau. Watching from the sidelines, Li Danian witnessed Zhang Hao's strength and completely dispelled his previous perception of Zhang Hao as a slacker. This is because Zhang Hao's current strength makes killing a few Black Serpent cult members incredibly easy. The strength he's displaying right now is basically the same as the strength I showed when I killed Lin Hai last night. What's most terrifying is Zhang Hao's defense. He actually withstood Zhang Meng's frenzied attacks head-on. Even he wouldn't dare to directly take Zhang Meng's attack head-on. Huang Chen thought the same thing. They were all shocked by Zhang Hao's strength. With such strength, there's no need to learn those crooked and evil ways from cults. In addition, Sun Dahai had previously told them that Zhang Hao had awakened a special physique and could become stronger by taking medicine. That has even less to do with these cults. They even killed several cult members. Their surveillance of Zhang Hao was completely lifted at this moment. Then we still need to find the murderer among these cults. Huang Chen suddenly felt an immense headache coming on. There must be spies from these cults on campus, otherwise they wouldn't know where Zhang Hao lives. Yes, they must have spies, otherwise they wouldn't know our schedule so accurately. Last night they took advantage of that gap to enter the dormitory and kill people. Li Danian growled through gritted teeth. Find this spy, or this kind of thing will happen again. Huang Chen said viciously. I'll set a trap for him. Huang Chen squinted at the surging crowd of students below. Oh, how do I do it? Li Danian turned his head and asked. No rush, I need to discuss it with Zhang Hao before deciding how to proceed. Huang Chen said, waving his hand. They're all here for Zhang Hao, have you noticed? Huang Chen asked with a smile. Last night's killings were aimed at Zhang Hao. The reason they were killing people everywhere was to distract us. As for Lin Hai, he was very well hidden. He was probably one of their trump cards. He went to assassinate Zhang Hao, but was killed by Zhang Hao instead. And Zhang Meng today is also targeting Zhang Hao. There must be a reason for his outburst. Huang Chen said with great certainty. I can say for sure that Cao Meng did not give him this medicine. Li Danian's face showed a look of sudden realization. If it wasn't Cao Meng, then it must have been given to him by members of a cult. If we can find the person who delivered the medicine to Zhang Meng, we can follow the clues and find the cult's spies on campus. Then let's hurry up and find Zhang Hao. Li Danian stood up and shouted anxiously. No rush, let's wait until Zhang Hao is settled. He must be dealing with all sorts of things right now. Huang Chen said, shaking his head. He won the match today and advanced to the final, so there must be some social engagements that he can't refuse. Let's not disturb him right now, Huang Chen said with a smile. He knew that the city lord greatly admired Zhang Hao, and there were even rumors that the city lord planned to groom Zhang Hao into a top player and send him to Kyoto for a competition. Participating in the final round of the human race selection tournament. He held a higher position in the city lord's eyes than Gu Changxing. Okay. Li Danian didn't have as many reservations as Huang Chen, he did what he thought of. But seeing Huang Chen's insistence, he agreed. Zhang Hao was indeed surrounded by a large group of people celebrating at that moment. Zhang Hao's previous display of strength was simply too awe-inspiring. Humans have an innate tendency to admire the strong. They surrounded Zhang Hao and tossed him into the air, cheering and celebrating. Having lost all hope, they pinned their hopes on Zhang Hao. Coupled with Zhang Hao's actions today, it was so satisfying for them. They beat up the arrogant Zhang Meng, made him take medicine, and even after taking the medicine, he still couldn't beat Zhang Hao. This invigorating sensation made them feel completely refreshed, and they longed to roar to the heavens. It was more satisfying and exhilarating than if they had beaten Zhang Meng up themselves. Sun Dahai was also watching from the side, a broad smile on his face. If things continue to develop this way, Zhang Hao is very likely to win first place in this competition. So now their number 3 middle school has really become famous, and as the team leader, it's quite a memorable experience. This kind of experience is very rare. He will definitely be given important responsibilities after he goes back, and might even replace Mei Tianhang. Of course, this was after Mei Tianhang was promoted. Alright, get yourself in the right mindset, and we'll compete in the finals tomorrow. Sun Dehai shouted from the sidelines after they had celebrated for a while. The students had vented their pent-up emotions and could now understand Zhang Hao. They also hope that Zhang Hao can win first place in this competition and bring glory to number 3 middle school on their behalf. Zhang Hao, go back and adjust yourself. The opponent you'll face tomorrow will be very strong, so don't underestimate them, Sun Dehai said with a smile. Okay, I will. Zhang Hao nodded. After Zhang Hao returned, he began to rest. But others couldn't sleep, whether they were from number 2 middle school, number 1 middle school, or number 4 or number 5 middle school. The leaders of these groups couldn't sleep and were discussing with the students how to deal with Zhang Hao the next day. If someone encounters Zhang Hao, how can they defeat him? After all, the strength Zhang Hao displayed today forced them to take him seriously. But after discussing it back and forth, they were all filled with despair, because they really had no good way to defeat Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's defensive stance alone filled them with despair. In fact, the offensive power he displayed terrified them even more. While they were discussing, they received a call from the principal. What? 4 times the power, principal, did you hear me right? Cao Meng shouted, completely losing her composure. No, this information came directly from the testing bureau, it can't be wrong. Let the students just admit defeat when they encounter Zhang Hao, they really can't beat him, the principal sighed. Cao Meng didn't even know how she hung up the phone, she just stared blankly at the student in front of her. He had been holding back his anger, wanting to get revenge on Zhang Hao. But now, upon hearing the message from the principal, Cao Meng's mental state collapsed. 4 times. Zhang Meng unleashed 4 times his usual power this morning, even some teachers from number 2 middle school might not be able to withstand his frenzied attacks. When he jumped onto the stage, Zhang Meng was already at his limit, which is why he was easily taken off the stage and knocked unconscious. Otherwise, it would definitely take some effort. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This level of skill is almost unfair. Cao Meng also completely extinguished her desire to compete with Zhang Hao, burying this thought deep in her heart. Such a person is destined to become a great figure in the future. If he holds grudges, then Cao Meng will suffer a terrible fate in the future. Let's rest, no need to discuss any more. If any of you run into Zhang Hao tomorrow, just admit defeat. Cao Meng sighed deeply and said with a somewhat forlorn smile. Teacher, what happened? Xiao Xingzhou asked with concern. This morning, Zhang Meng took the medicine and unleashed 4 times his usual strength. Cao Meng said, then turned and left. A group of students were left standing there, stunned and speechless. Who among you is confident that you can stop Zhang Meng when he unleashes 4 times his normal power? Su Tianhe asked bitterly. Su Tianhe lost to Gu Changxing today without any doubt, the gap in skill was simply too great. He was called over by Cao Meng to discuss tactics, but he never expected to receive such news. This morning, Zhang Meng took the medicine and suddenly unleashed 4 times his strength, but he was still no match for Zhang Hao. This news left everyone at number 2 middle school stunned and deeply shocked. That's 4 times the damn amount. Zhang Meng is considered a strong student at their school, ranking among the top 15 in the entire school. Even so, it will take some effort for Xiao Xingzhou, who is ranked first, to defeat Zhang Meng. But what about now? Unleashing 4 times the power, he was toyed with like a child and easily defeated by Zhang Hao. How can we fight like this? Is this guy even human? We're all students, so why are you so outstanding? This left the originally ambitious and high-spirited students of number 2 middle school feeling extremely frustrated. Hey, then Zhang Hao is the first place winner. Su Tianhe said with a dry laugh. Heh! Who else could it be but him? Actually, we're not too bad off, it's just that Gu Changxing from number 1 middle school is in trouble. He was originally the pre-selected number 1, but he ran into Zhang Hao, this dark horse. He's just unlucky. Cao Bowen said with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Cao Bowen's words made everyone feel much better, and they couldn't help but smile. People are afraid of comparison. When others are worse off than themselves, they feel much better. Xiao Xingzhou stood there blankly, his eyes vacant and his face full of desolation. He originally considered Zhang Hao his rival, but it turned out that he and Zhang Hao were not even on the same level. Looking back at my previous thoughts, I realize how ridiculous it was that I even wanted to compete with Zhang Hao. Su Tianhe sighed deeply, walked over to Xiao Xingzhou, patted him on the shoulder, and offered silent comfort. He didn't know what to say to comfort his friend. It's all right, let's not compare ourselves to that freak Zhang Hao. Let's work hard and compare ourselves to Gu Changxing. Let's avenge me tomorrow. Su Tianhe gripped Xiao Xingzhu's shoulder tightly and said softly. Thank you, I'm fine, but I feel really bad. Xiao Xingzhou sighed. Zhang Hao's strength is too great. Even when Zhang Meng unleashed 4 times his power, he still couldn't test Zhang Hao's true strength, Xiao Xingzhou said regretfully. Like Xiao Xingzhou, the students of No. 1 Middle School were also frustrated. In every competition, No. 1 Middle School would basically sweep first and second place. This year, Xiao Xingzhou emerged. He fought Gu Changxing to a standstill, and it was originally thought that the competition for the top spot in this generation would be between Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou. Who could have imagined that Zhang Hao would suddenly appear and display such strength that all the students at No. 1 Middle School felt despair? It even made them want to curse. Is this guy even human? If they didn't know that Zhang Hao had been studying at No. 3 Middle School, they would still suspect that Zhang Hao was someone No. 3 Middle School hired to impersonate a student and compete in order to save face for No. 3 Middle School. However, Zhang Hao is indeed a student at No. 3 Middle School. This made them even more frustrated. They were incredibly frustrated. They had all prepared for a celebration party, but Zhang Hao's sudden appearance ruined everything. All their preparations were rendered useless. Gu Changxing stood on the balcony, gazing at the sky, and remained there for a long time without moving. The students at No. 1 Middle School did not disturb him. Everyone knew he was upset, because before this, whether it was students, teachers, or parents, everyone thought Gu Changxing would be the winner of this competition, and they even spread the word everywhere. Posters were even put up at the school, indicating that they had already secured first place. Now that this has happened, both he and the school feel very embarrassed. Gu Changxing's phone still receives many messages congratulating him on winning first place in the competition. This made him even more embarrassed, especially since he knew it would be very difficult to win first place in this competition. We still have to bite the bullet and compete with Zhang Hao. Because everyone told him that the outcome could only be known after the fight. But given Zhang Hao's current strength, is it necessary for him to fight again? Several middle school principals were trying their best to comfort their students, but Sun Dahai was laughing so hard his back teeth almost fell out. He even went out for drinks with several vice principals of middle schools, and during the time, he intentionally or unintentionally brought up Zhang Hao. Wow, I never realized Zhang Hao was so strong. Upon hearing this, several vice principals from various schools stood up and left, clearly not wanting to drink with Sun Dahai. He came here just to show off, it's way too much like Versailles. I don't want to talk to him at all. As night fell, Li Danian was on high alert. He was on high alert, determined that no more students could be harmed tonight. Together with Huang Chen, we patrolled all the dormitory buildings, leaving absolutely no blind spots. We must never allow cults to find loopholes or exploit them again. Each student also arranged for someone to keep watch at night. The vice principals dared not go to sleep easily, and stayed in their respective school dormitories to guard the students. If Zhang Hao is not dead, then the other party will definitely not let this go. This kind of thing that embarrasses Xiaozhong City is exactly what the cult members love to do, they thrive on chaos. The more chaotic the world is, the more they like it. The students were on high alert, they didn't want to die silently on the last night of the competition. I also deeply hate these cults. Huang Chen found Zhang Hao at this time. Zhang Hao, there's something I need your cooperation on, Huang Chen said directly. Please come in. Zhang Hao nodded, letting Huang Chen in. These cults are clearly targeting you, but now they're not just targeting you, they might be targeting all the top students in Xiaojiang City. If they get the chance, they will definitely wipe out all the students here without hesitation, Huang Chen said, pointing to the dormitory buildings. The students staying here this time are the top students in Xiaojiang City. If they all die, it will be a huge loss to Xiaojiang City. At that time, not only the principal of number 1 middle school will be responsible, but also the demon exorcist guard, the guard team, and everyone else, including the city lord of Xiaojiang City, will be responsible for these matters. Huang Chen said seriously. Zhang Hao remained silent, neither speaking nor interrupting Huang Chen, and continued to listen. I've come to you this time because I want your cooperation in setting a trap for the cult and finding the cult's spies planted in number 1 middle school, Huang Chen said. Didn't the guards and exorcism squads have some means to detect who was a member of the cult? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. We do have that method, but we secretly screened it yesterday and didn't find a single anomaly, Huang Chen said, somewhat frustrated. Cults must have found new ways to cover their tracks, and our methods may be outdated. As you know, the cultivation methods of cult members are different from those of normal people. They gain immense power through sacrifices. Normally, it's difficult to conceal the fluctuations in one's body when one suddenly gains power that isn't one's own, but this time we couldn't detect anything unusual. This person is very well hidden. We must eliminate him, otherwise the harm he will cause in the future will be even greater. Huang Chen looked at Zhang Hao sincerely and said. Okay, what do you want to do? Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Zhang Hao agreed, not only for the sake of the school, but also for his own safety. These cults actually found out that he was the one who kidnapped the idol, which is typical of cults. It will definitely be a fight to the death in the future. The more cult members I kill, the more I can increase my own strength. He stole so many idols that he's almost become an enemy of the cult. He will actively participate in any action targeting cults in the future. Even if there are no actions targeting schools, he can still actively initiate and call on everyone to overthrow the cult. Isn't there a more rigorous method to detect whether someone is a member of a cult? Zhang Hao asked. When he was tested by the 3rd middle school to see if he was a member of a cult, he even fell into a hallucination. I know you're talking about in-depth testing, a comprehensive scan, but that kind of testing is too inefficient, and we need to test too many people, Huang Chen said with a wry smile. The cost of using this equipment is extremely high each time, making it very uneconomical to use it for such large-scale testing. Activating this device requires a special substance called the illusionary spirit stone, and Zhongcheng has very few of these stones in reserve. It simply cannot support a large-scale testing campaign. Zhang Hao suddenly realized why they didn't use this method. He was just wondering why they didn't choose to surround them directly and screen them one by one. This is the simplest method, yet it's the fastest way to detect the spy. Now that minerals are involved, there's no other way but to use a trick. Zhang Hao knew that many mineral-producing areas were occupied by ferocious beasts, and the mineral content within human territory was very low. Especially rare minerals like the illusion stone. Therefore, Huang Chen could only use fishing as a way to find this spy. Using Zhang Hao as bait, they lured out this well-hidden spy. Okay, what do you want me to do? Zhang Hao nodded and asked. We still need the cooperation of people from number 1 middle school, especially Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou. Huang Chen said with a smile. Given the strength you demonstrated today, and the patrol density we showed, this spy probably won't dare to act tonight. But we only have one chance tonight, and you will have to leave number 1 middle school tomorrow. They are very likely to pause their operation, let you leave number 1 middle school, and then strike you again when you are alone or when the defense around you is not so strong. The 1st middle school is now like an iron wall. Even if they wanted to take action, they wouldn't dare to break in at this time. So their cult still has many opportunities, but we only have one chance to uncover this spy tonight. Huang Chen raised a finger and said very seriously. Understood. Zhang Hao has a duty to deal with cults. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Huang Chen chuckled softly. You're definitely duty-bound to do this, kid. You're practically becoming the public enemy of cults. You, Zhang Hao, certainly won't miss such a great opportunity to crack down on cults. Okay, thank you for your cooperation, Zhang. If this is successful, you can come to me if you have any trouble in Xiaozhong City in the future. Huang Chen reached out and patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder with satisfaction. Okay, thank you, Captain Huang. Zhang Hao said with a smile. He cursed inwardly, thinking, this guy won't act until he sees the benefit. If he hadn't agreed earlier, there wouldn't have been any of this later. Okay, the people from number 1 middle school, and Xiao Xingzhou will also be joining us later, Huang Chen said. Let's go over there now. You're too conspicuous here, there might be spies watching you right now, Huang Chen said with a wry smile. Zhang Hao nodded, understanding that what Huang Chen said was true. Zhang Hao followed Huang Chen and, under the cover of night, arrived at a secret room. Several vice principals from middle schools, as well as a few outstanding students from number 1 middle school, such as Gu Changxing and Meng Xianjiu, have gathered here. And Xiao Xingzhou, Su Tianhe, and others from number 2 middle school. Upon seeing Zhang Hao walk in, the previously lively atmosphere immediately quieted down. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Hao, especially Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou, whose gazes were quite subtle. The frustration I had just suppressed returned with a bitter taste in my mouth the moment I saw Zhang Hao again. Sun Dehai laughed heartily, stood up, and waved to Zhang Hao. The other vice principals looked at Sun Dehai with envy and jealousy, wishing they could poach Zhang Hao on the spot and make Sun Dehai cry his eyes out. The vice principal of number 1 middle school was the most interested and even wanted to take action. Although the success rate is low, what if it works? Zhang Hao, would you like to come to number 1 middle school? We will give you the best conditions. Zhang Yufei, the vice principal of number 1 middle school, asked with a kind smile. Get out! Sun Dehai glared angrily at Zhang Yufei and shouted. Sun Dehai wanted to eliminate any possibility of others poaching his talent, so he didn't even let Zhang Yufei reveal his conditions. The goal was to extinguish Zhang Yufei's idea and also to cut off Zhang Hao's hopes. You don't need to worry about Zhang Hao's affairs. Our 3rd middle school will provide the best conditions, Sun Dehai said with a sneer. Our 3rd middle school plans to pour all our resources into Zhang Hao. Can you do that? Sun Dehai asked with a sneer. The crowd was speechless. If the vice principals of number 4 or number 5 middle schools were here, they would definitely nod and say that they would do the same as number 3 middle school. However, it is unlikely that number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school will do this, because they have other students to train. It's impossible for Zhang Hao to be the only one favored. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. Let's make a plan and get started. We only have this one chance, Huang Chen interrupted their argument and said seriously. Upon hearing Huang Chen speak, everyone fell silent, their expressions turning serious. Zhang Yufei, the vice principal of number 1 middle school, was particularly eager to expose this spy. Because this spy is hiding inside their school, if they don't find him tonight, he will become a threat to their school in the future. People from other middle schools simply packed up and left. Therefore, he most hoped that this action would succeed. This time, I plan to have Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou cooperate with me and send someone to poison Zhang Hao, Huang Chen said, looking at Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou. Then I will grab this person in front of everyone, and then have someone spread the word that you were jealous of Zhang Hao and secretly poisoned him in order to win first place. If the scouts see that Zhang Hao is in a weakened state, and at this time, the defenses around him have been redeployed because of the escaped ferocious beasts that wreaked havoc on the campus. Do you think this spy might be tempted? Huang Chen asked with a smile. I'm going to put on a good show for this spy tonight, and see just how much their cult hates Zhang Hao. Upon hearing this, the others pondered it for a moment and all agreed that the plan was feasible. The plan is logically sound and has a certain degree of rationality. Secondly, it weakened Zhang Hao's strength, giving spies an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and they were not afraid that they could not defeat Zhang Hao. Third, the escape of ferocious beasts is a common occurrence, not surprising or abrupt. The transfer of guards gave the scouts an opportunity. Your reputations will be affected to some extent, but only tonight. If we don't catch this spy tomorrow, I will personally explain, Huang Chen said seriously. Okay. Gu Changxing immediately nodded in agreement with Huang Chen's approach. Xiao Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Where's Zhang? Huang Chen asked, turning his head. I agree. Zhang Hao said with a smile. All right. Let's get started in a bit. Everyone do your part, and we must find this spy tonight, Huang Chen said fiercely. This spy is absolutely disgusting. Everyone, with ferocious beasts rampaging, the task of protecting the students is entrusted to you, Huang Chen said to the vice principals. Li Danian and I would go to reinforce the murderer when he escaped, and make sure he saw us get out. Only a small number of guards were left to protect Zhang Hao. This is probably the most vulnerable time, it all depends on whether the scouts take action. Is everything all right? Huang Chen asked. No. The plan is great, it just depends on how well we execute it. Zhang Yufei shook his head and said. All right, everyone, let's get started. Then Huang Chen turned to Zhang Hao and asked, aren't you afraid of drinking poison? Give it to me. Zhang Hao readily extended his hand. Haha, indeed, heroes emerge from among the young. Don't worry, we have an antidote for this poison. Huang Chen was very impressed with Zhang Hao's decisive attitude. This poison won't affect your match tomorrow, it will just make you feel dizzy. Just take the antidote and you'll be fine. It doesn't cause much harm to the body. Huang Chen began to explain. Okay, I'm fine with anything, Zhang Hao nodded and said with a smile. The domineering effect of the Henjiu Sutra within his body against poisons had been verified last time. Any poison that enters his body will be refined and burned away by the Henjiu scripture, or even become nourishment for the Henjiu scripture. Therefore, Zhang Hao is not afraid of any poison at all. He readily agreed to cooperate with Huang Chen in taking the poison. Gu Changxing and Xiao Xingzhou were both surprised that Zhang Hao agreed so quickly. Although Huang Chen said there was no harm, the most important thing for a martial artist is his body. This is poison after all, how could it be without any harm? It could even very well affect tomorrow's game. But Zhang Hao agreed without hesitation, which they both greatly admired. Such selflessness is worthy of the honor of winning first place in this competition. Okay, very good. I will give you the poison later, and the antidote will be given to you at the same time. As soon as you feel danger, you can drink the antidote, and it will take effect very quickly. Huang Chen said with a smile. Zhang Hao nodded, and after a short wait, Huang Chen brought over the poison and antidote together. After Zhang Hao returned, Huang Chen immediately arranged for someone to sneak into Zhang Hao's room and pretend to release poison. Half an hour after he left, Sun Dehai pretended to come over to discuss tomorrow's tactics with Zhang Hao. Not long after entering the room, Sun Dehai ran out in a panic, shouting as he went. Help! Help! Someone's been poisoned! Someone's been poisoned! Sun Dehai shouted in terror, his voice hoarse. His voice immediately startled many people. Originally, the school had already been placed under martial law tonight because of what happened last night, and all the guards at the school were on edge. Guo Huguang heard the sound and looked at Sun Dehai in surprise, wondering what had happened. Zhang Hao is poisoned. Guo Huguang looked at Zhang Hao's room with suspicion. We didn't take any action tonight. Guo Huguang asked, puzzled. Who the hell is stirring up trouble this time? Guo Huguang felt a little nervous, his orders were to capture Zhang Hao alive. The cult wants to reclaim the stolen idols, and Zhang Hao, even if he dies, should die in the cult's church. They should accept the judgment of God, rather than die in this ambiguous and unjust manner. This greatly angered Guo Huguang. His biggest fear was an accident, and to his surprise, it still happened. He walked over with the crowd to see what had happened. Huang Chen and Li Danian led the team and quickly surrounded Zhang Hao's room. A tense investigation began, and the students gathered around did not disperse, waiting for a result. Guo Huguang mingled among them, listening intently to the discussion among the students next to him. The tallest tree catches the most wind, and the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Zhang Hao's strength today is too great. I wonder who actually poisoned him. The student next to him sighed. The other students nodded in agreement. That's not necessarily true. I heard that Zhang Hao offended a cult, and the cult sent people to kill him, someone countered. That's also possible. Cults never play by the rules and never consider the consequences. Yes, only cult members use poison, they're all a bunch of perverts. Guo Huguang stood there expressionless, unmoved by their words. He even occasionally showed a smile as he joined in the discussion. Those around them couldn't see anything amiss. Soon, Li Danian and Huang Chen's investigation yielded results, and they led their team rushing towards the number 1 middle school. The students watching nearby widened their eyes in astonishment. Somewhat hesitantly looked in the direction Huang Chen and Li Danian had run off in. That's number 1 middle school, right? Someone asked, somewhat incredulously. Yes, right. That's where the number 1 middle school students live. The person next to him hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Everyone already knew the answer, the clues were left by someone from number 1 middle school. Everyone started to imagine why someone from number 1 middle school would poison Zhang Hao. Do you think Zhang Hao's performance today was so strong that it aroused jealousy among some people at number 1 middle school? Huang Chen's accomplice asked mysteriously from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the match between Zhang Hao and Zhang Meng that morning and suddenly realized what was going on. They had all heard that Gu Changxing from number 1 middle school had already been pre-selected as the first place winner in this competition. However, the emergence of Zhang Hao as a dark horse has shaken the hopes of number 1 middle school to sweep the top spots. Do you know what kind of medicine Zhang Meng took this morning? Someone asked with a mysterious air. Everyone looked at him with even more curiosity. What medicine? Tell me quickly, what medicine is it? The person next to him urged. It's the bone-corroding pill from the Moon God cult, he said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Guo Huguang's heart skipped a beat, not expecting the testing personnel to detect the ingredients of the elixir so quickly. He told everyone the name of the elixir, but they all looked blank. I've never heard of this kind of elixir. You don't know what kind of medicine this is, do you? The man chuckled. Tell me quickly, what kind of medicine is this? How can it be so potent? Someone next to him urged, telling him not to keep him in suspense. I've heard that this medicine is extremely precious even within the Moon God cult. After taking it, one can unleash 4 times the power, he said mysteriously. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. 4 times? Zhang Meng? When they recalled the battle between Zhang Hao and Zhang Meng that morning, their eyes widened in disbelief. They didn't feel anything this morning, and even thought Zhang Meng was too weak. But as the day passed, everyone knew Zhang Meng's strength, and now they heard that after taking the medicine, Zhang Meng could unleash 4 times his power. They were so shocked they were almost speechless. They only had one thought in their minds, Zhang Hao is FG powerful. Is this even human? Many people couldn't help but swallow hard, trying to process the news. This also explains why the people from number 1 middle school would poison Zhang Hao. If it were them, they might do the same. Upon hearing this, Guo Huguang's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He seemed to see a glimmer of hope, a chance to complete the mission. Guo Huguang's heart began to pound wildly. He clenched his fists forcefully to calm himself down. Is this a trap? Guo Huguang was observing from the shadows, but there was still no opportunity. Huang Chen and Li Danian's men protected Zhang Hao very closely. This left Guo Huguang with no chance, but as an undercover agent, his greatest strength was his patience. He is very patient. Li Danian and Huang Chen immediately took Zhang Hao to the school hospital for treatment. Guo Huguang could clearly see through the crowd that Zhang Hao had already lost consciousness. He moved slowly with the crowd, observing Zhang Hao's reactions to determine if he was truly unconscious. 2 interns in white coats lifted Zhang Hao into the ambulance. When they put Zhang Hao down, there was a loud bang as Zhang Hao's body hit the ambulance. This is because Zhang Hao is a martial artist and has a heavy body weight, so it was very difficult for two people to lift him. So they practically threw Zhang Hao into the ambulance. Guo Huguang clearly saw that Zhang Hao was lying on the ambulance like a dead pig, and even after being thrown off and hit on the vehicle, he did not react at all. At this moment, Guo Huguang was certain that Zhang Hao had indeed fallen into a coma. This caused his eyes to gleam, his fists to clench, and his breathing to become rapid. He truly saw hope in completing the mission. Quickly, you two be careful, get him to the hospital quickly so the doctors can treat him right away, Huang Chen shouted anxiously. The ambulance rushed towards the school hospital. Guo Huguang moved slowly with the crowd and arrived outside the school hospital. Scatter, don't gather here, go back and rest. Huang Chen said coldly as he walked outside, waving his hand to drive away the students who had gathered outside. Captain Huang, who poisoned Zhang Hao? Yang Xing shouted angrily from outside. We are still investigating this matter, and we will inform everyone when we have the results, Huang Chen said with a serious expression. So, you went to the dormitory building of number 1 middle school with Captain Li just now. Were people from number 1 middle school trying to harm Zhang Hao? Yang Xing asked unwillingly. Yes. Captain Huang, is it someone from number 1 middle school who wants to harm Zhang Hao? The students from number 3 middle school also asked. Huang Chen looked at the stubborn girl and the angry students from number 3 middle school. Suddenly, he felt a headache coming on. It seems this girl cares a lot about Zhang Hao and won't give up until she gets an answer. He hadn't considered the emotional reaction of the students from number 3 middle school beforehand, even though Zhang Hao was already their leader. They pinned all their hopes for victory on Zhang Hao, but now Zhang Hao has been poisoned. They were naturally furious and demanded that Huang Chen thoroughly investigate the murderer. We will not disclose any information to the outside world before the matter is fully investigated, and you should not speculate, Huang Chen said sternly. We will definitely investigate the matter of Zhang Hao being poisoned thoroughly and will not let the murderer escape. During this time, I need your cooperation. Please don't add to our workload, okay? Huang Chen asked, taking a deep breath. Okay. We trust Captain Huang. Can you tell us if Zhang Hao can still participate in tomorrow's competition? Yang Xing continued to ask. Since Zhang Hao's injury, Yang Xing seems to have transformed from a fragile girl into a very strong one. Yes. Will tomorrow's match proceed as scheduled? Exactly. Zhang Hao has passed out, the match should be paused. If the match proceeds as scheduled tomorrow, it will be extremely unfair to Zhang Hao. The students from number 3 middle school shouted in unison. Don't worry, the organizers will consider all the questions you've raised. Huang Chen said with a smile. However, the students from number 3 middle school were not satisfied with this answer and wanted to continue making trouble. Alright, stop causing trouble here. I'm still here. Sun Dahai said sternly as he walked out of the hospital. If you continue to cause trouble, it will only increase Captain Wang's workload and will not help the investigation into the stagnant victim case at all. Go back now. Don't disturb Captain Wang's work. I will stay here and watch over Zhang Hao. Sun Dahai said. Hearing this, the students from number 3 middle school slowly dispersed. Huang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. If the students from number 3 middle school continue to cause trouble, his plans for tonight will not be able to proceed as scheduled. Ring ring. The piercing ringtone of a cell phone cut through the night sky, and Huang Chen immediately took out his phone and put it to his ear. What? Huang Chen's face changed drastically, filled with disbelief, and he roared. Even Sun Dahai looked at Huang Chen in surprise, wondering what had happened to make Captain Huang so horrified. What were you doing? Didn't you discover anything before? Huang Chen questioned angrily. Didn't you notice anything amiss when the chaos cult was causing trouble? Upon hearing this, Sun Dahai's expression changed immediately. This was not part of their plan. Could something have happened in Xiaozhong City? Is the chaos cult up to something? He looked at Huang Chen nervously. Protect the school, protect the residents of the community, I'll send reinforcements immediately. Huang Chen shouted. After hanging up the phone, Huang Chen immediately dialed Li Danian's number. Tonight's plan is cancelled. Don't release the ferocious beasts. The Chaos Cult has infiltrated the Purple Dragon residential area and is wreaking havoc inside. I'm going to reinforce right away. You protect Zhang Hao. Huang Chen felt like he had eaten shit. He was supposed to find the spies tonight, but the chaotic god cult is causing trouble, and the demon extermination guard hasn't come up with a reliable plan yet. If the chaotic god cult is allowed to run rampant in the Purple Dragon community, then Xiaozhang City will not be able to afford such losses. Zilong residential area is not only home to students from the elite class in Zhejiangcheng, but also to many government personnel from Zhejiangcheng. They are the lifeblood of Xiaozhang City. If they all die, Xiaozhang City will come to a complete standstill tomorrow. In addition, the son of the city lord also lives in the Zilong residential area. He absolutely cannot be harmed, neither he nor the demon-slaying guards can bear that responsibility. So he had to abandon his plan for tonight. This was heartbreaking for him. He had prepared for so long, but because the demon extermination guards were incompetent, he had to abandon his original plan. Everyone, follow me. Our destination is Zilong residential area. After saying that, Huang Chen led the way and drove towards Zilong residential area. The change happened so fast that Sun Dahai's men were stunned and bewildered. Li Danian clenched his fists tightly, unable to vent his anger. Guo Huguang watched Huang Chen leave, and his eyes lit up. He knew something must have happened outside. He took out his phone and saw that, sure enough, the Chaos Cult was causing trouble in the Purple Dragon residential area. They had actually infiltrated the Purple Dragon residential area and were there to welcome the arrival of the Chaos God's offspring. If they succeed, then everyone in the entire Zilong community will perish and become food for the chaotic divine offspring. The protective measures surrounding Zhang Hao have been significantly reduced, increasing his chances of completing the mission. A woo! Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the direction where the school was holding the beast. This caused Li Danian's expression to change drastically, and he looked in shock at the direction where the ferocious beast was imprisoned. He had just forgotten to tell those people not to release the ferocious beast. Damn it! Li Danian stomped his foot hard and cursed loudly. Principal Sun, you protect Zhang Hao, the rest of you come with me, Li Danian shouted. Li Danian led a group of people and ran towards the direction where the ferocious beast was imprisoned. Guo Huguang also looked in the direction from which the beast's roar had come. That's the sound of a ferocious beast roaring, Guo Huguang murmured, his expression changing rapidly. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes at that moment. Why were there so many things happening tonight? There were too many surprises. Is this a trap or not? But as he looked at the information on his phone, he realized that the members of the Chaos Cult were no longer lying. They were truly preparing to welcome the arrival of the chaotic god's offspring, treating the entire Purple Dragon community as a sacrifice. They didn't notify anyone beforehand, not even the members of the Moon God cult knew that the Chaos God cult was up to something. So this was indeed an accident. A woo, woo. A huge roar came from outside, near the dormitory building. The dust on the windows was shaken off and fell down, and everyone felt a deafening roar in their ears. Then the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. A ferocious beast is running towards the dormitory building. All the participating students were awakened by this beastly roar. They scrambled to their feet in a panic, went to the balcony, and stared in terror at the direction from which the beast's roar had come. The vice principals who were previously in the school hospital department no longer had time to care about Zhang Hao. They ran quickly out of the hospital and headed towards their school's dormitory building. They needed to protect their students. We absolutely cannot let the ferocious beast harm the students. Sun Dahai's expression changed drastically at this moment. He immediately poured the antidote into Zhang Hao's mouth and then asked the doctor to protect Zhang Hao. Sun Dahai didn't dare to take Zhang Hao away casually, as he didn't know what the ferocious beast was up to. He couldn't guarantee that he could protect Zhang Hao well from the dormitory building. There are at least a few security guards here, as well as guards from the school hospital, so the safety level is much higher than in the dormitory building. Li Danian was outside when he saw more than a dozen howling wolves charging towards him, roaring furiously. His expression changed drastically. These dozen or so howling wolves, which had been fed by the school, had all advanced to the level 4 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the howling wolves roared in packs, each one as huge as a bus, moving like a small mountain. The ground was shaking. This made Li Danian's mouth dry, his expression changed drastically, and then he roared. "Block these howling wolves! We absolutely cannot let them get through." After saying that, he took the lead and charged towards the howling wolf. Apart from Zhang Hao, most of the students were only level 2 or 3 martial artists, and they were no match for Xiao Shenlang. Li Danian underestimated the fighting power of the howling wolves. These howling wolves were carefully raised by number 1 middle school to hone the students' fighting skills. Their fighting power is stronger than those wild howling wolves, and they also know how to cooperate. This threw Li Danian and his group into a panic, causing them to suffer repeated defeats. Security personnel from the rear kept coming to reinforce, and even the guards from the school hospital came to help. The school hospital staff were unaware of Huang Chen's plan, nor did they know that there were cult spies lurking within the school. Zhang Hao was the only one left in the entire hospital, lying there unconscious. Zhang Hao slightly opened his eyes, hearing the ferocious roars of beasts outside and the chaotic security personnel. He continued to lie in the hospital bed, pretending to be unconscious. The toxins in his body had long been refined by Henjiao, and he was already full of energy, he was just still acting. At this moment, apart from those frail nurses, Zhang Hao was the only one left in the entire hospital. He wanted to use himself as bait to see if he could lure out the spy from number 1 middle school. He wouldn't be of much use going out to provide reinforcements now, so he might as well just pretend to be dead and stay here. Whether there are dates or not, let's shoot a couple of times first. What if the spy falls for it? Once all the guards joined the reinforcements, the situation finally stabilized. The howling wolves were also surrounded, roaring angrily, unwilling to return to their cages. Howling wolf will never be a slave. But this is human territory, and we cannot allow them to run rampant like ferocious beasts. The situation is gradually stabilizing. Guo Huguang also entered the school hospital at this moment and walked towards Zhang Hao's ward. Zhang Hao heard the gradually fading roars of beasts outside and felt somewhat disappointed, because the scout still hadn't arrived. He really knows how to hold back. Zhang Hao was about to get up to go to the bathroom. Suddenly he heard light footsteps outside, and he immediately lay back down. Listen carefully to the footsteps of the person entering. This is definitely not the sound of footsteps a doctor or nurse should make, they always walk in a hurry. The footsteps sounded like a cat's, so it definitely wasn't a doctor or nurse. They are not hospital staff. There's only one possibility, a scout has arrived. Guo Huguang arrived at Zhang Hao's hospital bedside, but stopped when he was still half a meter away, not moving any closer. "Wake up! You can't fool me by pretending to be dead!" Guo Huguang shouted at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was startled. Could it be? How could they still be discovered? Zhang Hao secretly focused his mind, guarding against a sudden attack from those watching. "Hehe, it seems you really are unconscious," Guo Huguang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was so angry that he stood up and almost started cursing. "It turns out they were bluffing me. Luckily I didn't move, or I would have been discovered. Zhang Hao, do you know how much the moon god cult has sacrificed for you?" Guo Huguang looked at Zhang Hao coldly. "I had already given up hope, but I never expected that God would give me this opportunity. Now that it's just the two of us, you can't unleash your full potential no matter how strong you are. Haha! I'll get stronger thanks to you," Guo Huguang said excitedly at Zhang Hao's bedside. He then scooped up Zhang Hao and put him into a pre-prepared bag. He picked it up and left. They ran towards the outside of the school. At the same time, he started making phone calls to inform the moon god cult that he had captured Zhang Hao. They are on their way back. Lu Chao was somewhat incredulous. He looked at his phone with great confusion, wondering if the other party had already been exposed. Someone else called him. "I raise my head and gaze at the bright moon. Lu Chao suddenly said. We are all in this together, though we are far apart, Guo Huguang said without hesitation. He knew that Lord Lu suspected he had been kidnapped. Sir, I wasn't kidnapped. It was because something unexpected happened at number 1 middle school that I seized the opportunity to capture Zhang Hao, Guo Huguang explained. Okay, take him to Zijiao first, we'll meet you there. Lu Chao still couldn't believe Guo Huguang. Guo Huguang did not complain and did as Lu Chao said. He had no choice and knew that headquarters suspected him. However, he was still making excuses for Lu Chao, claiming it was for the safety of the cult. I even gave Lu Chao a thumbs up in my heart for what he did. He quickly scaled the wall of number 1 middle school, where the guards had already gone to reinforce Li Danian. He ran out with ease. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Sun Dehai immediately ran to the hospital to check on Zhang Hao's condition. When he saw that Zhang Hao's hospital bed was empty, his mind went blank and everything went black. He stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. She stared at Zhang Hao's hospital bed with a look of horror. Zhang Hao has disappeared. Sun Dehai ran out like a madman. Help! Help! Zhang Hao is missing. Has anyone seen Zhang Hao? Sun Dehai shouted at the top of his lungs. However, the scene was still somewhat chaotic, with the roars of beasts, the shouts of security personnel, and the terrified screams of students all mixed together. Sun Dehai's shouts could no longer be heard. At this moment, all the guards were driving away the howling wolves, trying to force them back into their cages. Sun Dehai shouted frantically, but few people could hear him clearly. They thought Sun Dehai was either driving away Xiao Shenlang or cheering them on. Only when Li Danian happened to turn his head and saw Sun Dehai's crazed expression did a very bad premonition well up in his heart. He had others take his place and continue to drive away the howling wolf. He rushed to Sun Dehai's side and asked anxiously, has something happened to Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao is missing. Sun Dehai shouted anxiously. Quickly check the surveillance footage and see where Zhang Hao went. Li Danian didn't dare to delay and immediately pulled Sun Dehai to the monitoring room. When they made the plan, they had considered the possibility of such an unexpected situation. Therefore, strict surveillance was set up around Zhang Hao. The situation was chaotic because of the ferocious beasts causing trouble, and even the people in the monitoring room had to come down to help. That's why we didn't see an alarm sound after Zhang Hao disappeared. They went to the monitoring room, watched the previous surveillance footage, and quickly found the person who had kidnapped Zhang Hao. That's him! Sun Dehai shouted, pointing at Guo Huguang. In the video, Guo Huguang put Zhang Hao into a bag, carried it on his back like he was carrying garbage, and left. Li Danian stared wide-eyed at Guo Huguang with hatred. Damn it, why not be a good student instead of becoming a spy for a cult? What should we do? What should we do now? Sun Dehai asked anxiously. Don't worry, we've installed a tracker on Zhang Hao. Just keep up with him, Li Danian reassured Sun Dehai. Wait here for me, I'll go and ask the vice principal to come with us, Li Danian said. Once outside the school, Li Danian faced the cult's experts head-on, but he lacked confidence. When Huang Chen was around, he was able to handle things on his own. To track down Zhang Hao, we need a skilled person to accompany us, and currently only Vice Principal Zhang Yufei is suitable. With Li Danian and Sun Dehai added, they should be able to handle the cult's experts. I'll go with you, after all, it's to help my number 3 middle school find someone. Sun Dehai said. Okay, let's go together. The two of them ran quickly towards Zhang Yufei. Guo Huguang, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, ran swiftly towards the hillside of Zijiao. That is the place where Jin Yunhe and his son Jin Minjiao died. Through the cloth bag, Zhang Hao realized that the surrounding scene was very familiar to him. A smile immediately spread across his face. He realized that the people of the Moon God cult liked to meet here. So many people died last time, and you still like this place so much. Is it because the view is wide here, allowing for a better view of the moon? Zhang Hao thought to himself, this is what I'm complaining about. That's good too, it shows that things are done from beginning to end. I wonder if that traitor Lu Chao will come? If he comes too, then things will get interesting. Zhang Hao suddenly felt a sense of anticipation and took out the Divine Thunder Talisman he had drawn earlier. Place it in a storage space so it can be easily accessed at any time. If Lu Chao comes, he must give Lu Chao a surprise this time. I wonder if the statues of their moon god cult have been re-erected. Can we take advantage of this opportunity to get freebies again? He's currently desperately short of enhancement points, the enemies outside are getting stronger, but his strength hasn't improved much. Zhang Hao desperately wanted to become stronger. We can't always rely on lotteries to rely on luck when dealing with enemies, can we? What if one day I don't get a powerful item? It's better to let great power reside within oneself. As a martial artist, one can draw upon external forces, but cannot always rely on them. Guo Heguang quickly stopped on the back mountain of Zijiao, waiting for the moon god cult members to arrive. He put Zhang Hao on the ground, then sat down beside him, panting heavily to relieve his tension and excitement. He frantically pulled out a cigarette, but couldn't light it after several attempts, his hands trembling. Finally, in a frenzy, he stomped the cigarette into the clouds, wanting to roar to the sky. He's about to make it big, he's captured Zhang Hao, and the cult will give him a generous reward. To enable him to become a Xiantian martial artist in one step is like ascending to heaven in a single leap. Guo Heguang preferred this kind of quick power to the arduous ascetic practice. He then took out another cigarette, and this time he lit it successfully. Footsteps echoed from the foot of the mountain, and Guo Heguang stood up excitedly. It was the arrival of the divine cult. Once Zhang Hao is handed over to Lord Lu and his identity verified, his mission will be complete. He could then become a Xiantian martial artist. How could this not excite him? He stepped forward to greet him, a broad smile on his face. Lu Chao cautiously looked around, he was still wary of this place. They confirmed that Guo Heguang was the only person around, and there was a package lying on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Is that Zhang Hao on the ground? Lu Chao asked with a smile, pointing to the cloth bag on the ground. Yes. Yes, yes. He is Zhang Hao. Guo Heguang nodded hurriedly. Lord Lu, please take a look. Guo Heguang squatted down and untied the cloth bag. At that moment, a dark cloud gathered in the sky. Neither of them noticed, because the clouds did not obscure the moon. He looked at the cloth bag with excitement. When Guo Heguang untied the cloth bag, Zhang Hao's head was exposed. Zhang Hao opened his eyes and winked at Guo Heguang. Guo Heguang's hand froze, staring blankly at Zhang Hao who had already woken up. Lu Chao's expression also changed drastically. He pointed at Zhang Hao with trembling hands, wanting to say something, but he was too anxious to utter a single word. You. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound above his head. Before he could even look up, a bolt of lightning struck him on the head. Lu Chao collapsed like a log. His face was filled with resentment as he angrily pointed at Guo Heguang, smoke billowing from his mouth. No one else reacted, they stared blankly at Lu Chao as he fell to the ground. You, Guo Heguang, looked at Zhang Hao in horror, then at Lu Chao who was covered in smoke, at a loss for what to do. Who set off the lightning? This was beyond his comprehension, and for a moment his mind went blank. Zhang Hao gave Guo Heguang a bright smile, then broke free of the cloth bag. They rushed towards the men that Lu Chao had brought. Only then did they realize what was happening, screaming in terror and scattering in all directions. Guo Heguang, how dare you betray the divine cult, one of them shouted, pointing at Guo Heguang. No, I didn't. Guo Heguang protested anxiously. All right, stop explaining, they already know. Zhang Hao shouted without turning his head. The people looked at Guo Heguang with extreme hatred, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Zhang Hao, you son of a bch! I didn't betray the cult. Guo Heguang panicked when he saw their expressions. Yes, you didn't collude with me. Zhang Hao said as he chased after the group. Upon hearing this, the four men brought by Lu Chao looked at Guo Heguang with icy coldness. Guo Heguang heard Zhang Hao's words and saw the expressions on the faces of the people from the divine cult. A sudden thought flashed through my mind, something's wrong. Don't believe him. He's trying to sow discord among us. I really haven't betrayed the religion. Guo Huguang was almost crying with anxiety, explaining frantically while backing away. The innate martial artist he was about to acquire might just disappear like this. Guo Huguang had barely finished speaking when Zhang Hao knocked all of Lu Chao's men to the ground. Zhang Hao's figure moved like lightning, instantly knocking down the 4 people. Guo Huguang stared wide-eyed at what he was seeing, unable to believe his eyes. They are all powerful members of the divine cult, at least level 5 martial artists. How could they be so easily defeated by Zhang Hao? Lu Chao looked at his 4 followers lying on the ground with even more resentment. His last hope of fighting back had vanished. When he first met Zhang Hao was only a level 3 martial artist. How long has it been? Only a week has passed, and Zhang Hao has already managed to defeat a level 5 martial artist. Even if you're a genius, your improvement is way too fast. Even members of that cult wouldn't dare to improve so quickly through sacrifice. They were like animals, even more terrifying than animals. At this moment, Lu Chao was genuinely frightened. Just who had he offended? He even regretted coming to find Zhang Hao. Every time he sees Zhang Hao, he has bad luck. He was so shocked by the electric shock that his whole body was smoking, and his body felt like it had been cooked by the electric shock. He could only watch helplessly as Zhang Hao knocked down his followers. This frustration made Lu Chao feel like he was going crazy. Twice now. He didn't know how to face Wang Xian. As a martial artist with innate talent, he was ambushed by Zhang Hao for the first time, yet he could still make excuses and say it was an accident. But he was ambushed by Zhang Hao again the second time, and he didn't know what excuse to make. No matter what excuse he makes, Wang Xian and the others probably won't believe it. His father, Lu Wanbo, had worked so hard to get him an opportunity, but he failed again this time. Lu Chao stared blankly at Zhang Hao, his eyes glazed over. Is this my nemesis? And then there's Guo Huguang. Now Lu Chao can see that he might not have truly betrayed the cult. It was only because I was suspicious and distrustful of the other person that things turned out this way. If he completely trusted Guo Huguang, then Zhang Hao would have had no chance to launch a sneak attack on him. He could have easily had Guo Huguang take Zhang Hao to the church. With so many people surrounding him, Zhang Hao would have no chance of escaping. Instead of being isolated and helpless like we are now. Even whether they can survive this time is a question. Lu Chao regretted it so much he wanted to slap himself twice. It was all his own doing. Things have gotten this bad. He even created the opportunity for Zhang Hao. Thinking of this, Lu Chao was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhang Hao was completely baffled. The divine lightning didn't make you vomit blood just now, but now you've made yourself vomit blood. Guo Huguang also looked at Lu Chao with suspicion, wondering what this Lord Lu was up to. Now Guo Huguang is heartbroken and slumped to the ground, mocking himself. His undercover identity has now been exposed, and he can never go back to number 1 middle school. Regardless of whether Zhang Hao can be killed, the school has definitely discovered his identity, and there's no going back. The cult suspects him of betraying them, and he will face persecution from the Moon God cult in the future. The world is so vast, he has nowhere to go. He laughed wildly, like a madman. FK your grandpa Lu Chao. I never betrayed the cult. You idiot. If you hadn't insisted on me coming here, would things have turned out like this? Guo Huguang pointed at Lu Chao and cursed. You brainless idiot. You think you're the best in the world just because you have a little strength, you muscle-bound moron. Lu Chao glared angrily at Guo Huguang, his eyes bloodshot. What he hates most in his life is being told that he has no brains. Anyone who said that got their head smashed. Alright, stop cursing. He's about to die, and you're about to die too, Zhang Hao said with a smile as he walked over. It's not too late to curse him on the road to the underworld. Guo Huguang stiffly turned his head to look at Zhang Hao, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He knelt on the ground with a thud and pleaded desperately with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, please let me go, please let me go. Guo Huguang kept kowtowing and begging. I have a younger sister at home. If I die, there will be no one to take care of her. Please, let me go. I promise I will never work for the moon god cult again. I definitely won't do it again, I'll never do anything for them again. Zhang Hao stared coldly at Guo Huguang. It's too late. If you had realized it in time before you were exposed, it would still have been possible. But now it's too late. Not only do I know you're a spy for the moon god cult, but everyone at the school probably knows too. They installed a tracker on me, Zhang Hao said, looking at Guo Huguang. And they're almost there, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Guo Huguang's face turned ashen, and then he looked at Zhang Hao with a sinister glint in his eyes. Lu Chao lay on the ground, a mocking smile on his lips, watching Guo Huguang break down after being talked to by Zhang Hao's few words. At this moment, Lu Chao secretly shook his head, still thinking of launching a sneak attack on Zhang Hao. As long as you wake up in time and reform yourself honestly, you may be able to get out in the future, Zhang Hao said calmly. But Guo Huguang was no longer willing to listen to any advice. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Killing Zhang Hao would allow him to escape and prevent him from going to jail. Guo Huguang's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was rapid. Taking advantage of Zhang Hao's inattention, he punched Zhang Hao's throat like a cheetah. Before his fist even touched Zhang Hao, he felt a sharp pain on his face as Zhang Hao slapped him across the face, sending him spinning around. The beating made Guo Huguang's head buzz. He didn't even see how Zhang Hao made his move before his teeth were knocked out of his mouth. Fresh blood mixed with teeth flew out. I felt completely dizzy, couldn't tell which way was which, spun around a few times and collapsed to the ground. Lu Chao sighed. Guo Huguang was too weak, their last hope was gone. Zhang Hao stepped forward and delivered a final chop to Guo Huguang, knocking him completely unconscious. Then he went to Lu Chao's side. Lu Chao couldn't help but tense up. Although he couldn't move his whole body, he stared intently at Zhang Hao. Has the moon god cult re-erected its idol? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chao spat out another mouthful of blood. This is outrageous. Lu Chao stared intently at Zhang Hao. If looks could kill, Zhang Hao would have been dead 7 or 8 times over. Oh, I forgot you can't speak. Zhang Hao seemed to suddenly realize, and patted his head. He then smiled and struck out with his palm, breaking Lu Chao's legs again. Lu Chao's eyes widened instantly, his mouth opened wide, and he made a hoarse sound. He was covered in sweat, and his body was convulsing violently. Every slight movement aggravated his wounds, causing even more intense pain. A supposedly innate martial artist can't even handle this little bit of pain. Zhang Hao asked with a smile, his tone mocking. Lu Chao glared at Zhang Hao with hatred, letting out a low growl. You hate me that much? Zhang Hao patted Lu Chao's face. Is it really necessary? But since you hate me so much, this little injury is definitely not enough. With that, he snapped Lu Chao's arm in half. Ah! Lu Chao let out a shrill scream. When he saw Zhang Hao's hand reaching for his throat, he struggled desperately. He looked at Zhang Hao in horror, this was a devil. He was really scared. He once thought he was not afraid of death, but when he actually faced death, he found that death was completely different from what he had imagined. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! My father is the leader of the Moon God sect in Pingnan City. If you kill me, my father will not let you off. Lu Chao was so agitated by the pain that he could speak. I'll spare your life, but what do you have to offer in exchange for it? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. I have it. I have it. Lu Chao quickly said. Oh, tell me about it. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Chao with great interest. I have the follow-up cultivation methods for the Moonlight Marrow cleansing technique, I can give them to you. Lu Chao shouted. This isn't enough. This will only extend your life by 1 hour. Zhang Hao shook his head. The Moonlight Marrow cleansing technique is a technique that he can directly enhance through enhancement points, without needing any subsequent cultivation methods. However, with the subsequent cultivation techniques, the required enhancement points will be reduced significantly. However, the conditions for practicing this technique are extremely demanding, and even if Zhang Hao obtains it, he cannot teach it to others. However, it can be used as an excuse to help Zhang Hao cover up why he knows the Moonlight Marrow cleansing technique. Take me to the statue, and I'll let you live. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Or, call your father and have him bring an idol to redeem you. Look at yourself and the idol, who is more important to your father? Lu Chao looked at Zhang Hao as if he were looking at a devil. Impossible, my father would never betray the cult. Lu Chao shook his head directly. He has more than one son. He has betrayed the religion, and his whole family must die. Hehe, that's how strict your religion's rules are. I didn't say it had to be a statue from your moon god religion. Statues from other religions are fine too. Zhang Hao said with a bright smile. Lu Chao stared in astonishment at Zhang Hao, who was telling his father to steal idols from another religion. A deity's idol is a symbol of a religion and must never be desecrated by others. If his father were to steal idols from another religion, he would be held hostage by Zhang Hao for the rest of his life. Lu Chao instinctively wanted to refuse. If they did that, then the Lu family would be truly finished. Not only do they have to face persecution from other cults, but they also have to endure torture by Zhang Hao. He dared not make that call. Ah! Suddenly, Lu Chao let out a shrill scream, his body convulsing violently. Zhang Hao then inserted his fingers into Lu Chao's wound and vigorously stirred them inside. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably from my nose. I thought you were very strong. Zhang Hao asked with a smile as he stirred his wound. I'll hit. Ah! I hit. His. Ah! Lu Chao screamed in agony. That's right. Come on, call him now. Zhang Hao took out Lu Chao's phone, unlocked it, found Lu Chao's father's number, and dialed it. Lu Chao trembled as he looked at the phone. His body has recovered and he can move again, but he has severe internal injuries and his limbs are broken. Only the neck can still move. When the call connected, a deep, impatient voice came from the other end. What's wrong now? Did you cause any trouble? Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard this, confirming that this must be his biological child. Mr. Lu, your son is in my hands. I hope you will prepare a statue of a deity to ransom him, Zhang Hao said, clearing his throat after coughing twice. Hehe, a new trick again this time, the other person asked jokingly. Zhang Hao stared in astonishment at Lu Chao, whose face was flushed and who looked ashamed. It seems that Lu Chao often lied to his father, which is why their relationship has deteriorated to this point. Zhang Hao directly stabbed into Lu Chao's wound, and Lu Chao immediately let out a shrill scream. Mr. Lu, did you hear your son's screams? I'm not joking with you, Zhang Hao said solemnly. Hehe, you acted quite well, keep it up. Lu Chao's father said with a faint smile. Dad, save me. This time it's for real. Please save me. It was Zhang Hao who stole the idol and captured me. Lu Chao cried out anxiously from the side. Upon hearing Lu Chao's anxious voice, the other end of the phone fell silent. Young man, I suggest you release Lu Chao immediately, otherwise you won't be able to withstand the wrath of the Moon God sect and me, the old man said, barely suppressing his anger. Old man, are you still dreaming? I dare to steal even the idols of your religion, why would I be afraid of your wrath? Zhang Hao asked with a sneer. Do you know what a statue represents in a religion? Lu Wanbo asked angrily. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Right now, I just want to know which is more important, your son or the idol. Zhang Hao asked calmly. Can you bring the statue of the god to redeem him? Zhang Hao asked coldly. Give me a straight answer. If I can keep him, I'll keep him. If not, I'm too lazy to waste food. Even over the phone, you could hear the other person's angry breathing. It seems Mr. Lu is going to give up on this son. After waiting for a while and not hearing the other party speak, he said indifferently. Then I'll help Mr. Lu make a decision. Your son is both incompetent and a troublemaker. He really should delete his account and start over. Lu Chao looked at Zhang Hao in horror. Dad! Dad! Save me! Dad! Save me! Lu Chao Sheng cried out hoarsely. Stop shouting, your father has already given up on you. Zhang Hao reached out and covered Lu Chao's mouth. Hearing his son's heartfelt cries, Lu Wanbo felt his heart bleed, and his hand holding the phone trembled. My breathing was unsteady, and I was struggling internally. Wah! Ah! Hearing his son's screams, Lu Wanbo could no longer bear it. Stop! Stop! Lu Wanbo roared. He knew the other party hadn't hung up and was just letting him hear. But he believed that if he dared to hang up the phone, the other party would definitely kill his son. If you ask me for something else, I can give you something else, like money. I'll give you as much money as you want, Lu Wanbo said breathlessly. I don't want money, I just want the idol, or a treasure of equal value. Zhang Hao stopped what he was doing. Is it okay to use the idols of a destroyed religion? Lu Wanbo asked through gritted teeth. 3. Don't push your luck. Where am I supposed to find 3 for you? Lu Wanbo roared angrily, almost losing his temper because of Zhang Hao's outrageous demands. He really wanted to hang up the phone and run over to kill the guy. Hehe, Mr. Lu, it seems you have no right to bargain. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Do you think statues of gods are like cabbages? There are at most 2. Lu Wanbo roared through gritted teeth. All right, considering how much Mr. Lu loves his son, I agree, Zhang Hao said with a smile. Bring the statue to Xiaojiang City for the transaction. Once you arrive, I'll give you the location. With that, Zhang Hao hung up the phone before Lu Wanbo could react. Congratulations, you survived, Zhang Hao said with a smile. Having survived the ordeal, Lu Chao collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, Guo Huguang slowly woke up. Wow, you're pretty resilient. You woke up so quickly. Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Guo Huguang looked at Zhang Hao in horror, then turned around and tried to run away. But his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, completely powerless.